Hello and welcome to the Stretch Run Saturday edition. We are back after last weekend's closing day weekend at Saratoga. We have no New York racing this week, but we do have Kentucky Downs, and we can show you those live races. Also, be having some live racing from Monmouth Park, Laurel Park, Woodbine, Little Emerald Downs later on. But before we get into the racing this week, we would be remiss if we did not go through last weekend's the Oldie Capper play of the century. So I've got the ticket up here. The play of the century for you, for sure.
Yeah.
You absolutely nuked it. So I'll set this up a little bit that, we get on before the show and we're getting things ready, get the race stuff ready to go so we can show the videos and all that kind of good stuff. And Oldie is just in my ear with, hey, what if this last race, turf race at Saratoga, what if they take it off after the pick 5 starts? If I put 4 or 5 horses in there, and it goes all, I'm going to get it 5 times. So the horses you see in race 13 are not the ones he used, and we'll get into that in a minute. But just kind of going through his $160 play here, you'll see he went 3 deep here, 4 deep here. And if we sort those live odds, it's easier if I click on the EE screen instead of the StreamYard screen to do that. You'll see that, he gave himself different options here. So had the favorite, ditched the second choice, the top pick, and then the 3, 1, and 10. And of course, the 1 ended up winning the race at 5-1. So that was definitely a good start. This is where they announced that they were taking it off at this point, right, Oldy? Right after that race went off. Okay.
Yes, correct. But note there that in race 10, I dropped the 4-5 favorite there because I just thought that horse hadn't been challenged, and there was other speed there. And I thought that Bright Work and some of these other horses had a chance to beat it. I was hoping for a higher price than Bright Work, but it was good enough.
Yeah, Bright Work did work for sure, and we had talked about that one on the weekend preview show as well. And then the single here was the 1 horse here, and as you can see, 12-1 off odds, 8-1 morning line, 9-2 EE morning line. Something that we always look for. 12% horse here, immersive, got the job done at 12-1. That was when we kind of all had our ears, pricked and whatnot. Everybody was was really excited at that point in time because you really only had 1 leg to go because the last race became an all race. And then that last race, this is what you had said backstage before we went on, is that I'm going to include idea generation because if that horse can get the lead and go, it could be bombs away, which is exactly what happened. Warlike Goddess came running. The 4 came running. The 7 came running. But at that point in time, when they started running, it was way too late. With a little give in the ground, a little harder to close. So this is the point where Howard is going through the calculator and he's holding the phone up saying, here's the parlay. Here's what I think it's going to pay. And we really didn't have any real good ideas on what that was going to be until we got to what the wheel pays were here for the last race. And those were super spicy. That's not right, is it?
No, that is not right because they're not all the same.
Yeah.
But
oh, that's because those were the problem. It's not showing the wheel pays. It was yesterday. Anyway, it was 76.92 to each horse he had. And when you look on here, Oldie, as I recall, with your ticket, you had in the last race 4, 6, 7, 9, and 12. I put 5 horses in here just for the placeholder. The 4, the 6 which one scratched the 7, 9, and 12. No, it was the 6 and 12 were the scratched horses. And so he ended up hitting this thing for $41,000 pre-Illinois tax. And then he was talking about this. It was, I'm going to play this on Naira bets because they have a $5,000 hit it and split it. Well, it really wasn't a hit it and split it. It was $5,000 more to Oldy because he was the only one that had this winner on the entire Naira bets platform. So I don't, not wearing a hat, but I'd take it off if I had it.
Thank you, man.
For you. Very well done. Super good hit. I couldn't be more happy for you.
All right. Can we let's get out to, first of all, thank you, but can we possibly get out to Kentucky Downs? Because I know people are excited about those races, and that I believe that's about to go off here for race 3. I like the 4, 5, 9, and 10 here.
All right. Let's get out there. Scott, he did not have federal withholdings because they consider it each one of those hits is a single ticket, so it didn't hit the threshold. But Illinois taxes you no matter what you win.
Mendelssohn's March came out with some early speed as well, dripping gold outside of them. And these three dash into that first turn, moving right along in the initial stages here. Opening up from Desert Duke, away running in fourth by 2.5. Then it's Winter's Lion, followed by
Didn't get my pick 4 in time either.
Outside, and
that's all good.
Dyna Drive. Last of them all is Kiddo Dan.
Probably just saved me some money.
And they're rolling up front. The opening quarter mile.
You only had about 13 hours to get
35 seconds, but Tatanka is isolated here under Chris Amy, opening up a 6-length lead up the backstretch. And then it's Mendelssohn's March running.
That seems unnecessary on the 4, but the 4 was the
after that
the big pace advantage here.
On the inside, Hidden Stash is right there in that group, alongside of Ocean Atlantique, and then back to Barberini, and the back markers Dyna Drive and Kiddo Dan, 47.
But that seems unnecessarily fast for 10.5 furlongs.
So it is Tatanka, who's the leader here with 5 furlongs to go. Tatanka with a 6-length lead around the far turn from Dripping Gold and Mendelssohn's March. Break of another 2.5 to Ocean Atlantique, who's got 6 lengths to make up at this stage.
I think
Desert
it's
Duke
a rare day that every race that we're
trying to make a
cover
bid
today
on the
we
far
can show
turn.
up.
Barberini is going by horses, but going wide
There's
here.
no
As they
CPI
arrive
and
at
no
the top
Naira.
of the stretch, they have caught up
Yeah,
to
no
Tatanka,
Naira.
and Dripping Gold is even now. The two of them are going to turn for home together. Dripping Gold and Tatanka off the turn 1-2. Mendelssohn's March off the rail, trying to come and get them. On the far outside is Ocean Atlantique. It is now Dripping Gold.
See, and I just saved myself a bunch of money by not
down to the final furlong.
having played this
Dripping
race.
Gold and Jose
Unless that 9
Lezcano
somehow gets
in
up.
control here. Up the rail, Desert Duke. And then to the outside, it is Mendelssohn's March, but it's
You
Dripping
have a
Gold.
bunch of money.
Dripping Gold under the wire. Easy winner by 6 in the end over Desert Duke, Mendelssohn's March, and Kiddo Dan.
And also, I think we owe Justin a little boom for race 2 at, if I'm correct, at Gulfstream too.
His first one, man. His first one. First race of the day. Dropped it in the stretch run chat last night, right? That's it was like 12:30 Pacific time. But these are horses that if you're in the stretch run chat, Oldy, whoever played it, but these are horses that you play them and they got absolutely crushed by the cause, and that doesn't surprise me. You have a EquinEdge horse to watch in the 3. It's a silver. What was it? Oldy, 12-1 on the morning line. Yeah,
12-1.
And yeah, you have a 10-point GSR increase, Oldy. So if you jump back into the 3 and look at the past performances, and this horse had speed. So there's the race, right? Showed up and just wired the field fairly easy. Works look fine on the dirt. You get a 10-point GSR increase. If you go handicap the field, well, Oldy, and you can go back to the pace, right? But it was the speed of the race and great move by the jockey. I don't know who that is. It's a young kid, I think. But it was much the best. I mean, I think what'd you get, 6-1? Yeah, it got crushed.
Yeah.
But it was a great bet.
But didn't you have the 4 in the next too?
Yes, I singled that horse in the pick 5. So we'll talk about that in the next race. I did dodge a horse in the next race. That's kind of scary, but I played a saver, so that's okay. But we can, Oldy, I don't know if you want to go to Monmouth in a minute, but yeah,
Okay.
no, we will look at the pick 5 here. I have coverage in pretty much all the legs, but I do now have one of the horses in the next race. A little bit scary, but we'll talk about race 3 at Gulfstream in a minute.
All right,
you have a
Monmouth
big
Park, race 3 in a minute, probably 4 minutes.
you have a big Chad Brown favorite at Monmouth
The 5,
here.
right?
The 5, yep.
I mean, and it's a big GSR. It doesn't show up in the picks though, Oldy, but keep
Right.
going.
No, I was going to point that out. But most of these other horses don't really seem to scream turf at you. You know, I'm looking at the works. There are no turf works. It looks like, you know, Wild Captain the 6 is dropping in GSR. You know, Vino, VD, VC is dropping in GSR. You know, you have a first-time starter for Kent Sweezy here, and you have Joe Asino, but these are all pretty low GSRs. You know, so I could see being in, but you know, obviously not a win bet at 3 to 5. But maybe we could look at a double if we have time here before they go.
I also, Oldy, if the 5 might just be much the best. I know it has the 9 winning on the race sim and the source improving second out, but with how much money? But what about the 7 underneath? Because the 7 runs well on the race sim and the 1. So I thought maybe from an exacta 5 over 1-7 with prices on both underneath is how I looked at. But you can definitely look at a double. But from a vertical perspective, that's where I was looking.
I mean, I might look more at the 1 if I was looking for something to pair in an exacta with the 5 or the 9, because the 1 runs really well as a first-time starter on the race.
Yeah, but so does the 7. That we're saying the same thing. Sure. You know what I mean? So I'm saying the 1 and the 7. The 7 is as well, and it's the second biggest GSR, right? I don't know. This trainer 0 for 5 on first-time starters, but I mean, if this horse has any talent, it's going to run here. I mean, it's bred for the turf. It's bred to go 2 turns. You know, it's only 4%, so I put it underneath. But the 5 looked tough. I mean, it's just taking so much money. But I'd say 1 or 7 as prices underneath.
Yeah, it's a Claravich. You know, looks like Dam Side has a lot of turf. But, you know, this Denny horse, the long shot, might be worth a crack. If you're looking for, you know, there's some big works here. You know, if I were to take a shot somewhere else, I think rather than the 9, I'd be on the 4. Because I think there's no pace here, and I think the 4 could get an easy lead, possibly.
Yeah, no, I could see that. I think the 5 probably run to some extent. But maybe it just key underneath as well in like a trifecta.
Yeah, I mean,
Where's
maybe.
This race go?
But 5-1 paying 13 to 1. Willie Nelson likes that one. Willie.
What's to the 7? Oh, he already put that in there. Yeah, 5-7 paying 31 to 1. Willie, that's good too. I do think, Oldy, I mean the 4 as well. If you have the 4-7-1 even in a trifecta, it's you know you.
Yeah,
can...
I'm going to take a shot on the 4 here. Playing a 4-1-5-7 and a 4-9 exacta, and then maybe I'll take a 5-4 straight exacta.
SJB Express in the yellow.
As well.
This is the penultimate weekend at Monmouth. We got one more
Victor's
weekend with
Dream
them
walking
next
up to
week,
the
and then
gate.
they'll be
SJB
gone
Express
till
goes
May.
in.
Oh, a lot of tracks will start to get a break, huh, Chris?
4.
Pardon me?
A lot of
What's that?
tracks are going to start to have a break.
Vino
Yeah.
Vidi Vici.
We got 3
The Blue Racing
3
Stable
weeks of
Cars
Los
walking up.
Alamitos.
3 weeks to
Oh.
wow.
Back, follow the trend. McLaren
Yeah, so we got a little while to Santa Anita and Keeneland, because Churchill comes on for.
10 2-year-olds going a mile.
I meant to mention up above, Chen. Yes, I'm hanging out at the Brigantine. You nailed it on the spot.
Fantasy.
That is where that picture is taken from. I wish I was doing the show from there, though.
We'll tell people we'll be from
Lara,
October.
Vino Vidi Vici was off a little bit slow.
Belmont opens, I think, Friday next
Into
week.
it early, has a narrow lead in the
Friday
first
the 13th.
of a mile. Here comes Pleasant Fantasy, the stablemate, to come up and challenge. And these two are together as they head towards the first turn round. Wild Captain in the 3rd position. Victor's Dream.
All right, well, a colossally not bright thing by Michael Denny to have his 2 horses dueling on the lead.
Vino Vidi Vici in the 3 path. A gap of 2 to follow the trend. SJB Express is second to last, and ought to be.
Is that the 10 got the lead, went past the 4?
Yeah, those were both the Denny horses. And the 10,
taking a hold of the bit and
10's running like he's a Chad Brown rabbit.
Pleasant Fantasy,
well, he is at the moment.
Alone in second. He's 3 ahead of
I mean, my goodness.
And I'm due. Those 3 are across
the
track.
5 on the rail. Look at the is that the 6?
No,
that's
follow the
9.
trend on the fence, attempting to get closer. He's only 7 lengths off the lead as they go into the 4th turn.
40 first run, though.
Is out of last. SJB Express is now dropped to the back. Around the
5 saving ground.
Fantasy went quick early, and now that fast pace is taking its toll. His stablemate, fully authorized, takes the lead. Fully authorized.
Come on,
at the top of the lane, turns for home. Clearly,
5 not gonna win.
Scampers 3 lengths clear as he cut the corner and kicked away. Vino Vidi Vici second.
Come on, one. Come on, one. Get up.
Get up, one.
Get up.
But as they come to the
4,
finish line,
5 is going to come in.
I still hit
in
the
crucial.
try here, Oldy.
Come
on, one, get second. Get second. I keyed in the
try.
Follow the trend second. I'm due 3rd. And Vino Vidi Vici was 4th.
I still had that for $5, but the 5-1 would have been really nice.
Yes, I agree. I do agree there. But that's a winner.
4-1. I mean 4-1, not 5-1.
Yes,
would have been much better. But yeah, so not exactly the way I saw it, but there's a long shot winner. 8-1, I think it went off at. So not bad, not a bad winner there.
Laurel Park, Oldy, race for 2 minutes. One thing we can tell you all now, October 11th, I believe, Saturday, October 11th. Damn dogs. Saturday, October 11th, the 3 of us here, me and those 2 guys up there, will be broadcasting live from Keeneland. We will be out at Keeneland Racecourse in October for the Friday contest, and we'll be covering the Saturday one as well. So if you're in the Lexington area, make sure you join our WhatsApp chat and take the survey, because we're going to do a meet and greet on Friday.
Awesome. So this looks like this Nest Horse elevated game is going to be tough here on the lead on the turf. So at Laurel, we got to find a horse just like we just did. Pair here in an exacta. Let's say the 9's closing pretty hard. It may just be the top 2 win percentages here. The 9 and the 2 might be the play. I'm sorry, the 4 and the 2. I keep messing that up. Something's wrong with me today. Because, I don't think that, the 6 didn't run as well since coming out of Saffy's barn. Big shocker there. And the 9 for Brittany Russell, I think, could be too far back, but you might want to include the 9 in a try as well, because that horse I think will be running late.
Scott Free's got a good point here. Should we get the old ABC Monday Night Football sports jackets and with the EE logo on there?
Yep. You need the green jacket because they have like that green jacket at Keeneland. We probably couldn't.
Yeah.
You have to do a little bit different.
We just need somebody to rob the masters of all the green jackets, and then
Well, funny you mentioned that, Oldy. Somebody did rob Augusta. The guy that managed all the merch at the at their store, he had his own warehouse, either in Florida or Georgia, and he was just straight ripping them off. All right, we're getting close to the gate here. So, final thoughts, Oldy?
I think I think I'm going to play what I'm about to put up for pick 4. That's the way I'm going to play this one.
No, that would be good, Scott. Oldy and Justin with hair. Bad toupees.
Bad tubes.
I can grow my hair. I just have to grow it out. I just haven't done it in a long time.
No, but it would be fun to go somewhere and have a bad tube on display as a joke.
Mm-hmm. Many years ago, I did a Vegas trip with my buddies where we all dressed up in it's like a Catholic priest,
Sunshine
right? We had a
frolic.
black shirt, a little collar. We had like 6 of us at the craps table.
For
It was
magic.
awesome. Halloween.
Elevated game going and even money. War Master.
Yeah, Gary's right. If we wear green jackets, people think we work there, and that's not what we want. We'll have to open doors and do all that kind of stuff.
I know. Yeah, that was. Which I don't mind. They're so kind. I love going there because they're the most kind. It's the most amazing experience. It's like no other track. Although I have not been to every track, but I'm pretty sure most places don't compare.
Minister for Magic.
That's how OJ rolled, Jeff.
I did find you a Howard Cosell toupee.
The Paddock Master.
Man.
Covert Cat.
That covert cat himself.
Who'd you use here in your pick 4, Oldie?
Again, Restless.
4, 2, 4, 9.
Straightened away.
Oldy, you want to know what the trifecta paid there of
I
4,
probably
5,
Breaks
1.
of the favorite elevated game. Elevated
What
game
did it
is
play?
the first
4,
column
5,
right to
1.
the
I
front.
played it for a
Missionary
buck.
is
It was
right
a
there.
$6 bet.
On the outside is Sunshine from the
139 to 1.
War Master settles back in
Dude,
fourth.
that
Closer to
was
the inside as they go to the
gigantic,
first
bro.
turn run. Minister for Magic saving ground. Covert Cat racing to
Wow.
the back of the pack. The Paddock Pastor will be about 4 or 5 deep into the turn run. Top of the street, back of the pack with Live High, Live Low, last of them all. Live High, Live Low, last at about a dozen lengths off that pace. Elevated game shows the way with Missionaire in pursuit 3 parts of a length behind. 2 more. Sunshine Frolic is third. Covert Cat is fourth. The Paddock Pastor getting underway on the outside. The Paddock Pastor eager to go has moved fourth and almost third now within 4 lengths of the pace as they head on for the far turn. Covert Cat has slipped back into 5th position, followed by Minister for Magic ground saving War Master, then back to top of the street. And trailing the field still is Live High, Live Low. Not much change up top. Elevated game and Missionaire continuing 1-2. The Paddock Pastor has moved smoothly to 3rd position. Covert Cat ridden for more. Back markers with plenty of ground to gain now with 3 furlongs left to go. And so it is still elevated game from Missionaire as they reach the top of the stretch. The Paddock Pastor and Covert Cat just in behind the lead. Trying to get off the inside now with a final furlong and a half. And so elevated game has to dig down. Covert Cat is there on the outside with the Paddock Pastor. Covert Cat on the inside. Elevated game. Elevated game is fighting with Covert Cat. The Paddock Pastor is
That
third.
didn't last
Here's
very long.
Covert Cat. JJ Torrealba. Back-to-back with Torrealba. Covert Cat. Beats elevated game. Close third from last.
9 didn't even, Jeff. 9 didn't even hit the board there. The 2 got up.
All right, we've got Gulfstream Park in 5 minutes. Oldy, I'll throw it over to you.
Well, maybe we should throw it to Justin here because I know he has.
Here, Oldy, I'll give you my. So I can. So give me a second. I'll pull it up. Hold on.
Yeah, so let's see Justin's pick 5 here.
I did forget we will have some Colonial action today, so there is one track that we won't be able to show video on.
Yeah. Colonial action.
The next race isn't very exciting.
Colonial?
You have an 8-5 favorite coming out of Hawthorne on the dirt at Colonial.
No bueno.
Yeah. We'll cover their stakes races, and that's it.
Oh, yeah, they do have stakes races. That's right.
Yeah.
That was my single of the 3. So here's what I will also tell you. You will see I do not have the 3 horse, which is the top Scotty pick, but I do have a $3 pick 3 Oldie to the 3. I play it as a saver. I really did not like the 3 horse with Sonny Leone. And looking back at the wins, there's a lot of speed here. Yeah, he obviously can win off the pace, but I didn't see it in this race. I like the prices to come off the pace over the 3, so I didn't use it. I actually thought this was a fairly tough race. I thought it was a tough sequence. I know that you like the 7 in race 5, and I can totally see it. But that's I singled that 3 horse. We already talked about it, so I won't spend too much more time unless you just tuned in. Light the Torch, 12-1 on the morning line, goes off at 6-1, gets crushed. Had a GSR increase, and was up by 10. Was lightly raced, first time on the turf, and wins on the lead, which is what we expected to happen because the EquinEdge pace number was 64. So,
and then you knocked off the 1-2 favorite in the next leg too, which is huge.
Yeah. So I thought that you will see the 5 horse we did have ran a gigantic race at 33-1. We didn't get a chance to watch the race there. I was watching over here. It's when Chris was going over your Saratoga ticket, but yes, we beat that big favorite in the second, which I thought had a chance. So, if we will still make money here. My pick 3 for $3, I think Oldie's paying like $300 or maybe $400. So, I'll still win. It'll be a bummer, but I played a saver to the 3. It's a $3 pick 3 from the first race, and then if we can beat the 3 and even beat the 4, there's a good shot here. I thought that from the D'Angelo horses, I like the 2, and the 6. I thought both had great shots. I thought the 4 was a must use. So, on the 3, this horse has been running in stakes company on the turf, and then, flips over to the synthetic, and it does have 2 wins back here, but was up near the lead, Oldie, and I just don't see it. It goes off on a layoff. It will appreciate the drop, and it will have some speed in front, but the 4 is taking a big drop and gets over to the synthetic. It's a very similar angle and needs the drop. And Reyes rides, taking some money. I thought had a legit shot. The 5 as well as a morning line angle. Prevent 5-2 on the or 9-5 on the EquinEdge morning line. Has a win in a second. Has a great GSR. Is the second pick. This horse is going to set a great trip as well. Has similar flips over from the turf to the synthetic. It's a nice allowance race. And then the last one I'll talk about is the top GSR, the 6 horse. And the 5 has Zayas riding, which I thought was important, Oldie, for Alvarado.
Yeah.
I thought the 6, though, was like, this horse might get just a great trip on the Tapeta. In the last race, the speed stopped up front on the synthetic track. So I thought you might get a similar thing here. And the 6 horse, it's 17%. It 1-2 back. It didn't run there in the turf in a 58. So we'll really have to improve. But, I don't know, not knowing what happened in this race. Did back here just break its maiden. So got experience here. And I thought really could get a pace setup Oldie, there's a lot of speed here.
Yeah, I
So,
agree.
I wanted somebody off the pace. I just think that the 3 might be too far back, but we'll see.
No,
Thanks,
I
Josh.
agree, except for I did the opposite of you. I dropped the 4 instead of the 3 in my pick 4 because, this seemed like I beat the favorite in the last, the 3, and I thought I might be able to beat this favorite too.
Yeah, no, I mean, I could see it. I thought the 4, I worry about the 3, Oldie, when both these wins came up right on the lead, and then they tried to stock the pace more, but they were on the turf, so they are getting back, and the GSR does go back up. I think this horse would take money. It wouldn't surprise me. Maybe I think the 4 probably does go off as the favorite, but it's probably. I think this horse. I don't think you're going to get 9-2. I think you're probably getting 3-1 or 5-2. But
you're 3-1 right now. The 4 is 9-5. So
4 probably go off his favorite
Now
for sure.
to the race. They're getting close to the gate. Your digits here, Justin, were what?
I just showed them. I can pull
You
it back. 2, 4, 5, 6.
2.
But I have the 3 in a pick 3. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In the pick 5, we would love to beat the 3, though.
for sure. All right, so and with the 1 dropping to 3rd at Monmouth, my exacta paid 25-1 on the 4. By the way,
Yeah, that try paid gigantic. Beating that 5 was huge.
Yeah.
It would have been amazing if the 5 finished in 3rd only. The try would have paid really big, and your exacta would have paid a lot better.
Yeah, I know.
Approaching the starting gate. Just a minute now.
I was telling Oldy earlier, Justin, before you got on, that it was a long night. I played a lot of Singapore last night.
A lot of what? What's that? I don't know what that is.
Racing, it's in Singapore.
Oh, you were playing racing in Singapore.
Yep. You don't get a lot of favorites there. Big fields. Doesn't Hong Kong start tonight too?
Yeah.
I honestly have
It
no
does.
idea.
The horses are at the gate. It's now post time.
And guys, don't forget to push the like and subscribe while we're sitting here waiting for this race to start.
The man up front. And the 3rd. They're in the gate. And they're off. Prevent and the man up front, the first 2 to break the line. JJ speeding through at the inside. From between horses, Freedom Principle tightened up badly for Racing Room with Salvatore Prince. And then on the outside, Pet Matt, the early trailer, is Cuban Thunder. The early leader is the man up front. From the inside, JJ is on heels, well tightened up on the outside.
He's trying to choke that 5 back.
Second, 2.5 to Freedom Principle, who bides time as the race favorite in 4th. Followed 5th by Pet Matt, then stablemate Salvatore Prince, and the trailer is Cuban Thunder. They make their way to the backstretch. The opening quarter was 24-3. On the outside, Prevent. From the inside, the man up front, their heads apart. 2.5 to JJ, who's
Oldy, what did you use here?
Races into 4th now.
I was 2, 3, 5, 6.
Salvatore Prince alongside Pet Matt, and still at the back is Cuban Thunder. They make their way by a half mile in 48-3, and they now leave the backstretch and move on to the far turn. Up front, the man up front, he still has the lead. From the outside, Prevent is second. JJ, Freedom Principle, Pet Mat, they're all working hard in behind. Outside, Cuban Thunder, Salvatore Prince has been shuffled to last here while trying to rally 8 lengths off the speed. They run to the top of the stretch, a quarter of a mile from home. The man up front through 3/4 and 112 flat turns in with the advantage.
7's looking really dangerous right now.
Pet Mat, Freedom Principle, wide on the course, Cuban Thunder from between Salvatore Prince. Now they're an 1/8 of a mile from home. The man up front, he's a big number. And
come on, somebody get him.
Runs at him on the outside.
Come on, 5.
Get up 5. Get up 2. Get up 5. Somebody.
The man up front.
Somebody's up.
Wins. The man up front second. Freedom Principle third.
Go.
So we both got away with dropping. We dropped the first 2.
Yeah.
What we thought were going to be the first 2 choices, and we got away with it.
Hey, you know, though, I think that's very important. We read him. So the 3, I thought Sonny had to be closer to the pace, Oldy, because when you looked at those wins, he wasn't going to be there. There was too much speed, and he's going to be way in the back and got shuffled. And you got Sonny Leone, who is, you know, there's better jocks in this colony. You know, he probably 5th, 6th, 7th jock in this colony. I mean, but go ahead, Oldy.
He's the only one. One thing I'll tell you about Sonny Leone, he's the only one in that colony right now that's won the Kentucky Derby.
Hey, that's Chris.
True,
that's fine. That's like fine. I mean,
at Remington, that Stuart Elliott's the only one who's won a Kentucky Derby.
Yeah,
no, but
Stuart Elliott's a much better jockey at Remington, at that colony than Sonny is there. So.
But Chris, here's my point though on that. He did win the Kentucky Derby, but in a day-to-day race at Gulfstream Park on the synthetic like that, and I see you're like there's just better options. And Oldy, you found a way to beat the favorite. We both did, and we advanced. So okay, cool.
All right,
Kentucky
we got Kentucky Downs and Monmouth. They're going to be the ones that vex us today, along with Woodbine. It's also going to go off at the same time. So that is super nice. But I think we've got more than 4 minutes to post at both places. Looks like, I don't know, maybe Kentucky Downs goes off first.
Where Woodbine, you probably don't. I kind of like the 4 here at Woodbine, who's 17-1. I thought this horse had a shot to go gate to wire here. It's a square on the pace. It's won at the distance before. Probably gets caught, but at a 17-1 price is worth taking the chance. I think at 100% needs to lead. Hasn't won in a long time, so that's why you're getting the price here. But you know you don't exactly have flight lines in this race.
No,
would be what I would say about it.
So the 6, the 6 removes blinkers, and so I would expect that horse probably not going to. I was trying to figure like at the first call on the race sim, it's like who's going to get the lead. Wait, are you talking Woodbine or are you talking Kentucky?
Woodbine.
Oh yeah, so I was like, oh my gosh, right? So I like your angle because it does have a great GSR and it gets back to sprinting on the synthetic, right? And if you go back to those races, it never got the lead. But if you could talk to Ryan Munger, you would be telling him send the 4, man. Yes. Just go to the lead, because he probably can get the lead here, I would think. And has coming out of a 60, Oldy. Like that was a very tough race, and even was racing in the mid 50s, didn't get the lead 2 back on the turf, and then didn't get the lead first out. So I like the angle.
It's worth a shot.
He's got a set.
The Bruno Shadans.
21-1.
There's
to the outside is Emma Jane Wilson with Master Spy.
Well, of course, your flatline comment. I don't think you you see
6 1/2 furlongs. This field is all in. Luck.
You don't think you'll see a flight line at Woodbine?
They race a
Woodbine.
really good start. Master Spy won the break from the outside.
Yeah,
from
and he takes
Fascination
back.
Street, and coming through is Cantucci
Yeah.
near the rail. Yorkville get back in the field a little bit.
Well, nobody
Keeper on
wants
the
to
track
lead.
going
The
up
8
is
probably
Towns
gonna get
Warrior
it.
as Lucy's Child is just parked behind the top trio.
The 5
Now
doesn't
shuffled
want
back
the
a little
lead.
bit
Look.
as they are really tightly
No.
bunched up in the center of
Well, now the
affairs.
jockey
Sun
gonna let
Spear,
him go.
and through
Maybe.
the pack goes Commander Joe. But
Four
racing
guys
out with the
with
lead,
the
it is on
the
the
way he's
outside.
got the
Master
feet on the
Spy getting
dashboard,
across
no.
to the rail too for Emma Jane. Towns Warrior's gone up to be second and third. Fascination Street as they sort themselves out. Off the track goes Yorkville 3 wide
Fascination
around Sun
Street,
Spear from
a-
Commander Joe.
I don't think
Cantucci,
that
and
horse
a couple away
can
last. Lucy's
stock
Child.
off the pace,
3/8
though.
to run a Master Spy going full bore into that turn as driving clear by almost 2 lengths. Towns Warrior in second, a couple away third. Yorkville, Fascination Street is over on the inside. Splitting horses, Sun Spear, and running on is Commander Joe. The one to catch, Master Spy, turns in front. A couple, now 3 in front. Towns Warrior in second, and trying to get home is Yorkville down the outside. Well ahead, Master Spy gone 5, 6
The
in
horse
front.
wants
There appear
the
to be only a couple finishing
synthetic.
on.
We're right
Commander
about
Joe and
somebody going
Fascination
gate to
Street,
wire
and
here,
Master
but-
Spy giving them a galloping lesson today. Master Spy wins by about 9 lengths. Commander Joe second, Yorkville third.
Please
Sun Spear
tell
fourth, then
Ian Black to put that horse on the lead, Oldy. We need that to happen. The horse has not been on the lead for like 2 years.
I'll call Jack Black and tell him to tell Ian that.
Yeah.
All right, where are we at Downs right now?
Looks like we got Monmouth and the Downs both at 0 minutes. Monmouth, you scratched the one horse. They're toiling around. They're probably going to go on top of each other. So I'm watching them. Pick your poison.
I think everybody wants Kentucky Downs. That's the track of the day here.
Probably, Oldy. They're going 2 turns, right? There is some speed here, Bejarano, right? Go ahead.
Well, actually, technically, 8 furlongs is a 1-turn route here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
One
Okay.
big turn. One giant turn.
Yes. Yeah.
Most of the race is on the turn.
So this 12 horse is at least a little interesting. See, first interesting horse. So start the calculations on the ROI on the interesting horses. Looks like they're off already, Chris. So if you want to just pull that up.
They're off where?
Kentucky. Downs.
No, they're just scratching the 12 right now.
Of course.
What? They are?
They just scratched
they
my
just
interesting
did.
horse.
Yeah.
All right, so now who gets the lead?
That's the rule. They heard you say interesting. They're like, oh, scratch it.
Yep. Immediately.
Monmouth is going to go first.
No, it's stay at Kentucky
Yeah,
Downs.
let's stay at Kentucky Downs, Chris.
Well,
and they got a late
I'm
scratch
fine.
there too. Yeah, I agree. So go to Kentucky Downs, Chris.
There's nothing going on. I'm happy to take you there. There's nothing going on.
Yeah. My buddy Chris, I asked him if he wanted to come on the show, and he's hit at Kentucky Downs like all meet. It's been insane, but he had a busy day. But he really likes the 9 here. I'll tell you, taking a lot of money at 8-5. Oldy, Courageous Clay, 3rd time out. The scratch of the 12 though takes the speed out. Like that was the horse that was gonna. I don't think probably had a shot, but I believe that was the horse that was going to set the pace. So. The 9 may show speed. This completely changed the dynamic. I mean, Dylan Davis riding the 1 is probably going to show pace as well here. So, and that is the second Scotty pick on the 1 horse, right? But I also thought that the long shot had a big look here, Oldy. I thought. Luan Machado is 17-1, 9-1 on the EE morning line and 20-1 morning line, but it is the Scotty long shot at 10%. And, but now with the 12 scratching out, I do think that the 1 and 9 become a lot more dangerous in this race. So that's right. Those are really the Scotty picks. I thought that the Scotty picks really had this nailed. Oldy would be my perspective in the ones. I would probably I like the 7 less with the scratch, but I'd probably go 7 and then 9-1.
So I like the 11 a bit here for Chad Brown. I like the works on it. I'm going to probably take a little win bet there. Because how often do you get 5-1 on the turf on a Chad Brown? But
I just worried that horse might be a sprinter. Was my only concern. They're cutting back, but maybe is fit and maybe just runs. In a track like this can run well. You're getting 5-1.
And there's also kind of this is terrible breakers too. You look at that.
That's why the 9 go ahead.
Well, the 9 the first time out broke well, and then the second time out broke awful. So I don't know what we're going to
get there. Was in the 12 post, broke 11th, didn't break. Who knows? I don't know what happened, but I forgive that without watching. Comes from Ellis, the 7 coming from Ellis, the 1 coming from Ellis. Dylan Davis riding the 1. I know he had some mounts later that I thought he had big shots in on prices in the stakes race. So, this horse is the second pick. He probably going to send here. I mean, it's inside, though. I'm looking more at the 7-9.
All right, so the bomber that I think we could have missed might be the 2 who broke really well here.
Next to them, farther out, Governing Party and War and Majesty.
It doesn't look
all
like
close up to the pace. Courageous Clay is 3 lengths off of that group. Then Train and Trust on the inside. Big gap back to Katach. And then at the back of the field are Floating Smoky and Spirit Rags. So they make their way past the 6 furlong pole. Begin their journey downhill here with Captain Juna and Dylan Davis taking the early initiative and on top, heading to the 5 furlong pole in front by a length and a half. Then to the outside, Governing Party up running in second. Boy is third down toward the rail. And then War and Majesty on the outside. Separation of 6 lengths to Courageous Clay moving outside of Skater. It's another 5 lengths more back to Train and Trust. Still about 9 lengths off the lead. A big separation back to Takach. And the 2 trailers are Spirit Rags and Floating Smoky. They went 45.
Is it necessary for them to film that far away where you can't see the horse numbers?
Quick out of the gate. Still the one to catch.
I don't know.
As they
I don't
to
really
the
care.
top of the stretch. Captain Juna off the turn in front. Governing
Come on,
Party
Nine, get
on
going.
the outside second. Boy is down toward the
on the
rail,
rail?
squeezing on through.
Oh, that's
and
the 2,
outside of them
Oldy.
is War and Majesty.
That's the 2.
Coming into the final
Your
furlong.
11's still up
Boy has
there
come up the
with
fence.
the 9 on the
War and
outside.
Majesty is right there to the outside. And on the far
The 2
outside,
on the
Courageous
rail,
Clay. And now squeezing through an opening and trying to get through is Takach. But they're
And
coming
your
down to the
11.
wire. And it's Boy. And
2.
Boy
Yeah.
did it.
Told you that was the one
Close
we
for
were
second,
missing.
heads up and down between Governing Party and
Too
Courageous
late.
Clay.
Good call
That I
late.
told you, but
Good call late. Hey, I mean, the only thing is when you get a track like this so hard, you find them 6-1 and went off at 25-1. Wow. Oldy, you have to. What did you catch late there?
Just was in that race, in a good race at Ellis. Second time turf. It's James Graham. It's 11%. There's some 3-star works there, and it's Kentucky Downs, so you have to expect where's the bomb coming from. So that's what I saw was it's sitting here as a second time starter and to the inside. Didn't break well last time, but second time out, just thought it might run better.
Well, good call late.
And on to Laurel.
Tony, good to see you.
Tony, welcome.
Yeah, welcome, Tony.
If you're in the greater New York City area, shout out to Pliables. Go see Tony. Tony will take care of you.
Interesting betting at Laurel right now.
Well, the two need to go to the front with Barbosa. I don't. They keep kind of messing around, but they need to just go to the lead. And the 1 and 3, the 3 going to show speed, right? But I think the 3 might. Well, maybe The 3 maybe. I mean, Rodriguez rides the 3, so Joe's to 18%. But and the 2's taking money. They're all taking money. I mean, which is to be expected. Oldie, I guess the 4 scratch must have changed things. Would be my guess.
Well, I mean, the 6 is another massive overlay though.
For now, it really gets closer to post. It's a 5-horse race at Laurel. Odds are going to change. Speaking of 5-horse races, Churchill Downs did announce yesterday that Kentucky Derby designated prep races that have points for the Derby will only offer 75% of those points in 5-horse fields. If it's a 4-horse field, 50% of the points.
That's called the Bob Baffert rule. That's the West Coast rule, if you will. So that they can't just clean up on the West Coast in those 4 Bafferts and a partridge in a pear tree race. I mean that's my thought. I mean, I don't know if you disagree with me there, Justin, on why they're doing it.
Well, no, I did. I was grabbing something from one of my kids and I was listening to. I do agree. I think why Baffert has 3 of 5 horses. He just kind of dominates to get the points, like on the West Coast, like. Yeah. So I also like it more of just as a horse player. I hope it creates larger fields, and I want more competitive races, right? Like that's what I want. I just want good sequences, good spots to try to find, spots to take opportunities and stuff like that. And I think in big races, Chris, that's why we cover all the stakes races on the preview shows on Thursday, because you get great competitive racing. But then when you see these stakes races with 4 and 5 horses, it's like, but sometimes you can beat the favorite there, right? But I'm a proponent of larger fields for more competitive racing, in my opinion.
Well, what are they going to do when the Virginia Derby in the spring has 5 horses?
Why?
I think they'll fill it with. They'll find something to fill it. They'll beg somebody, and you'll have a 99-to-1 horse fill that.
Yeah, you're going to get the same thing out in California. With
the horses have reached the starting gate.
Bob does tend to go to Oaklawn and those type of places too with his horses.
Yeah, but early on though, he tends to dominate those, like the San Felipe or San Clemente or Christophe Clemente.
First to load.
He tends to dominate those races with
disputed claim
in small fields.
Sure, but those races don't get you in.
Mosler time.
I did not look. Let me go back and look and see if our friend in the chat is still alive to that $525 ticket.
Wait, with where?
Torrealba looking for 3 straight.
Oh, Greg, yeah. I love that you played that horse, Greg. Greg, I singled that horse in the pick 5, and we're still alive, which is even more exciting.
They're off.
Yep.
Sharpbreaker, Capcom, disputed claim, and Mosler time is right up there. So
no, Jeff, thanks, brother. The 8 horse in the next race is taking a lot of money as a first-time starter at Gulfstream, so we'll probably do something. I don't have 2 horses in the next race.
No, he didn't have the 2 in the last.
3/4 of a length from Mosler time.
Oh, at Kentucky Downs?
Yeah.
He is not alive. He's in the show here.
Outside of that runner, and on the 2 back in Galatians is in the back.
I was just curious. I was hoping we were rooting for a single here.
Disputed claim. Mosler time there on the outside. Capcom is close, just 2 from the front. Galatians on the outside, forced to make a bit of a
thank you, Annette.
And Brooklyn Guy is trailing the field with 5 furlongs
not
left to go.
posting stock tips on our WhatsApp chat. That's very nice.
There, leads it by a length, and Mosler time has been in pursuit of the outside. A Capcom ground saving third. Brooklyn Guy and Galatians, half mile left to run to the finish line. Disputed Claim. Outside is Mosler Time, making a move now to put some pressure on. Mosler Time now puts that nose in front. On the inside is Speed of Claim. Capcom is a length and a half off that pair as they're midway around that turn. Brooklyn Guy.
Yeah, Galatians ain't going around here.
2.5 furlongs left to go. Mosler Time goes on with J-Rod.
No,
Mosler Time, disputed claim.
I think as Scotty would say, I bet that horse will finish last.
Capcom is third as they turn for home. Top of the stretch. Out center of the track is Mosler Time. Mosler Time set down, opens a daylight lead. Capcom is the second, disputed claim. Third, Brooklyn Guy in fourth. In the last furlong, it's Mosler Time. Mosler Time by 6. By 7.
How about we don't do that?
Full of run. Opening up at the end.
Dave Robinson can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, I mean, it's his job. I do agree there.
You could have gone with Miller Time there. There's so many options that could have worked instead of Mosler Time.
All right, want to get out to Gulfstream?
Sure, unless you want to look at a Colonial race that I thought had an interesting first-time starter.
No, do it. Go to Colonial because Gulfstream's still not 6 minutes and they're about to go.
All right, so I thought this National Law, the 5-horse, who with the big GSR, 76 GSR on the turf at 8.5 there, second-time starter for Durante, had a big look here. 5-1. It's matching the morning line. He's 26% with second-time starters. You know, it's not that a horse like Academy, who's out of Oscar Performance, isn't live here, or what's the
Patrick's Promise.
Yeah, well, I mean that horse this may not be. I mean, it's getting back because it's a Clement horse. But if I told you it was going down 4 more points in GSR and wasn't that high to begin with, you know, this is a horse you normally would toss.
Yeah, my only comment though is like this is a weak man special, Oldy, and the EquinEdge morning line loves this horse. Win percent loves this horse. Manny's riding a Colonial, and the horse wants 2 turns on the turf. It's just not amazingly bred. But my perspective, it's just not a great group. I think your 5 with the GSR play is amazing, but I see this really around 4, 5. I know the 6 is taking some money too, so I don't know. It looks between 4, 5, 6 to me, but I do think the 4 has a big shot though because it does have experience, and yes, the GSR going down a little bit, but it wants 2 turns on the turf. So, and it ran second, man, in a 52 last out. So,
yeah. No,
Oldy has a halo over his head. They said, Oldy. Jeff said you have a halo. You're an angel.
All right. Well, I'm not even seeing Chris. I don't know what halo's over my head. This is my headset that's over my head, but. All right, so Gulfstream, let's see. We still have some time at Gulfstream, so can you do the audio for Colonial for us?
Oh, yes. Yes. Yeah. Can you hear Oldy?
I can, yes.
First time starter Marshall, one of 3 debut runners in here. And Marshall is not pleased with the idea of going into the starting gate.
All right.
Favorite. Like they're going to open the front of the gate to try to coax him on.
Looks like the 10 didn't quite want to load. Well. Everybody else in 10 and 11 out.
Here, just a couple up here on Michael Michael Sanchez.
Ollie, you were on the 5, right?
Correct.
I thought the 4 had a big shot, but I do like your 5. So 4, 5, 6 look like I'd probably play 4, 5. Maybe in my exacta.
The 10 is your current favorite.
Well, it doesn't want to load right
That's
now.
great.
It's not wanting to load at all.
Difficult to get into that gate.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the 4 on top.
Now he's going in. Marshall's gone forward, waiting on Grand Liam as Mario Villalobos to the outside draw. We're just about set for a start.
10 finally loaded.
Grab the starter button. It will send it on their way. A mile 16th here. They're in the gate.
All right. Let's see.
And the race is on. Patrick's Promise in the center. Academy was out in good order. Those two are quickest. Marshall is close up, as is Bright Angel, but they don't look like they're in any hurry up front. They go by the wire the first time. Bright Angel just in front now of Academy, who's in second down the inside. Patrick's Promise third. Between horses, Gray Shadow.
5 kind of got stuck in between. They getting banged around in the back.
That turf looks like a fairway.
Well, and they wouldn't go fast. The 1 is just really struggling.
Yeah.
I mean, the 4 shows speed and kind of really hurt the 1. The 1 had, like, ran up on heels and kept running on heels. But 6 and 9 up front, 9 at 26-1 off Academy. The 6 ended up being the favorite, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Unless the 10 is, I can't tell right now.
The 10 coming on the outside, really asking the horse. The 5 is
right there with the 10, yeah.
Yeah, the 4 is saving ground. It looks to still have horse.
The 5's going to have to find an opening.
Oh, here we go. Come on, 4. Get this 6. Come on, 4.
The 9 backed right up into my 5.
Come on, 4. Beat the 6. Ah, come on, 4. Get up, 4. Get up.
6 came out there.
Get up. Get up.
You got it.
Oh,
No, maybe not. No.
Game.
No, I want to see the head on there. I think there was. Stewart is suspicious there. That when you see a horse's momentum cut off like that, that there's usually some bumping going on.
Oldy, your good luck charm is in the chat.
My good luck charm is in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
How are you doing, Howard? I don't know if there's another 40 grand out there.
That was the 4 took the lead, but the 6 was game. That was a bummer. It looked like Sydney. It looked like the 6 got the 6 won. It came 6-4. The 4 passed the 6, but then the 6 was game on the inside. Oldy, we're Gulfstream. I do not have the 8 horse or the 7. The 8 is taking money as a first-time starter, so that's a little bit scary.
Yeah, so my pick 4, which I didn't play race 1 because I was out getting lunch. I am 1, 3, 4, 6, so I'm in the same boat as you. I don't have the 7 or 8.
Okay. But I have what the
2.
I have 1. I have no 5 either. I have no 5, 7, 8. I have the 2, I guess. Right? It's the only horse I have.
Right. It is scary that the 8's taking that kind of money.
Yeah.
We have objection to Colonial.
Oh. Yeah, as I said, Justin, Stewart was suspicious when the momentum of the 4 seemed to be to go past, and then all of a sudden that horse stopped without the 6 speeding up. Usually there's a bump involved. But we'll see. I'll keep an eye on it for you.
Yeah, I'm watching it too.
And there definitely was a bump earlier too that normally doesn't get anything called on it, but they're running in reverse, and it sure looks like I don't know. We'll see who came into who here, because they're about to show the head on.
Are at the gate.
Even though it's very disoriented to watch it in reverse.
8-5 Darling Luna, 5-2 Shining Sky, Cajun Fever, a newcomer.
Absolutely, Howard. Let everybody know what your play of the day is at Kentucky Downs. I know what it is, but I'll let you tell everybody.
Yeah, and Justin, the 6 is going to come down, 100%.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, that's a no doubt DQ.
Shining Sky
not once but twice. Big bumps. Of course, I don't know what the rules are in Virginia, so.
The rules in Virginia are a bit different. I love watching them go backwards. That's cool.
Yeah, I think all stewards inquiries should be done in reverse.
And they're off. Darling Luna was away quickly, so was Tapping Girl, ridden between them. Dash of Lemon forwardly positioned. Dash of Lemon looks intent on getting near the lead. Outside, first-timer Cajun Fever, then it's Church Girl. At the rail, Lily's back is second last.
Come on, 3.
Third last. Second last is Cozy Turtle, and well back to Shining Sky.
Cozy Turtle's a great name for a horse. Especially a racehorse, because what you want in a racehorse is a turtle.
Length and a half to Cajun Fever, who's now third from Church Girl.
I'm just happy there's not a freaking hill at the end of the right by the finish line.
Cozy Turtle is 7th and 8th and last.
I don't know.
You know what the hill reminds me of? It reminds me of that hill in center field that they used to have at Enron/Minute Maid Park.
Mm-hmm.
That everybody kept going up and falling down and missing the ball.
Then Cozy Turtle and Shining Sky. They went to half in 40
Come on, 3.
and they leave the backstretch.
This 8 really scary, Oldy.
Yeah, I know.
Has the lead, trying to stretch out Darling Luna.
Come on, 1.
Outside, Cajun Fever comes alive. So does Lily's back. White blinkers wheeling to the center for Trejos, and they're at the top.
Come on, 1.
Dash of Lemon turns for home on top. From between horses, Cajun Fever down the center, and Lily's back continues to surge.
Come on, 1.
To go. Lily's back very green, shifting ground.
Come on, 1.
Sky is closing, tapping.
Come on, 1. Get up, 1. Get up.
Yeah.
Get up.
Lily's back, might be herself. She does. Shining Sky wins.
You had the 4 though, right?
She was second ahead of
well, of course, but yes.
Yeah, that would have paid a lot more if we got the 1.
Oldy, that was 11-1. This thing would have had.
I had no idea the 1
was gigantic will pays. I mean, you would have been looking at tens and tens of thousands of dollars if the 1 wins that race at 11-1. Wow,
still
that was exciting.
Choice, though.
No, yeah, I'm totally. Look at it. 2 ran good too. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
That was close. That was. You get what were the odds on the 4? So was the big favorite, a lot of singles. Yeah, that destroyed it. You know, Will Pace probably would have been at least 10 times would be my guess. But
yeah,
we advanced, can't complain. That's fine. Wow.
Well, you can't complain. We'll allow it. The 1 was the long shot too.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, the 8 actually, the 6 went off as the 6 went off as the favorite. The 6 went off as the favorite.
Yeah,
7-5. So
yeah.
So the Plaza horse, the 4. I mean, really, none of these horses scream turf at you either. Kind of like that Woodbine race. Race 7, Buttercream Babe.
We talked a lot about Buttercream Babe, Oldy. Many discussions on Buttercream Babe in that race on the preview show.
So I'm going to tell you, Howard, I'm dead against Buttercream Babe. I think that horse is a huge money burner.
All right, Oldy. Monmouth Park going to be going on the turf here in about 2 minutes. I'm still looking at the. They're still looking at the objection at Colonial,
which is a good sign.
That's good news.
Yeah,
Man, that one ran big. Oh.
So pretty good form on this 9 horse at Monmouth. Winner of 3 of the last 4 against similar, just off the claim to Carlos David, who is 28% off the claim. So I think this horse, and this horse is a little tactical. And then you have the 2 horse who is taking a drop here for Kelly and his Breen. So I'm thinking maybe a 9-2, and then maybe the 7 underneath as well at 5-1. At Monmouth.
Going into the gate.
A new piece to the inside post.
Let's see if we can.
The song walking up to the gate. Mosler's Image goes in.
They're done showing the inquiry. They have not changed anything as of yet.
Well, here's Penalty.
The penultimate penalty.
Panati goes in. Anador.
It's still showing it's still flashing. So
they've unsaddled the 6.
Cindy Song in the black jacket.
4 appears to be heading.
Yep, they changed it. 4, 6, 7, 10.
Boom, Justin.
Butcher.
Very nice. Like I said, that looked on the video to be a no doubt DQ.
4th rate.
I love that. And Sydney, sorry if you had the 6. She was asking, or he was asking, but the 4 ended up getting put up, Sydney.
And we're off. Uneventful start. From the middle of the field, Mosler's Image gets the first call. A new piece from the inside, offensive-minded, comes out of the chute with the lead. A new piece in charge in the early stages. Mosler's Image takes a hold in second. Go Big Green is third with Anador and Redwind, who's parked 3 deep. Cindy's Song off that trio within 3.5 lengths of the lead. A gap of 2 lengths more to Busy Mullane. Panati is second to last, and Gurley the Butcher is at the back of the pack as the 9 fillies and mares charge into the clubhouse turn. A new piece is the pacemaker here, a length and a half in front. Mosler's Image happy to track from the second spot. Red Wind a little bit keen, taking the 3rd position away from Go Big Green. Anador in the orange jacket, black cap, 5 lengths off the lead, swinging up the back stretch, a length better than Busy Mullane. Cindy Song is next, and a gap of 2 to Panati and Gurley the Butcher. They're now side by side at the rear. A new piece sets pretty slow tempo here and is still in charge with no excuses. A new
very slow tempo, no excuse here for the 1.
Length and a half ahead of Mosler's Image second. She's about 2 lengths ahead of Red Wind, more comfortable in third going into the turn. Busy Mullane already getting closer. She's level 4th with Go Big Green going into the turn. Anador is 3 wide, 3 off the pace. Another 2 to Cindy's Song sent along. Panati second to last, plotting in place at this point. Gurley the Butcher needs to turn it around, is still at the rear. Top of the lane, a new piece, cuts the corner, continues to go on, a length and a half in front. On the outside, Mosler's Image second, up the inside, Go Big Green.
Nobody going to catch that horse. Like Jeff said, they went 50.
And a new piece is opened up, 3 coming to the finish line, and it's going to be a new piece, a gate-to-wire win.
That's their top win percentage.
David Jacobs.
Long shot there, another long shot coming in today.
Junior team up. Second home, Busy Mullane, and then Mosler's Image, 4th Red Win.
Okay, Woodbine Oldie is next.
Yeah, Woodbine. You got the pick 4 starting here. We'll just throw something out there. I think that this 2 probably has to be added as well here. Let's redo this.
Oh, Howard is calling you out with the money burner comment.
Look at when it's at this type of level though. So all right, so I'll go. Hold on. So we'll go to Downs real fast. Race 7. Buttercream Babe, 13%. One against 64s against allowance optional claimers. When this horse is in stakes races and more difficult races, I look here and I don't see that this horse having won anything other than being on the lead at 6.5 furlongs in a maiden. So that's my comment about it burning money. I'm not going to take, a 10% a 10-point SOR improvement versus
Oldy.
a non-winner of 1 there on Buttercream Babe, and not look at this horse at 9-2 on the morning line as a horse that's going to burn my money.
Yeah, but Oldy, we already talked about this horse on the preview show. This horse has such a monster
I know you,
shot. I mean,
I know you love this horse.
It broke its maiden at it broke its maiden at Kentucky Downs. It came back and ran in a 74 at Kentucky Downs and just missed versus the one horse in this race who did scratch. And so, and I mean, Howard's talking about recently, but the Saratoga race was the 68, and you go back to the 70s. So the comment, I think, Oldy, from the money burners, it did burn money at a 70. It should have won that race. It burned money. So but it was one race, but getting back, Buttercream Babe was legit after she broke her maiden, right? So as a 2-year-old, so when if she can't get back to some amount of form, and she has Kentucky Downs form, and she's 4th off the layoff, she has a monster shot here going back to her top GSR, which is 83. Going at the track, she broke her maiden in the next race. She probably her second best race she's ever raced. So
Howard, if you're free and you want the link, let me know. I'm happy to bring you on.
And I would say that then it's the same thing I said about Townyport, as well as I'm trying to think of the other horse's name. Hold on, let me try to pull that up here.
Grand Sonata.
Grand Sonata. This is just what these type of horses do. That they get close and they don't win, and that's what I'm just telling you what I see on Buttercream Babe. It's not that the horse can't
that's
win,
the whole
but in
point
my
of
mind,
handicapping.
Yeah, in my mind, what I see is that this horse just gets close and never gets over the top. Maybe today's the day, but I want like 10-1 here if I'm gonna play it. Today's the day.
Text me, Howard. You want to come on? I'll bring you in.
I was bummed that the 15 didn't get in that race, Oldy. That was the AE that I thought was the most interesting AE of the day at Kentucky Downs. So I have the one on top.
I was bummed that which horse? One of my horses scratched here. I think it was the
2 in race 7 in that Music City Stakes for Cherie DeVoe with Jose Ortiz is extremely dangerous. And then Eddie Kinley and Luis Saez on the 10. I know, Oldy, we had different picks in that race. So,
yeah.
But that 10 horse is extremely dangerous.
I think Pipsy, the 4 horse, is extremely dangerous.
This was the Walden horse.
Yeah. I think Pipsy's dangerous, and I think Pounce is legit here. So,
yes, yeah. I mean, I think we'll run a good race, but they're all tough.
Seven closing here. Let's see if the 5 can hold on. Doesn't look like it. It looks like it's going to be the 7, but chalk either way. And it is the 7.
All right, we heading to Laurel. Big turf race.
All right, Laurel Turf, and we got to take a. Do we want to take a look at your Will Pays at Gulfstream real fast?
Oh no, they got crushed, dude, with that horse, the 4 winning. Yeah, you're fine.
Oh wait, actually, Kentucky isn't Downs about to race 5? Yeah, we either just missed it or they are about to go.
It already went. We missed it because we were watching Woodbine. But yeah, the fifth race started we were going at the same time. So
So who won the fifth
I think
race?
you're gonna have to decide on if you're gonna cover Kentucky Downs or Woodbine. I think.
I think we got to stay away from. We got to stay at Kentucky Downs. So.
Yep.
Even if it's close.
I'm with you. Yep. I'm with you. There's 0. Oh, did the 10 win? Yeah, the 2 won, the 10 won. It was the favorite.
Okay. So this is what I thought for a pick 5 at Laurel. It's probably too much, but I thought this race was pretty wide open. I was 2, 6, 9, 10, 12 here. Probably too many horses. But
you can talk. You should talk about your single, Oldy. You can go through this if you want. That's fine.
Yeah, give me 1 sec here at Laurel to take a quick look.
But getting back, my wheel pays I think are like 800 to 3,000, Oldy. But we'll come back to.
That was a 1% horse at Kentucky Downs that won, with a 0% trainer that was 6 to 5.
Right, but was shipping in was a European horse, I think, and I'm not sure why it was 1% because it was 3 to 2 on the morning line.
Yep. All right.
So that.
You want to talk Laurel or you want to talk Buttercream Babe?
I'd like to. It's up to you guys, but I think we talk Laurel. I don't know. It's up to you.
All right, let's do the Laurel race, and then we'll bring in Howard, and we'll talk about Buttercream Babe.
All right.
You're going to get tag teamed because Justin is
again. One of us. Somebody's going to be right. Somebody's going to be wrong, and probably me. But I'm willing to take that shot on a horse like Buttercream Babe. So the 3 horse at Laurel's my single. No easy days. 9 to 2 on the morning line. 7 to 5 on the morning line. 48% to win. Beat 64's last time out. At the surface and distance. Doesn't need the lead. And probably won't get it here. There's a lot of pace in general. The 2 horse was in a grade 3, but really has only done its best running going a mile or 7 furlongs. The 5 Hurricane J is a money burner. Who's a long shot.
Yes, Alex.
And the 7's a low percentage trainer. So
yes, we will show the 6 race line.
Yeah.
And no, Jeff, there will not be a cover charge for the Buttercream matchup.
All right, that's how I ended up on that single at Laurel. Then I'm 1 through 4 in race 8. I thought the 4 has a chance to steal this race on the front end. 20 to 1 on the morning line, 6 to 1 on the morning line, and looks to be the pace of that race. And then you have 1, 3, 4, 6. I tossed the 5 here, even though it's going to show there, but I tossed the 5 altogether, who was 5 to 1 and 3 to 1 on the morning line and top win percentage in leg 4. And then in the last, I'm 1, 2, 5, 7. And, the 2 and the 7 look like they're the chalk. And then the 1 I thought was interesting, has a recent win against 50s at 5 furlongs last time out at Penn, has a win at 5.5 here against similar. And, I thought this horse at the price that it is could bomb this pick 5 in the last.
Guess the pick 5 pool, Oldy.
34,000.
10,867.
I like the 6 horse to wire here on the turf. It's the current 9 to 2 favorite, which I love. There are many horses that are 5-1 or 9-2 right now. So it looks like the 5, the 6, the 8, the 10, the 12. But I thought that the 6 going to get the lead. I think the 1 is just kind of cheap at this level. I thought the 5 probably might need the lead. I mean, but the 6 is just faster and has a big turf GSR. So the 9 also had a nice GSR in the 5 too. But I thought this horse might get loose on the front end for Brittany Russell, and has shown the ability to be tactical though too, Oldy, and might not even need the lead from the maiden special weight 2 back. So I thought could improve here in the allowance. It is I thought a fairly good allowance, but I think that's why the betting's so wide open, right? So I can see why you spread. I mean, but I thought this was a good race, but I like the 6.
And I believe I have our discussion from we lost Chris here, but I believe I have our discussion from the weekend preview, and I can pull that up in a few minutes on Buttercream Babe as well.
Are you going, Oldy? Is he coming? Oh, he's back, but there's the race. I'm gonna flip over to the. Are you cool to flip over to the race, Oldy?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, you got it. Okay.
Sorry, Oldy's having internet issues. I'm having computer issues.
The rail is at 52 feet, Jeff. So the rail way out on the turf track, on the turf course. So that should help the 6 on the front end. Jimmy Rodriguez could have other ideas on the 5 to mess around, but and I just think the 1's just cheap speed. I think it doesn't really do anything here to disrupt.
Holding it 4-1.
Look, but you can see, look at the turf course. I mean, the rail in like the middle of the course.
Who's counting? Mickey Shalala.
Mickey and her Shalala. Really, I mean, like a Breeders' Cup lukewarm favorite here on the 6.
God is Love with Carlos Lopez up. Mission Man. Switzer.
Barry and his Switzer.
Blame the Tux. Switzer T-Rex.
All right.
California Sober.
Kentucky Downs, $2 million all stakes, pick 5, coming up next with the Buttercream Babe Smackdown.
For the late pick 5.
Why are you doing a Buttercream Babe Smackdown?
Well, bring it in power. We're gonna have the
Here to
Smackdown.
clean break for all. Blame the Tuxen Master of Malice. Get the first calls out of the starting gate. Mission Man will settle and take back between horses. Quincannon moves third of the inside, and Switzer is next into the first turn run. A gap of 2.5 next is Who's Counting, settling about 7 lengths off the early speed. Mickey Shalala riding the rail around that first turn run. Then Stellar Loot is next. T-Rex is on the outside. Vaccination racing third to last position. God is Love, no early speed. And California Sober is last of them all and last some 17 or 18 lengths off that pace. Master of Malice going on. Master of Malice at a good clip leads it from Blame the Tux in second. Quincannon racing third and Switzer on the outside fourth. Inside is Mission Man in fifth. Who's Counting is next in sixth. 3 more lengths back and it's Stellar Loot next. The inside is Mickey Shalala. T-Rex is caught up between horses for the far turn run. Here's Vaccination. Still a good 9 lengths off that pace. Far turn run. God is Love has to pick it up. Same for California Sober, trails the field. 3 A's to go, and it's Master of Malice holding on to a narrow lead. Master of Malice from Switzer there on the outside. Who's Counting is suddenly on the scene on the far outside from third position as they reach the top of the stretch and make the turn in. Vaccination saves ground into the stretch. 3/16 left to run. Wide open affair. And Switzer to a narrow lead. Who's Counting there on the outside? Blame the
Use the 7
one off the fence. Vaccination flying between horses. Here comes Vaccination taking his shot between horses. horses. Vaccination photos with who's counting. Too tight to call.
I'm out.
Switzer was next.
I think the
seven was 17-1 coming out of jump races.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that 6 went a little bit too quick up front, but I saw that on the 7. That's crazy.
I really wanted that 10 there.
All right, let's take one quick look at this and see if we can.
We don't need to. The 7 definitely won.
And
that. Yeah.
I'll let you watch this.
No, I mean the 7 definitely won. There's no doubt.
Oh, there's down.
You got a great bob, bro. The 2 got the best bob that you might get lucky, dude. It's so hard to see, but the 2 got an amazing bob.
I think even on that bob, I think the 2's head was behind the 7. That the nose
2 got destroyed there. I don't know. I bet you got destroyed at the break.
Nice that they're showing the start of the race.
Look at the 2 though. It got destroyed at the break, man. Oh, maybe they'll show the 2. Hold on. Wait. They're not showing anybody.
They're showing the 7.
Showing the 7.
They're showing the pool at the moment. Now they show the 7.
They had the 7 first. They always do that stupid thing. 7.
Yeah, I told you.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
What'd you use in your?
Well, let's keep an eye because we have Dustin. We have 3.
We're watching Gulfstream. Howard, good to see you. But Chris, I want to watch my pick 5 finish here because it would have been gigantic if the 1 win that last race. But Oldy, what did you use in the last race at Gulfstream?
Just the 7. So I'm single to the 7 in the pick 4.
Yeah.
So
heading out to the paddock now, Justin. I'll let you know as they.
Or if you want to just pull it up so it's there and we don't miss it and leave the sound off.
All right, I'm going to hop off after the Gulfstream race then. So okay.
All right. Okay. We've got Howard. How you doing?
What's up, guys? How are we doing?
You know,
good.
last week at this time, Oldy was on his way to 47,000. So 45, 46, whatever it was.
Whatever it takes, right?
Yeah, whatever it takes. Exactly. It was super exciting. The look on his face when we told him, hey, it's 76.92 times 5. And he was like, oh. So
yeah, exactly.
We've got that ladies marathon to kind of start this, Oldy. If you want to look at that, this late pick 5 at Kentucky Downs.
Yeah.
There's your ticket there. No buttercream babe in the next race. Any strong opinions, Howard, here going 12 furlongs in leg 1?
Well, first of all, I want to say thanks for having me on, and I am not a camera hound because I wasn't even on my own show this past Thursday at a school function, so I haven't been on all week. I'm really only here for 2 reasons. Number 1 is to defend Buttercream Babe. Yeah, Jeff. No, this is no battle, Jeff. To defend Buttercream Babe, and then more importantly, just to be here to make sure Oldie crushes again because apparently I'm his good luck charm. So, that's it. If you want this first race. First of all, I'm only playing Kentucky Downs for the most part today, which is rare for me because I'm a bit of a degenerate horizontal player, and I usually play multiple tracks, but I might dabble in Del Mar later. I don't usually play Kentucky Downs, guys, but it's really the only thing going today, and I spent a lot of time handicapping it, so which means I'll lose this first leg. I don't have a strong opinion other than Nisi Marie, to me, is the best horse in the race. Whether she gets the distance is the question. I don't have a real strong opinion. I'm fading Vergara. I'm nervous about that because she likes Kentucky Downs. I'm just not sure she's as good as the other ones. And I'm curious to see how good the Greenfinch is. But nothing clever here for me, to be honest.
Yeah. And I faded Chop Chop here. I talked about this on the weekend preview show, but Chop Chop, get that as an X as I bring Chop Chop back in here. I just don't see why Chop Chop has to win this race. The Chop Chop doesn't win very often to begin with, and has that one turf win in April at Keeneland going 12 furlongs, but since then has kind of been doing what Chop Chop always does. And there's a lot of horses in this sequence that kind of do this and get close and don't really get over the top. So I thought Chop Chop, and Justin, I think, said the same thing on the weekend preview show. I think Chop Chop's very vulnerable here. So I thought
Can I push back?
Go ahead, Oldy.
Go ahead.
Come on, Oldy. Let's go, Oldy. Come on. What you got? I hear you. I'm using Chop Chop because she's lost to Warlike Goddess and McCulloch in her last two. I don't see any of those in this race. So I think she can absolutely win. But if you want to fade her because you don't think she can get the job done, who am I to say? I mean, that's fine. She's won 5 out of 18 times. I think she can win. But she's 3-2. That's too low. She should not be 3-2. She should be 5-2. So she's an underlay, but it's still in a pick 5 situation. I personally would use her, but I understand people want to play against. That's all good.
But I want to point out 2 of those wins were on synthetic going a mile. So that
she won at Keeneland going 1.5 miles. I mean,
but I'm just saying in general, 2 of those wins were going a mile on synthetic. Sure. And yes, won the Bewitched, but then, like I said, I mean, it was in a non-graded stakes at less than even money or 1-to-1, Chris, and
he said
say a 68 SOR and couldn't win that race. So that at 12 furlongs as well. I just thought between Vergara, I think you're right. You have to eliminate either the 2 or the 6 here, and for me, I thought the 6 was the horse to eliminate.
All right, Justin, quickly, your thoughts on Chop Chop as I get us out to Gulfstream to watch the end of your pick 5 here, and then we'll get to Buttercream Babe.
We covered this race in the preview show. Angel Nadeshiko going to be extremely dangerous on the front end with Irad. There's not the pace perspective here at 10.5. I think is going to really play out in the race. Is Scotty Longshot? Irad rides. This horse comes from, it's Irad first time, won a 64 on the lead in grade 3, and I'm watching Gulfstream. I think she's extremely dangerous on the front end. Chop Chop, the real deal, drops in class here is who I was 3-2-6-7 in this race, but 3 on top. I think Chop Chop could be beat, but I think she's legit and can win this race. There's 2 races last out were extremely tough and drops, and comes from Ellis, has won at Kentucky Downs. And then the 6, Gaff Ride for Grand Motion. This horse won this race last year and won rate sitting off the pace, which make it a similar trip with Irad loose on the lead. So 6 going to get the first jump. And then the 7 been facing way, way tougher. Gets to longer here. The GSR goes up, which I love with EquinEdge. It's 19%. So yeah, 3-2-6-7 for me, but it's a good race.
Who do you need here at Gulfstream?
I have a bunch. Oldy single to the 7. I have a bunch. My biggest will pay about 3,000. If we get that 11 in that or that 1 in the last race would have been good. 2, 4, 5, 7, 8 is what I have.
2, 4, 5, 7, 8.
Current situation that's at the rail.
Good luck, Justin.
Thanks, Howard.
Is 4 wide. 3 Chef. She fled the scene is 3 wide. The 2 at the back are Drills Valentine and Cabernet. Around the first turn they go. Cosi holds inside ground and the lead from a headstrong Wicklow gal who's not happy to sit second. 2.5 to She Fled the Scene. 3rd at the rail. Current situation is now 4th. Outside, Queen Daymar is now 5th. From between horses, it's Smart Spending in 6th. 7th is Cabernet and Drills Valentine. 8th and last, but not far away. They slam on the brakes through the opening stages here.
The 5 or 7 does not win from here, Justin. It's a really bad race.
It's on the synthetic at Gulfstream, so
this was not a great race, Howard. Like it's
like they're both getting dream trips. It's like one of the 5 or 7 can't win. You want a price
8,
though, obviously.
Man. I want the 8. Yes.
8's got a shot here.
Queen Daymar on the
Remember when all
outside.
that was pretty green grass?
She fled the scene.
Okay, the 5 is
Away in
awful.
fifth is Smart Spending. That's all for current situation.
8 or
Cabernet
2.
will have to do a lot
Well, they
better
got
than
the
that.
7,
Earl
so
Valentine is
No.
outkicked through
If
three
the 7
quarters at
loses from here,
1:13.4.
it's just pretty
Woodlow
bad.
Gal has the lead.
The other
Yeah.
two might come over the
One to
top.
fight off, and that's
come on,
I'd take-
I don't know.
I'd take
It was
2
a
or 7
50
right now.
half. I mean,
come on, 2.
They can close wide though on this Tapita.
2-length lead and an eighth of a mile to hold it. Smart Spending runs at her on the outside.
Get up!
And back to third. She fled the scene. It's still Wicklow Gal. She's drifting.
Sorry,
but she's in
Oldy.
front. Smart Spending takes another shot at her.
Oh, you got it,
Wicklow
though.
Gal
7
cleared.
hold on.
Wicklow Gal wins.
Yeah, it's really
Smart Spending
chalked out
second.
the
She fled
back
the
half
scene
of that
third,
pick
then
5.
Quincy.
You only paid $621 to 7, but that's okay. Howard, I see.
I only paid
I,
24 bucks.
Justin, I'll take 621 right now, Justin.
hey,
Chris, I love
Did
these guys. All of a
single-
sudden, they're hitting for 600, and they're like, "This
Yeah,
sucks." These
No,
Aqua Edge guys, I'll tell you, they're getting
Well,
greedy,
single-
Chris. They're getting greedy, buddy.
Mm-hmm,
I singled a 12-1 in the first race, man.
It's awesome, Justin. Great
but-
job.
So, but it shocked out. So that's right. Howard, are you gonna hang around with these guys for a bit?
Just for a little, just literally Buttercream Babe, and that's it. I don't want to.
Okay.
I don't want to take up.
No,
their time.
you're fine. You can hang around because I'm going to hop off and David Harrison coming on, right, Chris?
David will be here in a half an hour.
All right.
Maybe if I'm wanted, let me know in the chat. Do you want to see my ugly ass or not? I'll be happy to go. It's all good. I won't be
We're happy
offended.
to have you, Howard.
Yeah.
And we're never going to kick you off. Especially, this is a good debate coming up here. Buttercream Babe. It's HHH versus versus the Oldy Capper.
But here's the thing, Chris. You're forgetting about the preview show. I actually have Buttercream Babe on top.
I hate us.
So
I know.
you've okay, Howard. I'm with you. I'm gonna take a break and be off for the day and go hang with my kids. And Howard, I appreciate you jumping on. David Harrison will be on later. Lots of Kentucky Downs picks.
Thanks,
Oldy,
Willie.
I'll jump in the chat with you guys, but have fun.
Take
Have a
care,
good one,
Justin.
Justin.
Good to see you.
Bye, guys.
All right.
All right.
Oh,
Also,
Chris,
because my
that's-
internet apparently is now fixed. So
okay.
That's 2 people out of how many people are watching? 300. That's 2 out of 300 that want me.
Of course. There's another one. Stick around, Howard.
All right. Well, of
Mike.
course,
Yeah,
Solano
well, if
wants
you-
me on. I mean, Mike is way too nice to say no. So
Look at
if
them
you
all.
want
Look at them
Howard
all. They're
on,
all
make sure
coming
you
on.
All right. I'll stay on for a little bit. Thanks, guys.
Okay.
if
Appreciate
you
it.
want Howard
Much
on,
love.
make sure you hit the like and subscribe as well.
Yes.
And then go to the HHH Racing Podcast and like and subscribe to their channel as well.
Now we're talking. All right, now I'll definitely stay on because now Oldie's kissing my ass. Now that's more like it. All right.
All right, you guys start the Buttercream Babe debate. I gotta go hit the generator. We're gonna get a storm here. I'll be back in a minute.
All right. So I guess here's the. Let me just lay this out, Oldie, if I may, and you can push back as much as you want.
Yeah,
I
go
don't
for
think
it.
the discussion is can Buttercream Babe win. If that's the discussion, you're saying no, then I would push back a lot. If you're going to say that Buttercream Babe is going to be a bad bet, like in other words, can win but will be an underlay, to me that's a different discussion. I think she absolutely fits in this spot and can absolutely win. But if she doesn't win, I'm not, in my opinion, I'm not saying I made a bad decision to use her. The question is, can she win this race and what price are you willing to take? Would you agree with that statement?
I would not entirely agree with that.
Okay.
I have 2 opinions on this. Number one, I don't think she's a likely winner. Okay, so that's first. So if I don't think a horse is a likely winner, if I think there are better horses here, then to use that horse, I need a higher price.
3 is more likely?
I need a price I'm willing to accept.
Is the 3 more likely?
I think the 3 is more likely on the lead. I think Pipsy, the 4,
wow,
who I have a note on going back here, and I don't know why they took this horse to the lead in June, but this horse isn't getting the lead here.
I agree with you there.
And is working like a monster. I think there's a better chance that Pipsy wins, regardless of price, than Buttercream Babe. And I think Pounce, if I had to pick one horse, Pounce is going to win this race. Pounce is a multiple grade 3 winner. Just had that one clunker at Kentucky. Not Kentucky. See, I'm trying to say multiple things here, but in the Pen Oaks is what I'm trying to say. And this horse has shown speed, is tactical, has won 4 of 6 or 4 of 7. I just think this is a better horse, and from a Kentucky Downs style race, with this horse's ability to sit pretty much anywhere, I think that this horse is your likely winner. I was very, very close to singling this horse.
Okay, but I think we're saying two different things here. You keep saying you don't want to use Buttercream Babe. She's gonna be 5-1, Oldy. She's not gonna be 8-5 or something.
I would need it to add her to and I wouldn't add her to the ticket because I don't think she's a likely winner. But if I was to bet on her in a win bet situation, I'd want 10-1 or more.
But we're not betting her in a win. We're talking about aren't we talking about pick?
Yeah.
I guess we should have clarified what we're talking about.
I didn't use her in the pick 5. So
right.
That's.
But okay, but I wouldn't put a win bet either at a certain price. But I would definitely use her in a pick 5. No, I love to hear what everyone has to say at home. Is Buttercream Babe a use at 5-1 and everyone's pick 5? Maybe I'll be completely wrong and she has no chance. I'd love to hear what people have to say at home. Would you use her, at around her mowing line in this race? I don't think she's a likely winner, but I think she can absolutely win. Connor says no. That's fine. I respect everyone's opinion, obviously. I would use her over the 3. I don't see how the 3 wins this race unless the 3 walks the dog and runs a race 5 lengths better than she's ever run in her life. I suppose it's possible, but I don't.
Well, I mean, last time out, the 3 went gate to wire at a mile.
I understand.
And won by almost 5 lengths in a grade 3 that's about as difficult as this group, according to what we have for this grade 2 in terms of strength of race. So, for me, the 3, if I'm not singling the 9 and I'm adding the 4, then I'm adding the 3 as well. For my structure.
Where are you talking about? You talking about the 3? You talking about 5 back?
No, the 3.
Which race are we talking about now? I'm confused.
We're talking about the Ontario grade 3.
I was talking about Angel Nadashenko. Sorry, you were using the 3 in the first leg. Okay,
right. But I was talking about the 3 in
no problem.
This leg.
Yeah, the 3 is not impossible. I hear you.
You're
talking about time to dazzle,
agree
right? You're talking about time to dazzle, yeah.
The time to dazzle.
Yeah.
The other Cassie.
Right.
With Santana aboard, who's very strong on the lead typically.
I also want to mention that. Sorry, I'm not looking at the screen. I'm working on my pick 5, just finishing up here. Buttercream Babe faced males last time. And almost beat Neat and Laganos. That's pretty good effort.
Again, Buttercream Babe does that every race, and that's my argument is that with the exception of that weak non-winner of 1 restricted, that Buttercream Babe won, that the rest of these races, that's what, other than the Maiden Breaker, that's what Buttercream Babe does.
Okay.
Is get close and not get over the top.
Okay. This is the great thing about handicapping, right, Chris? And we all have different opinions, and
I love this discussion. And
I don't think I'm going to be wrong if Buttercream Babe loses. If she runs well, I think I'll be justified. It's a tough race, obviously.
Yeah. And James is right. Different opinions should always be welcome, and they are.
Absolutely.
It's just a good discussion. And as Dan H says that he thinks Pounce is going to be in front of Buttercream Babe.
The time, the metrics I have say they're about the same. Look, it's Kentucky Downs, guys. Do we really know who's gonna? I mean,
no, we don't.
It's a bit of a guess. I mean, by my numbers, they're about the same early. It's going to depend on intent. Thanks, Scott. Appreciate it, buddy. I don't know. It's interesting. I just think, you got to make decisions. And Oldie,
Yeah.
Oldie's going 3-4-9. Just for the record, I'm using like 8 horses in that leg. I think it's a very difficult sequence in general, and that leg is not even the sequence I'm going deepest on. So that just shows you how impossible I think this is.
All right, you got 4 minutes to go to post here, Oldie. If we want to move on from Buttercream Babe and get to those last 3 legs there.
All right, hold on. Give me 1 second so I can make sure I actually get my stuff in here.
All right, while you're doing that, Howard, we're going to be doing the show from Keeneland on October 11th.
Awesome.
For the fall contest. Are you going to play in the fall contest?
I have not decided yet. I got to be honest. I was very fortunate in the spring to get 2 NHC entries and a BCBC entry. And I don't know if I want to spend $1,000 chasing a second BCBC entry in this point. If I do play, I'll probably find a backer. You and I both know who that may be. But as of right now, my plan is not to play in the contest, to be honest. I'd rather save money. I'd rather save money for a second entry at the BCBC if I choose to do that. Yeah,
it's $3,500. I think we're all going to play in the Friday one. We'll be out there on the 10th as well. We'll be shooting some content for the Saturday show. We're going to have a conversation with Bruno. Bruno will be on site as well. And we'll see if we can parlay a Friday into the Saturday. We did have Matt last night on the Friday night Zoom, which was great. We had a full house of 20 people. Noah was on as well. It's always good to hear from Matt and get some insight on contests. And
I'm sorry, who? Who was that? Oh, Noah.
Well, from the HHH Racing podcast.
Noah's been doing a great job.
He has.
The odds have changed quite a bit, by the way, guys, at Kentucky Downs.
So, Chris, you asked me to show my. Let's take a quick look there and see what they've changed to. The 4 is now the favorite. I watched some video on that Vergara's now the.
Well, no, I'm just saying Vergara's taking more money.
I don't have Chop in there, so that's why I'm missing that. There we go. All right, but I will say, I thought the Mint Millions was the most wide open leg here.
Which one is that?
Your opinion, Howard? That's race 8, where you. I thought
really?
this 11.
Okay.
I thought the 11 had a chance to go gate to wire here. From the outside, I also, thought Ancient Rome was dangerous, who won last year. Irish Aces was my top pick. I also like the Aidan O'Brien horse who scratched out of this race. And then the E picks. And Talk of the Nation is another one of those horses that seems to never get home either. And then Funtastic again for Wesley Ward, who nearly won the Shoemaker Mile. And that's the only reason I'm using this horse. But I think that if I had to throw somebody off the ticket for price reasons, it would be the 7, Funtastic again.
Okay.
That's my last on. My last on in the sequence, where I would say as well.
I thought race 10 is completely impossible. I'm actually doing something I almost never do, ever. No, it's not win a sequence. Everyone laughs.
You're going all. You're going all.
I'm hitting the all ball in race 10. I almost never do that. I
already did that, Howard. I as a subscriber to the HHH Racing podcast, I'm going with your 3 top picks and then all the last in a pick 4.
Very good.
Right,
good
so
luck. Wait,
I
all
only
in the
like
last with integration race? That's the all you're on? Or are we thinking of different? I was talking about the pick 5. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about.
Are you thinking so? Race 10, I singled integration.
So did I. Oldy. See, we all can love the same thing.
Yeah. I actually, so my top pick was the 5 who scratched out. Justin and I both had the 5 as a huge upset horse here. scratched out. We were both very disappointed. I just feel like there's a lot of pace here. The 11, who we're not showing a big pace number on.
We're off here.
All right, let's get it up.
Get the race.
I got it.
Goes out to the early lead. Greenfinch up and on the pace as well. Vergara outside of them. It's
And the video I watched on Greenfinch had Greenfinch up on the pace.
Runs along in fourth. Forever After All is right alongside of Love Rico, racing on that first turn. Outside, Viva La Red is next. Then Nisi Marie, and last of them all is Three Priests. Onto the backstretch, 1 mile to go, and the leader is Angel Nadeshiko.
And is walking the
Rado
dog,
Ortiz,
and I don't even know it, walking the dog.
Quarter mile. Vergara second on the outside. Greenfinch is running along third, then Chop Chop, Forever After All, followed by Love Rico and Three Priests on the inside. And then Nisi Marie, and last of them all, up the backstretches, Viva La Red, 8 lengths from top to bottom, continuing through a 48.71 half mile. So just under 6 furlongs remains here, and Angel Nadeshiko leads the way. As they make their way into the far turn, Angel Nadeshiko 3/4 of a length in front. Greenfinch is running second on the inside, now being passed outside by Vergara. Forever After All is moving along with Chop Chop, who's going well in behind horses, 3 lengths off the lead. Three Priests is down on the inside. Nisi Marie is next by another 2. Then Love Rico and Viva La Red around the far turn. Angel Nadeshiko and Vergara, and the 2 of them are together with 3 furlongs to go. Greenfinch cuts the corner in third. Chop Chop is right in contention. Three Priests saving every inch of ground and comes through an opening on the inside and into the final furlong. Forever After All is trying to put in a bid with Nisi Marie down the center of the course. 3/16 of a mile run. Nisi Marie with a surge on the far outside. Moves alongside of Vergara, and now it's Nisi Marie to the front. Vergara left behind in second as they come to the wire. Nisi Marie looking good. She won it by 2.5 or 3 in the end. And then it was Vergara second, followed by Three Priests and Greenfinch.
Nisi Marie went up at 4-1. That is completely insane to me. And I only say that because I said that I thought that was the best horse in the race before the race. Yeah, I used many. I just think that's an insane price on that horse. Congrats to anyone that had her.
Well, that's what the morning line was. So,
I still think that's crazy. I think she's faced the toughest. I'll tell you what, guys. I know this is maybe stupid thinking. I think she has a chance to be in the money in the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf. I think she's pretty damn good. I'm not saying she's not going to win it, but this is a nice horse. She's had some weird trips at Saratoga, Chris and Oldy. This is a proper animal. This is a real nice horse. PA bred too, by the way. Wow.
If I pull up the video on what I said about her in the weekend preview show, is basically this horse has faced better horses than anybody else in this race.
Yeah.
In terms of being in grade 1s and very good grade 2s. Mm-hmm. And this was an extreme class relief and nearly won the grade 1 New York, which we have as an 80 SOR. Mm-hmm. So, that for me, I'm absolutely with you. And why I was dumping Chop Chop. I just had to take the shot on if I was playing that kind of ticket on Angel.
Yeah,
not
you were right about Chop Chop. She didn't run great today. So you were right. I tipped my cap on the Chop Chop angle.
And you were right on Vergara too. I mean, but yeah, I mean, these are the opportunities. You see a horse that, or if you want, I used Greenfinch and I shouldn't have because I watched the video on Greenfinch.
No, that was the right play, Oldie. She didn't break well, and she rushed up, and then she rushed up. She rushed up twice in that race, the one we just watched.
Yeah. Tori made the same move that on Thursday that Rosario made at the same point at the rail.
Well, I think it's such a big backstretch there, guys, that I think when Dettori saw the rail, the horse probably wanted to go a little bit, and he figured he'd take his shot, and then Irad came over a little bit and put it in, shockingly, and put her in a little bit, put Frankie in a little bit tight. But no, I think the 4 was a must use there.
34 to 1 on my double there.
Nice.
Seven
Nice job,
to
Chris.
8. 7 to 8.
Chop Chop is also like in between and bumped a few times on that. It's hard to say the turn. You're like, what turn? That bend right before the final turn. I don't know if you guys saw that. It was pretty tight in there with Greenfinch. They were bumping, actually hurt each other. Someone said it in the chat. Scott Free. What's up, Scott, in the chat? Said bad trip. I agree with Scott on that. But nice win for DC Marie.
Horses that with inside posts that don't often get bad trips, just in general, especially on, because they don't have the tactical speed to get away from those bad trips. All right, so what do we have coming up?
Hey, can I ask you guys? Okay, that's all right. Go to Laurel. I have a question about
go for it.
It was a later Kentucky Downs race. I don't want to interrupt the flow.
No. I know the race. I think I know the race you're talking about, and I think we're in agreement on it.
Okay,
too.
I was curious to get your guys' opinion or anyone's opinion in the 10th race, which is the last leg of the pick. Actually, the last leg of the last leg of the pick 5. Yeah, the Turf Cup, the mile and a half race. I want to hear people's opinions on the Euro because I have some very strong opinions on Chief the 11. I can't remember the name now. I'm looking it up. Chief Little Rock.
So I watched video on this horse, and I thought, similar to Greenwich, this horse needs to be on or near the lead, and that our pace number is incorrect on this horse.
What do you guys have for the pace numbers for him?
We have a 46, which is middling, but Get Smoking and Balladeer, we have a 99 on.
Okay.
So we think that those two are going to go very fast. If one of them doesn't go, the other one could win the race. That's the thing, especially Get Smoking.
I couldn't be more against Chief Little Rock today. I don't.
Yeah.
I think people are going to see Aiden and Dettori and just now I have a good friend, Dave. You guys know Davey Lane. He's been on my show. I traveled with him in Europe.
Yep.
As of yesterday, I think Chief Little Rock and Integration were both about 9-4. 7-4. FYI, they were both around 8-5, 9-5. Chief Little Rock has not won a race not on the lead, and like you said, Oldy, there's no way he's getting the lead today. If he gets the lead today, he's flying, and I'm not sure he wants a mile and a half either. I am just, if Chief Little Rock wins, I'm using him very, very defensively. I'm totally against him in general today. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That's fine.
Yeah. And, that's why, take advantage of the video that's out there on the Euros, the ones you can find.
Yep.
Because you can see stuff like that, too, that you don't see in the PPs.
Well, not only that, Oldy, he breaks a little bit slow and then rushes up, which you can do in Europe. In European racing, you can do that because they go slow anyway. You can't do that here because, like you said, Balladeer and Get Smoking, they are going for sure.
Yeah. And if you get 12-1 on Get Smoking, I don't have to play that in the pick 5. I can play that in a pick 4 or something like that, and pound that as my second choice to Integration or something like that, and be able to make the pick 4 pay if that's the case. So there are ways you can structure this where if I took my A in my pick 5 and take my B in the pick 4.
He ain't 12-1. He's going to be, I say, 6-1, 7-1.
Well, we have 2-1 on the as the number on the E morning line on Get Smoking. So 6-1 is still great.
Can I respond to Rodney's comment there, Chris, that you just put up?
Yeah, absolutely.
What's up, Rodney? Rodney's a big fan of our show. Appreciate it. So I have him as a C, Rodney, which I'm assuming you know what that means. So that means he's not going to cost me a lot of money to use, guys. I'm talking about Chief Little Rock. I'm only going to be alive to him if all my other A's win. So I'm literally spending $16 on him. So, I'm playing a pretty big ticket today. So, but Rodney, I'm glad you said that. It's a fair comment. I'm using him, as an extreme backup. Why? Because it is Aiden and it is Dettori, and maybe he's just going to run well, and it's Kentucky Downs. I hate to keep saying that, guys, but it is. Anyway, okay.
Well, and we have Highway Robber as the top pick in race 10. So I'm just kind of putting some stuff together here for a pick 4 that I think could pay pretty well. And I think I had the 10 in here originally so I'm going to go with something like that for my pick 4.
Your pick 4, starting in this race. Okay.
Yeah. And I'm curious because I looked at your sheet and I think we're in agreement on race 11.
You went 1-4 the last race? Wow. Wait.
That was the...
Oh, race 11, my bad.
Yeah, so race 11. So I on the preview show, that it's the world record holder at 5.5 furlongs versus the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint champion. And I'm all over No Balls, who Chris claims name is not No Balls, but it's No Balls.
It's Nobles. Nobles. Do you not know how to? Did you miss English class?
Wow.
I know you missed math class. That I know.
My wife taught high school English and is also has her master's in English.
And she will tell you it's Nobles.
That being said, how often do we see a horse pronunciation that has nothing to do with the way it's spelled?
Wow. I want to stay out of this one. Just go ahead, boys. I'm going to sit back.
But
it's Nobles. It's Nobles. It's Nobles. It's Nobles. So talk to your wife. Bring her on. Should I find her on Facebook?
No, she didn't. She didn't give me a pronunciation. Whoa. I'm just saying.
Chris is calling out the misses. Wow, Oldy.
I'd love to bring the misses in and go and just give you a good smackdown.
We have Dick Bush out here too, who probably is excited to see No Balls running. So I'm going to give that a bye, Cracky.
Of course.
Just to push back, just to defend Oldy for a second, Chris. If it was I'm sorry. Oh, to defend Chris. Sorry, Chris. I'm going to defend you for a second. If it was No Balls, wouldn't there be 2 L's?
Yes, correct.
I think somebody should ask Ravelli.
I'm just asking. Actually, I've heard it pronounced No Balls a lot, but I think people are saying that, Chris, because he's a gelding. You know what? Who cares? I love the horse, Oldy. I agree with you. I think he's got a big shot today. I hope Cogburn runs well and loses by about this much.
Yeah, absolutely. I will tell you.
Or 20th.
Well,
Justin loves Mustache for what it's worth there.
I'm using Mustache. Yep.
I just don't need tracks in my life where the final 300 yards you have to run uphill. I don't need that.
Hey, Chris, you don't have to bet it, sir.
I don't. You know what my handle has been on Kentucky Downs? You know what my handle has been on Kentucky Downs?
About as much as mine, probably.
$0.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I think I played like $50 today, and that's about it. As I told Oldy and Justin earlier, I spent most of the night and early morning playing Singapore because I am way better at Singapore than I am at Kentucky Downs.
Wow. Wow. I love it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not for me, but if it's for you, it is.
I was on with Matt last night. We were on from 8 to 9. I did something from 9 to 10. Took a nap for a couple hours. Set the alarm. Got up. Crawled in the cave. Singapore.
I know some very sharp handicappers that are literally ditching U.S. racing and playing only Asia. So I have respect for it, Chris. I'm not going to sit here and suggest I know Shatin or Singapore or. By the way, there's 2 win and you're in races at Korea tomorrow. By the way, I don't know if you guys.
Chris, can we get out to Gulfstream? We have that stakes race that we covered in the weekend preview.
Oh.
About to go off, the 2-year-old, and my top pick, the 3 is at 2-1. I was 3-1-6 here.
Speaking of winning, you're in. That's the name of the one. Yeah. How about that?
How about that for timing, right?
That is crazy.
Rainbow 6 pool blasting past 200,000.
Yes, Jeff, you can send me a Dr. Phil hug for Singapore. Hong Kong starting soon. Hong Kong starts tonight. It was better when I lived in California because I didn't have to stay up as late, but I'll be looking for Racing Downwind tonight on Twitter. I know he'll be playing Hong Kong.
I need to learn more about the Asian racing. I'll be honest. I don't want to bet races that I can't watch them live, and I'm not going to stay up until 2 in the morning.
Yeah.
Some people, Chris, actually have to work for a living, so you know.
It's the weekend, Howard. It's the weekend. It's the weekend.
It is.
All right.
That's why I get my sleep, though. I need my beauty sleep badly.
Yeah. We're going to bring in the champ here as we get ready.
Hey!
Hey, gentlemen. Yeah. Hold it. Did you say you're bringing in the champ?
I did.
Look around. I don't see Muhammad Ali in the room. And unfortunately, that's it. That's the weird thing when you run at people at the NHC last year, they're like, hey, champ. And I'm always looking around because the only champ I knew back in the day was Muhammad Ali. So, but I'm dating.
The only guy.
Howard, have you heard of Muhammad Ali before?
Yeah, the only guy on the screen here that has an Eclipse Award is you, sir. I mean, Oldy got a nice $40,000 payday.
Yes.
Last weekend.
Nice.
Kind of feels like it pales in comparison to he didn't get a big check, right? That big check they gave.
Yeah, I need the Happy Gilmore sized.
Okay, hold on a second. Did you mention a big check?
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I relocated down to my man cave for the winter. It's 62 degrees and windy. It's a little warmer down here on a day like today. So funny that you say big check, because in my man cave I have a whole bunch of good stuff. So before we begin, I'm going to show you a big check because Chris, you seem to be just fixated on big checks. So hold on one second.
All right, perfect. We're getting ready to go here at Gulfstream.
Watch it. His big check is a Giants thing of Marion Hossa.
I was going to say,
I'm guessing. No, it's a big check.
All right, this is such a big check.
There it is.
It's almost time.
Nice.
So that was I still have the big check that they sent me for my Wood Memorial victory. There you go. 5K. So there you go. I have this in the corner. There's your big check.
I actually have a big check story I can share with you guys.
Jeff Gunn with the IRS said that he is monitoring this, so just beware, IRS in the chat.
That was for your information, Jeff. That was back in 2017, and I've certainly 100% paid tax on it. Just want to assure everybody that I keep up with my taxes.
Well, you're. I think you're clear now, Dave. 7 years is as far as they can go back, so you're good.
Yeah. That's your limitations.
Did that fit in the ATM? That's what Jeff wants to know. Were you able to stick that in the slot? Do they have a big check slot there, or do you?
Well, the funny thing is that I'll tell you a quick story after the 6 goes off at Gulfstream, or a 30-second story that is pretty funny. What happened after that on my drive back? But we'll watch this race. Good luck to everybody. Anybody who's got a financial interest here.
And they're off.
I don't.
The Desert Vixen division of the Florida Sire Stakes. It was a good start for Wiggle and
How did I
Ride,
know
who
that,
heads off
Dave?
for the early
That
lead.
you didn't-
But on the
you
offensive
weren't all
early
in
is
here.
Zayas with Our Morning Brew, and Our Morning Brew will land the early lead. Wiggle and Wine is
Morning Brew.
alongside in second. These two race on. The big favorite, Win and You're In, is at the rail in third. Followed fourth by Don't Fool With Me. Then Glory, she's third last.
6 is not doing your 3 any favors right now, Oldy.
No,
The quarter complete in 22 and
definitely
1.
not.
They round the far turn now.
1 to
Our
2.
Morning Brew has
Wow.
inside position. Wiggle and Wine giving her all she wants on the outside. Racing in third is this big favorite.
I feel
Win
something
and
very
You're In.
strange
Glory
happening here,
is
guys.
underway at an upset price. 2.5 to Don't Fool With Me. Dropping back now is Be a Queen and Slew Diva as they race to the top
3
of the
can
stretch.
still win this race.
Our Morning Brew held together by Zayas.
Probably
and still
won't,
in
though.
front. From between horses, Wiggle and Wine. Outside, Win and You're In.
Oh,
Far
maybe.
outside,
At
Glory,
least it's on the dirt.
Less than a quarter
One
mile
just
to
went
come in the Desert Vixen and Our
unnecessarily
Morning Brew.
wide.
She's got a kick and
Good
leads
job.
by 2.5. When you're in and
nice
Wiggling
Florida
Line
bred
wondered
there.
what happened, as it's the Black and White Express on their way to a Desert Vixen win.
There we go.
Our morning
Weekend
crew
preview show
dominant
winner.
in victory to win by 5. Wiggling Line was second.
And
one to two was
trifecta
really
for
good.
me.
Glorious fourth. Then don't
Dollar
forget
try
me,
for me on
won 10 and
so
4.
I went
Nice.
I went 3 over 165 overall. So with the 1 in third, I'll take that. It'll be a decent dollar try.
All right, let's get back to Dave. We've been having a discussion here about Kentucky Downs. Obviously, you don't get too many days where, other than the Breeders' Cup, where you have 6 consecutive $2 million races on the grass, of course. But there's been a discussion here with the next race coming up, and I don't want to tell you what the debate is. What I want to ask you is, who do you like in the next race at Kentucky Downs? And then the two gentlemen above you will kind of battle back and forth on who they've been backing here.
Yeah, I sort of narrowed this race down, Chris, to maybe four or five possible contenders, and just so for full disclosure, I am in the Kentucky Downs, I guess, King of the Turf contest. So I am alive to a very nice double with a horse in this race off of Nisi Marie, who I did, since it's over, I had a $200 win wager on. And I am alive with $100 to satisfy the minimum. I'm alive on a $100 double with a horse in this race. And it's one of these 4 horses. That's all I'll tell you. It's either the horses I had interest in here. And if I'm playing horizontals, I definitely want to use all of these horses, is the 2, the 3, the 8, and the 9. So with those 4 horses, I'm only alive to one of them with a pretty $100 double. So, that's basically. I thought this was a wide open race, and you know me, my reputation. I'm always looking for a price. So if you look at those 4, you may be able to figure that out. And I'm very satisfied with the double payoff. So, going forward, I'm going to be playing some horizontals using those 4 horses. So 2, 3, 8, 9. Okay, gentlemen above me, what are your ideas?
Go for it.
I only know of one gentleman, so go ahead, Oldy.
Okay.
Gentleman's the nicest thing anyone has said to me all week.
Okay, there you go. Well, I talked to I had a conversation with Matt Miller yesterday. He disagrees. He calls you an absolute professional and gentleman. So,
well, that's nice of him.
And I
go
think,
ahead, Oldy.
All right, so you're using the horse that we have a disagreement on, which is the 8-horse Buttercream Babe, or that's on your list of horses. I don't know if it's the one you're using, but that horse I think is more of a money burner type that doesn't get home. And Howard, I wouldn't say you love that horse, right, Howard? But that was one of your top plays.
Yes.
And I used the 4 Pipsy that wasn't on your list, David, who I have a note on, Monster Lake Kick, and also has some really, really nice works coming into this race.
Right, and for your benefit, the 4 Pipsy Oldy has beaten 2 of the horses that are in this race in a previous race back at in the Source Softly, and that's the 2 Carew and the 6 Amidst Waves. When I spent a lot of time on this card because I am in a contest. I started handicapping this thing on Wednesday morning. Not that it did me any good for the first 4 or 5 races, because Kentucky Downs, it's a quirky track, but it's just either the horses like the track or they don't. And you know, I'm also looking for horses who've had success in the past over the last 2 years, and maybe even just a run over the course with a decent race. It didn't have to be a win. But Pipsy, I thought this horse, that race back on May 12th was a little softer than some of the races here compared. For instance, that Buttercream Babe has been in the Hall of Fame. I thought was a better race. But the concern I had with Buttercream Babe, even though I'm using him as in my top 4, is front bandages the last 2 starts, which did concern me. And, you know, they were a second and a third, still good races, but, you know, it's a horse I have to use, but I'm not sure I would key on that horse.
And, you know, my opinion also was that the 9 pounds was kind of a cut above this group, and it was a horse that if I was going to single here would have been my single. But if I was going to add Pipsy, I also had to add Time to Dazzle at the off chance that Time to Dazzle runs that same race that it ran up in Woodbine, second off the layoff here as it did first there, at a price you might be able to get, which currently is 10-1.
And the question is, with Time to Dazzle, that's why I was interested in a bit in this horse, was that last start just a function of just getting a clear, uncontested lead, right? Right. Where no one presses horse. So anytime a horse can get an uncontested lead like that, I mean, it's an easy walk in the park, right? Or was it the good turf course maybe moved them up? Maybe the horse is just getting better. This horse is a 3-year-old. Yeah. Sometimes these 3-year-olds are improving. And if this horse does show improvement from that race, and you know, I think this horse is going to be really tough, and I think this horse can rate a little bit too. I think the function of that going for the lead and getting an easy lead probably wasn't a lot of pace in that race. I didn't watch the replay, but I'm guessing that was the case, because it looks like this horse has won coming off the pace at Woodbine before, you know, stalking the pace and taking over. Or is this horse strictly a Woodbine lover? And so there's some questions here. Questions.
Yeah, but you're getting 10-1, Dave. So there's nothing wrong with. I'm using Time to Dazzle. Also, I'm a little skeptical off that last race, but you know, if she was 3-1, I'd feel differently. I want to David mention something about the Buttercream Babe situation with the front wraps. I saw that too. But 2 of her best 3 races she's ever run were the last 2 races. So I don't, if she wasn't ready to go, I don't think Maker would put her here. I'm not really concerned about the front wraps. I'm more concerned that it's just a tough race and it's pretty wide open.
Right.
So, by the way, she's 5-2 right now, which I'm not saying I'm right at all. I mean, that's crazy to me. But she's clearly live. If anyone thinks she's not live, you can't argue that, obviously.
Well, Howard, I think the IRAD money survives NYRA tracks, and I think that's a lot of IRAD money.
Well, interestingly enough, IRAD is not very good at Kentucky Downs. Now, I have a theory as to why that is. But if you really go back and look at IRAD, I mean, he's 0 for 7, unless he won today. But he was 0 for 7 before today. And he's traditionally, you think he's overbet. I mean, he's overbet everywhere. But he's traditionally not as good at Kentucky Downs. I think there's 2 reasons. One is there aren't a lot of New York trainers that run at Kentucky Downs in general, number 1. And number 2, it's just not a track he rides that often. I mean, you could say, well, it's IRAD. They still need to be used to the track a little bit. So, I just want to mention that to people at home who see IRAD in the form at Kentucky Downs and think he's some kind of sure thing. It's not the same at Kentucky Downs for him.
Right. And I would probably be on the same page as you on that theory. And the thing with Buttercream Babe, there are 2 good races, right? And the horse has won. She won a race over this turf course and had a 3rd. Yes. So she's got 2 races, a 1st and a 3rd. So she's got experience over the track. But yeah, I mean, if you're looking at it at 5-2, it's no bargain. Something that I wouldn't be interested in at this point, making a win wager on.
So, David, just to refresh my recollection, what were the 4 horses you mentioned that you were using here? I know
2, 3, 8, 9.
2389.
Correct. And at this point, if the live bet, the current odds on the two are, let's see, I got should
9-2. Is that the horse, David? You got the double, or you rather not say?
I'd rather not say at this point because I am very superstitious.
Understood. Good
and
luck.
I don't want to. I don't want to do the jinx thing because every time I'm alive with a huge double, man. Let's go. And then something usually bad happens. Either the horse falls out of the gate or it gets DQ. So I'm gonna. Yeah.
No problem. Good luck.
Yeah. Thanks.
Well,
but it's one of these four. So if anybody who's rooting for me, or I'm rooting for myself, I'll be rooting for one of those four. I'll be rooting for all four to move forward in my horizontal wagers. So, but yeah, this is a key for me staying in this tournament.
Well, David, there's a lot of people rooting against you right now or in the tournament because they see you.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, there'll be a lot of people
rooting the top of the leaderboard, and they're gonna be upset.
Well, yeah, exactly, and. I don't want to have anybody hedging. So with four, I think I'm pretty safe because you can't cover four and make a big. Well, I guess you could, but So I was a little relieved too when I spoke to Matt Miller yesterday, and I asked him if he's going to be in a contest today. He said no, and I have to tell you, I mistakenly blurted out, "I'm like yes," and he goes, "Oh," and he started laughing, and I'm like, "Oh, nothing against you, Matt. It's just 2 entries less that I have to compete with for a very dangerous opponent."
Hey, Oldy and Chris.
Today is family day for Matt. He's doing a street fair and not doing any contest or betting today. Right. David, where can I find the leaderboard for that? Or Howard, if you have it, can you drop it in the chat?
I do not have it, but it's you could find it on. Anyone could find an Express Bet, right, David?
Yeah, Chris, you can find on Express Bet, but the easy way to get the refresh version, I'm going to shoot you over. Do you have access on your phone to your email or anywhere that you can pull it up? So I get an email from Brian Skirka, and that's the easiest way to get the updated leaderboard. So let me just send that to you.
Okay.
Hey, Chris and Oldy, I want everyone, you guys and everyone watching and listening to know that I had the pleasure of meeting David in person and his son as well at Saratoga when I was there. As nice a guy in person as he is on this camera, myself, Matt, David, and his son. I'm sorry, David, I can't recall his name, but we had a real nice conversation. Real good guy. I just like people that are humble, no matter if they've won NHCs or have never won a damn thing in their life. I like people that are genuine and humble in general, and can be self-effacing a little bit and don't take things too seriously in general. David's one of those people, so just shout out to him and his son.
Well, thank you so much, Howard, for the compliment. But I'll just tell you, you don't know me that well.
All right, actually, he's an asshole. My bad.
And I forget my son's name too, so I've got to ask my wife.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's Kevin Harrison. Yeah.
Kevin. Okay.
The funny thing is, I'll just tell you this: my wife was actually hysterical when we were watching a show. I think it was one of your broadcasts, and Rachel McLaughlin was on, and somebody happened to bring up my name that I'm coming on later, and I just happened to have EquinEdge up, and my wife was doing and she was listening in the background. And when she called me, she said she termed me a ray of sunshine at the NHC, always smiling, saying hello, and I'm like, she laughed and she says, "Boy, I wish you could see the ray of sunshine you are sometimes around the house." I'm like, well, I put a good public persona on, and I said, it's not hard to smile at the NHC when somebody just gave you a check for $725K, right? True. So you'd be smiling too, no matter what kind of guy you are. For at least every time you go back, it brings back the scene of the crime.
Hey, guy, I don't mean to bounce back into the races instead of kissing our asses for each other, but the favorite in the double, guys, is Pounce. Pounce is 5-1. Buttercream Babe is actually third choice in the doubles. Granted, a soft third choice, but third choice, and is the clear favorite. So as a math guy, I'm always fascinated by the betting guys, and maybe it's going to change here in the last few minutes. Not like we've never seen that before, but the pool sizes today are huge at Kentucky Downs, especially with no betting in New York. I find that very interesting. I don't know if you guys, is there anything to read into that, or it's just a weird coincidence or whatever, but the discrepancy between Pounce and Buttercream Babe is crazy considering the doubles, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, for sure. And I thought the price on Pounce is something that's really hard to pass up right now.
Yeah, on the win end, I would agree with you, Oldy.
Yeah.
I mean,
John Stewart, Resolute Racing. We're probably going to hopefully do a farm tour there if Noah hooks us up. David, hopefully you'll be joining us at Keeneland on that weekend of the 10th, 11th, and 12th. But we will be doing the show there on the 11th, and we're going to get Kentucky Downs up here, front and center.
good luck, everyone.
The race we've been waiting
Especially you, David, since you have the most right than anyone. So
Sure. I just forwarded you that email, Chris.
Okay.
And just let me know if you can open it. And I'm going to, you guys are way ahead of me, and I have the huge screen down here. So I am going to just go to the other chair here, and I'll join you gentlemen after the race.
Good luck.
All right. Good luck, David.
All right. Thanks, brother.
David, using a couple of hands, give us your number here for the double.
No, he doesn't want to do that, Chris.
And also, Chris,
I'll tell you, guys. I'll tell you, it's the 3 because he said he likes prices. So I'm guessing it's the 3.
It's either the 3 or the 2. Was my guess.
They're running line.
Following race, the 6 Apollo 10 being my top pick in there, and finally in race number 10, I have the 2.
Sounds like
7,
we have another
9,
audio on.
and
We got another audio going. Yeah.
Off to a good
All
start
right,
here.
that is a look at Andy's Nova 4.
The 8 didn't get out at all, guys. So Buttercream Babe did not get out at all.
On top now by a half a length. Right now on the outside
And
by
that's Gavea. Of course, it falls in off the AE. Here is the Music City Stakes from Kentucky Downs.
Time to dazzle is 4th down on the inside, losing a couple of positions now to visually.
If Buttercream Babe wins from here, she's a complete monster today.
Buttercream Babe was on the far outside.
She didn't break right, now she's coming 4 wide.
Of Farrow's Wine. Outside of them and moving up is Simply in front as they make their way toward the top of the stretch. Amidst Waves is next and Pounce at the back of the pack. 22.78 was that opening quarter mile, and they're coming to the top of the stretch where Pipsy on the inside has a narrow lead. Regulatory Risk right up alongside in second. These two are right together and now coming up on their outside. Simply in front is closing the gap with Buttercream Babe. Gavea's there too. Farrow's Wine in amidst Waves.
Oh, she got crushed.
It
is
is
coming
now
down.
Simply in front. Pipsy on the inside, back into second. Veuve is closing late on the outside. They're coming down to the line, and Simply in front wins from Pipsy, Veuve, and 4th was Pounce.
Somebody knew that horse was 6-1.
Yeah, but it
Guys,
killed
that
the
horse
8.
took a
It
ridiculous
knocked the
amount
hell
of
out of the
money.
8.
I didn't see anything, Chris.
Nah,
didn't-
she
I don't
came
think
over,
you're
but
going to have an inquiry there.
the 8 was done because the 8 didn't break. This horse took so much late money. This
Yeah,
track is
Scott
so
Free.
damn hard.
Foul. Exactly. Watch the 8 here. Look at the 10 came right over on the 8.
The 8 didn't have
Where?
the horse, though. The 8 didn't have the horse. I hope you're right, because I don't have the 10. But this is such an impossible track. This 10 took a ton of late money. I mean, it's so ridiculous, guys. Yeah, I mean, well, the 10 was like 12-1 right before. There's just, I'm telling you guys, there's some serious BS going on. There's some serious BS going on. I mean, it's just so ridiculous. I've seen this time and time again. I don't know why I mean, he came over, or she came over.
He came over on, was that the 8? I think that was the 11.
She came over on the 8.
Yeah, the 8 came over on the 8. What do you want?
The 8 was done, though, Chris.
Yeah, I don't think
care
that
if
there's
it's
even
done.
going
You
to be
still can't come over on horses that are done. It was in third place.
If there's an inquiry, I'll be shocked. I hope there is.
I don't think there's a.
Simply in front was first for Pipsy.
I don't even think there's going to be a jockey's objection there.
Oh, the 8 didn't break. I knew I was in trouble the first time. Race.
Yeah, on Buttercream Babe.
Yeah, the 8 didn't break. Chris wants an inquiry on the 10 for coming over on the 8. I don't think they're going to look at it. But the odds on the 10, the odds on the 10 were double digits, guys, with a minute to post. I mean, David, I've seen some weird shit going on at Kentucky Downs. I'm sorry. I don't want to be Mr. Conspiracy, but this is like the third time I've seen very bizarre tote money with the winner.
When I looked at, I thought he was, I think the last glance, because I did have originally a little interest in this horse, and I saw 12-1, 14-1.
Lou said he was 18.
Yeah, 18-1 to 6-1.
I mean, come on, guy. I mean,
18-1. Well, we'll see if the leaderboard blows up if somebody just went all in on this horse somehow. But still, I mean, even a $5,000 win bet wouldn't take it down that much, right?
Well, that was my $55.
Wouldn't take it that far.
Only $55 of handle for Kentucky Downs until next year.
I mean, she fit, but a lot of these horses fit. I mean, they're not even going to look at it, guys. And the 3 didn't break, so I mean.
Right. So, the 3 is the horse I had, and if you watch the trip, I mean, it was pinned down and inside, didn't break. It was stalking, just didn't have any room, and it is what it is. But so my other horses, the other 3 horses, unfortunately, the 3 is the horse I had, and it was a $74 double. So
it was 3, right?
That's the only horse I basically even ran. Out of my 4.
I used 6 horses. I didn't have the 10. I'm not going to sit here and start making up shit. So,
Justin apparently had the 10 on the weekend preview show.
In front, a 3-year-old.
That's awesome.
Filly by Summerfront, although complicated by blame.
The 3 actually lost the time to dazzle in the time to dazzle race.
Ridden by Luis Saez.
All right, just to turn.
Yeah, they ran against each other the last time. I looked at that. Yeah.
We'll get out to Monmouth.
Anyway,
all
guys,
right.
I'm going to get going. I'm going to get
race number 8.
I'm going to get going, guys. I appreciate the time. Great conversation as always. Good luck to you guys the rest of the way. Thank you.
Yeah, the Buttercream Babe race.
Thanks, Howard. We'll see you.
Nobody had.
Well, no, that's not why I'm leaving. I told you guys I was going to be short today. So, all right, take care, guys. See ya. Bye-bye.
Right. Take care, Howard. We'll see you at Keeneland, hopefully.
Yes, we will.
Awesome.
Howard, it's awful. Yeah. Thanks for joining, Parker.
All right. So now I have to regroup. So if I seem a little distracted, I am going to be focusing a little bit on Kentucky Downs. I'll take a quick look at this Monmouth race, but I've kind of got my plan formulated out, but I was hoping to hit this double, but obviously that would have changed things a lot. But it depends now on because the good thing about this tournament is the top 10 prize pool, and you get your pick out of BCB, 3 BCBs, 7 NACs. So just to get into that top 10.
Coming up.
Do we have any opinion on this race, gentlemen?
Gianluca Bilacchi.
There's some interesting maidens here, but it's probably that one horse here that's going to win.
Let me pull up.
2 back. Shooter's got to shoot. Post position 8. And to the outside post. Antisocial, the first-time starter. Antisocial coming up to the gate. Goes in. We're ready to go in the Smoke Lackin' Stakes.
Smoke them if you got them, Stakes.
Smoke them if you got them.
How about Shooter's got to shoot?
Smoke Lackin' Stakes. Gianluca Bilacchi was off a little bit slowly, just like in his first start. Going to the front is JJ Zozo. Shooter's Got to Shoot has speed as well, but JJ Zozo is the pacemaker. From Shooter's Got to Shoot, And Antisocial, who's nickeled along already in the third position, joined by Royal Performance down the backstretch. A gap of 2 to Gianluca Bilucchi. Off the pace now, has passed a few runners. Level 5th with My Military Hero. A gap of 5 back to Resilient Hero, already sent along. And Dominican Thunder, his stablemate, is trailing well out of it. Around the far turn, JJ Zozo carves out the fractions here in front and opens up 3 lengths around the turn, giving the others something to think about. Shooter's got to shoot second in an all-out drive. Antisocial on the outside, still third, plotting in place. And then Royal Performance at the top of the lane. JJ Zozo went off as the 4-5 favorite and has a commanding lead. He's got 6-7 ahead with a furlong to go.
Increasing his
Shooter's got to
lead.
shoot, trying to hold off Antisocial.
He's moving like a
second,
powerful
but
machine.
it's going to be JJ Zozo, the New Jersey bred by Sea Wizard.
The New Jersey bred moving like a powerful machine.
Him in the Smoke Lacken Stakes. Shooter's got to shoot, hold second.
All right.
Can we change it to the Smoke if you got him stakes?
4 to 5.
Was pretty much your obvious play there because it just looked like this horse could get away.
All right, Oldie. We've got some Gulfstream coming up here.
Okay.
Yeah, we got a only pace situation here too to look at with the 4 for Antonio Nisano, who's 65%. So for the, if you are going to play the late pick 5 at Gulfstream, that the decision is use or dump here on the 4, I would think.
Mm-hmm.
Either you single or you dump this horse and take one of the other starters. I know we've always talked about not trusting Antonio Sano in these type of situations.
Now you are getting Zayas though too.
Yeah.
Let me
go ahead.
Second. Yeah, I had an interest. I looked at this race earlier, and even though I don't play maidens, I just want to usually play these 2-year-old maidens. Yeah, I had an interest a little bit because I'm a big fan the 10 horse, another Monarch for Ronald Spatz. I'm a big fan of McLean's Music. I've had a number of first-time starters out of McLean's Music that have won. And I'm looking at the workouts. There's a couple of good workouts, August 14th and July 24th. Spatz is, with first-time starters, 12%. Not the greatest numbers, but so I'd take a little flyer with the 10, another Monarch.
And entertainment bet, David?
Yes, strictly entertainment. Much bigger money on the line at Kentucky Downs. So,
and so you haven't told everybody what the prize is at Kentucky Downs.
What was that?
That you told. What is the prize at Kentucky Downs for winning this?
You get the belt, the turf belt. That's what I'm really interested in. But along with the turf belt that gets presented at the NHC Awards dinner Sunday night, it's fantastic. You get up on stage, you take a picture with the belt with Tom Rooney, and then along with whatever NHC who wins the 2025 NHC champ, you take pictures with the guy who won the belt. And I met Tom Rapp, who won in 2022. Right. So we got, the awards dinner at 23. Yeah. So I said, how the hell did you get that belt? I thought it used to be when he won a compilation of the 3 days, because there's 3 separate tournaments. There's the 300, the 400, and then the final. But it looks like they changed it. It would be the total amount of points. Now it's just the winner take all today. And plus, based on the email I got from Brian Skirker, the top prize is $33K. So $33K with the belt, So, but I prefer the belt more than the $33K. So, I guess I can buy a lot of belts like that for $33K though, if you had won it, right? So,
57-37 is first place right now, David.
Okay.
Yeah, and 57-37. Okay.
$5,737. David, you're at 1602. A little bit of work to do.
Yes. All right. So
all right, we're going to get out to Gulfstream.
So I have an entertainment play on Another Monarch.
Another Monarch. Waiting for big shoulders to the outside. Field of 11 to kick off the Saturday late pick 5. They're in the gate. And they're off. Slow to break, word onto street. Quick to break, big shoulders in between horses. Cosmo Prime is offensive minded. Here's the favorite Rafid looking for some.
Oldy, we'll go to Del Mar next. They're
okay.
Kicking off their card here in 15 minutes, and then we'll get out to Kentucky Downs.
Clear of Gain. Hyper Venom is toward the rail with Lethal Speed, and word on the street is last of all as they race to the half-mile point. It's Cosmo Prime with a half-length advantage over Another Monarch in second. Big shoulders a 3 wide third. Fourth at the inside of tonight as the speed improves on his outside. A gap of another 3 more to Lethal Speed, who's underway within 7 lengths of the lead. 3 clear of My Satisfaction. Then it's Gain. Word on the street is out of last. He passes both Hyper Venom and Gifted by Design. They run to the top of the stretch. 9:22 opening quarter. 3 wide.
10's getting sucked back.
10 faded out.
Yeah.
The 10 showed a little speed and packed it in.
Yeah, the tractor beam got turned on.
Best riding comes on next. Off the turn and the stretch drive. Plenty of hopes here. Down the center. Lethal Speed is charging to challenge Rafid. Late run from the far outside from Gain with his 16th to go. Lethal Speed on the outside. Rafid from between. Rafid and Lethal Speed. These two kick on. Lethal Speed gains the upper hand.
And that's why you don't take Sano horses in those situations.
Nice price. Nice price.
Yeah, but you put him in second and you're good. 9-4, which is what I did, is paying decent. 9-4 on the exacta is 50 to 1.
I would expect that. I mean, but I'm just saying, and I wasn't anywhere near, I'm not going to pretend like I was anywhere near that 9 either, but.
All right, Oldy, let's get you out to Del Mar.
All right, hold on. All right, Del Mar, the big Del. So we do have in the sequence a grade 1, and we have, I believe, the best bet of the day for Noah. Is that correct, Chris?
Best bet of the meet coming up here. And
Best bet of the meet.
Pull that up. I believe it's race 4.
And that is Jack's Magic Girl.
Yep, the 7.
The 7. All right.
Jack's Magic Girl.
There you go. So I don't know if he knows something we don't know there, or that I don't know, but this is what a single to Jack Magic Girl might look like in the pick 5 if you were to choose to do this.
I will give you his rundown on that race. The 7 Jack's Magic Girl is a horse I could probably talk about for 5 straight minutes, but I'm going to try and keep it as concise as possible. Jack's Magic Girl is bred top and bottom to go long in the dirt. Good magic out of Magdalena de Oro mare. So the decision to run on turf last time was simply because 2-year-old fillies can only go so far as 6 or 6.5 furlongs. Very impressive in the debut, sat towards the rear and exploded late, albeit with a pretty good trip. But they were not going fast all up front, and the pace held together. That race came back as a 57 on the Beyer, which is extremely slow on time form and suggests the Beyer could be as much as 10 points higher. If you don't believe that, the 2 horses that have come back out of that race have improved their Beyers by 18 and 20 points. I personally think there's going to be plenty of speed to set things up for her. Proud Starlet has to send from the inside. Noonie hasn't shown the ability to stalk just yet. Vodka with the Twist was much closer in the last effort, and Night Beacon broke slow and was able to show her speed last time. She's working like a monster in the mornings. The Connections chose this over race 5. 300K versus 100K. She's going to be a very good price because of A, debut on turf, B, slow pig, and C, there are 2 Bafferts and a D'Amato. I love everything about Jack's Magic Girl, and as I said above, she is my play of the meet.
Play of the meet. Okay.
He's been hot. He's been doing.
I know he's been doing well there, and I wish him luck with that. But it's really tough to close from that far back at Del Mar.
What I think he's suggesting is she's not going to be as far back as she was on the turf.
I mean, I would also point to the work. If you were looking for a horse like that, I'd point to the last work by Tenma after breaking 5 behind and blew by Showers as a horse that could be closer and might have a little more speed and can close.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, I'm just taking a look at it now.
You know, I wouldn't dismiss it out of hand in a pick 4. I'd probably be pretty wide here. I don't know that I want the 3. Let me just look at the 3. I mean, we've watched Doug O'Neill win these kind of races, so I think you'd either have to be all or you'd have to make a decision here. I'd probably get rid of the 3 and the 5 here. And I'm looking more for a pick 4 than a pick 5 here.
Yeah, and my question is to West Coast guys. I'm not familiar with the trainer on the 7 Jack's Magic Girl. Are you gentlemen familiar with? I'm not even going to try to pronounce the last name. I can pronounce the jockey Hector Barrios, but not too familiar with this trainer.
I am not all that familiar with the trainer either. Chris, do you have an opinion on how to pronounce that? Or
this guy is good with 2-year-olds. If you also look, Barrios has ridden 5 for this guy. They won 60%, so he's 3 for 5 at him. He doesn't run a lot of horses, but think Brissett, Mendez out at Del Mar, those types of dudes. Capable, certainly able to get the job done.
Yeah.
We got what? How many minutes to post here, Oldy, for this race?
You have
4 minutes.
5 minutes to post. It's mostly first-time starters, 2-year-olds. You got a 4-star work on the 8 steak fries.
Perfect. I'll be back in a minute. You guys can continue on, and then we'll get out to Kentucky Downs after this.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, so we got a Del Mar 5 furlong on the turf. So, like I said, I call this a dash. And again, these are 2-year-olds. And again, normally there's a race I watch and maybe take trip notes just for going forward, because a lot of these are, you can go by a breeding GSR, but it's still really without a lot of form with mostly first-time starters. Sometimes these become a guessing game, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, just looking here, maybe the second-time starter, the 10, was a long shot, could be dangerous. It's state bred on the turf. You do have the big work on this 8. I have a note on the 8 also that it had a 4-star work last time it ran. But, blinkers on are going on as well on the 8 steak fries. Who's your favorite there? Mark the Money Man for D'Amato, but D'Amato actually isn't that good debut turf, surprisingly. Yeah. I think he's sub 10%. But, if I was considering playing a pick 5 here, I'd probably take the chance of singling the 8 here.
Oh, you actually would consider a single in this race?
Yeah, I mean, it might be crazy, but this next race, I really thought was the 5 and the 1. I'm looking to see if I see anything else there. Maybe you'd add the 6.
The drop down. Yeah, the 5's a drop down. Let me see if there's any. I usually look at a race to see if there's any familiar faces or familiar victims that cost me money in the past, or horses I've been on that are dropping, but I don't see anybody here.
So, I mean, I would go something like this probably.
Yeah, the first thing that sticks out, if he's still in the race, in the second race, the 11 at the price, off the layoff. Again, I'd like to see horses come back and give them a raise rather than betting them off the layoff. But this horse, the 11 horse Park City, has won over this course, and hasn't been out though since November of 23. So that's a concern. But if you're looking for a price, the 11 stuck out at me here a little bit.
In which race?
In the second, Park City.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not, that's usually not one of my angles to play off a layoff like that. But the horse had won at a mile here back in September, and this is now a 6.5. Is this a prep race? It looks like it may be a prep race because when this horse won in September, he prepped at 6.5 at Del Mar, second race off a layoff at 6.5, and in a maiden special. Then he dumped to a maiden 20 and romped. So it's probably a tune-up race, but that's the only horse that it would interest me at a price. And again, anytime I see 10-1 and it sticks out at me, but I think you're right. I think the other contenders the 5 is obviously a must use. The 7's off a long layoff. I may fade him, but John Dunbar, I think, has got a shot to 3, but a really wide open race.
Yeah, maybe the 6 there, Kahuna Magic, if they go fast enough, but really need some pace to run into. But did win last time out. Definitely moving up and claiming price and condition, though.
All right, so I am going to just want to take. We got 11. It's moving a little slow at Kentucky Downs today. So I've got. I just got that up. We got 11 minutes to post, and now I am contemplating my contest play, which I just contemplated, and I contemplated it quick. Pull the trigger, and bet my 300 minimum. So I took care of 3 wagers so far. And when they get into when they load into the gate and press that button, I will let you know who I have here.
All right. And what else do we have coming up here? We got Woodbine race 7 on its way. Maybe a chance for a price there. Your favorite is the slowest horse in the race in terms of
the money man
being a closer in a sprint.
Off the money man going in.
There, and is not really dropping.
Mark the money man at Del Mar for me.
Mark the money man. And who was I? I said I'd take a flyer on somebody here at Del Mar. Oh no, the first race at Del Mar I'll watch. I'll watch and take some trip notes. I mean, I was originally going to take the 2 Miss Mrazek, but turf breeding's average, and then I looked at the trainers, only like 3 to 4% first time starters. So that's
to the outside game.
Even for entertainment.
10 figures goes in. War is hell.
Inside posts do really well here.
Coming
5 furlongs on the turf at Del Mar.
They roll it.
Outside, not as much.
Mm-hmm.
And away they go. Stake Prize broke very fast, goes straight to the lead. 10 figures in the red cap. Shanna Plan down at the rail. War as Hell gets up to race 4th. Rosie Tinkerbell in the pink. Mark the Money Man right there too. Only 3 off the leaders. Miss Mazarek at the rail is in 7th. Then we drop back to Going With Her. Prince of Del Mar's in the red, and the Shillelagh's last. They run into the turn, and Shanna Plan has the lead, tugging pretty hard. 10 figures is right there as well. Stake Prize on the outside. Stake Prize now going to tackle. Then we come back to Rosie Tinkerbell down at the rail. Mark the Money Man has now ridden along 5 off these leaders. Miss Maradak is alongside of that. They come for home. Shanaplan hanging on. Stake Prize up alongside.
All right. So I got to be right in the next, David, here.
Starts to pull clear. Miss Marazik running on second. The Stake Prize is an easy winner out here. Wins at about 6-7 in the...
Bucking the trend there with the 8.
All right. That was my single. Chris, you missed that. That was my single. But I went narrow in the first 2 races.
Excellent.
All right. Going out to Woodbine quickly.
Our feature race coming up today, race 9, is the Niagara Stakes presented by the Greenwood Stakes. That'll be...
Who are you at here? Who is your...
I think
has gone in, joining the line.
I don't like the 4, so dump the 4.
Luis Contreras
I think
on Magical
you could be
Trick.
on the 1, 5, or
And
6
Ryan
here.
on Anita Margarita.
And have a good
Late
shot.
money coming in for Never Silent, now at 9-5 at the jump. Field in the gate. All in and locked up.
But I'm not going to have time to play anything.
And they're off in a very good start. A perfect line and going through Prima towards the lead with out wider. Magical Trick tipping behind now as Anita Margarita takes the advantage out deepest on the track. Coming through quickly is Never Silent to make a line of 3. Miramichi is on the inside, nudging up, and as they settle, Never Silent going through to be in front of Miramichi. Prima back to 3rd with Anita Margarita the outside. Faithful Creek is going up on the rail. A length away, Secret Load, 2nd last, and back to the tail is Magical Trick. About 4.5 lengths covers this field, and racing up in front, Never Silent, just a nose clear on the inside, Miramichi, and they're dueling by 2.5 to Prima, bursting through into 3rd from Anita Margarita. Faithful Creek on the inside, trying to work home his Magical Trick, building a run as so too Secret Load. They come to the 5/16ths and out in front. It's on the outside. Never Silent making more noise now. On the rail in second, Miramichi. Coming around the field is Magical Trick for Luis Contreras behind Prima. And Secret Load will dive up the inside. Is working home pretty well. Getting clear, though, is Never Silent. Never Silent in front. Trying to run through the pack from the back is Secret Load. A Magical Trick down the outside. Prima's kicking on in second, but well clear. Never Silent. Never Silent by 3 lengths to Secret Load, finishing up the inside. Never Silent with a winning break. And it is Pietro Morin, the winner on Never Silent, to the cheers of the crowd. Second is Secret Load, back in 3rd.
All right, let's go back to Kentucky Downs. Oldy, I'll get you up here.
All right, hold on. Let me, why don't you guys discuss for a minute while I run and take my first pit stop of the day?
Okay.
All right.
If you want to pull up Kentucky Downs, I do have an interest in this race, obviously, and I spent a lot of time handicapping it. Let me just go to, and the first thing, and again, I brought this up a number of times. Usually the first, when I pull open a race to handicap, of course, I'm on the wrong screen, which would help if I got on the right screen, right? Kentucky Downs. So we got to get rid of Woodbine. And Kentucky Downs, 5 minutes to post. So I pull up the EE pace metric. And anytime there's a disparity, I find, in approximately 20 to 25 points, it's just an angle alone for a lone speed play. And here you have Goliad with a 99 pace factor, and the second highest is Touch Revenge, the number 5 at 79. So you should have a clear lead. However, I think this race is really wide open. I mean, you could use the 7-8-1. Not crazy about Reckoning Force. Ancient Rome, obviously, is the closer. So this is just a kind of a head scratcher. But ultimately, when they load in the gate, I'll let you know who I played. But it is just, I'm looking for value and trying to creep up the board because I do have a solid play later that I'm not sure I'm going all in on. But this is. Are we on the right race? We're supposed to be looking at Kentucky or Monmouth. Did I screw something up?
No. Do I have the wrong one up there? Who do I have?
It's Monmouth 9. Right. So my point. Yeah. So the thing I just wanted to point out is anytime you see a pace factor, the metric being 20 points or so, 25, usually, to me, it's coming real handy making some money here, just playing those horses alone. But again, this is Goliad is stepping up. I mean, this is a tough spot for this horse, but it's very wide open. But
Oldy, who are you here in race 8 as you get back situated? Can't hear you.
Sorry, I had to get off mute and find the button to get off mute on the thing because I used the button. People keep talking about this horse, by the way, at even money from it. Okay, I'm just looking at that. So at Kentucky Downs here, I thought this race was this was the most wide open race, the mid-millions. I used, let's see, the 3, 8. The 2 was scratched. I like the 2. The 10, the 7, and the 11 here.
right, so we're sort of on the same page with this, because I definitely want to use the 1 though. I'm going to use the 1, 8, 10, 11. I'm the 3 to me. I'm fading the 3. Which could be a mistake, but this is, and again, I'm not saying that the other races aren't just as wide open, but out of the races in the sequence, this one, to get an opinion, I had to reach a little bit, where some of the other races today, I had more of a solid opinion. So this is kind of a crapshoot race for me, that I want to play this race because this is vital for me to get my minimums in. So I'm going to toss away here.
Yeah, I think the 11's got to, going to have to go. There's really, do I think Tut's Revenge is fast enough to stay with that horse possibly? That does have a win at Ellis, which sometimes is an indicator of a horse that's live, but Goliad, the 11, already won the $500,000 handicap for Mandela here, so that he could double up in a week. That this is wheeling back in 6 days here, which is pretty aggressive.
Yes, it is.
And, Fantastic and Talk of a Nation are those same type of horses that just never seem to get there. But in this race, that's every horse. Emmanuel's the same way. Reckoning Force, it's a huge step up in class.
Correct.
Irish Aces did win the Tappet. Again, already at Kentucky Downs, this meet is wheeling back from that. I would prefer a higher price, but I think that this horse, has a big shot here, a big look, but you look other than that race, and that this horse has done the same thing all those other horses have done. And this is second time back in the U.S. for Ancient Rome. And, the kind back from having won last year this race, it has really done that same thing as well. So it's just a bunch of horses that none of them seem to want to finish in front.
Fantastic was Howard's best bet of the day here at Kentucky Downs.
It's kind of bombastic.
Tut's Revenge being a bit
Fantastic at 5-1. Okay. Okay, gentlemen, I'm going to venture over to my, for some reason you're about, maybe you're not, you're ahead.
All right, David, just if you mute yourself. That way we don't get
I'm going to do that, yes. You don't hear me screaming in the background. Was expletive.
Hokey pokey with the 5 and turning him around.
He goes in now, just waiting for Goliad.
I bet you did not think you would get a hokey pokey reference.
No, I did not.
Today's show.
No, I did not.
coming forward.
You do the hokey pokey and you turn it all around.
Okay, here we go. Good luck. I have a $200 win bet on Goliad. Good luck, everybody.
Off of the $2 million Mint Millions. Tut's Revenge immediately to the front with Fantastic again with early speed. Emmanuel and Irish Aces are right there as well. Then Goliad to the outside, followed by Talk of the Nation, Ancient Rome.
Goliad didn't get the message that he's supposed to be on the lead, unfortunately.
The trailer is Reckoning Force. 10 lengths from top to bottom as they race past the 6 furlong pole and through this opening quarter mile.
$2 million
out up front here. Goliad's going to merge with the lead here. It's Goliad
Fantastic again with her early speed. Emmanuel and Irish Aces are right there as well.
After that, it's Emmanuel in fourth, followed by Irish Aces, who's got 6 to make up. The Talk of the Nation. Ancient Rome, the defending champion, 8 lengths off the lead with a half mile to go. Cash Equity next and Reckoning Force. Goliad and Flavian Pratt up top, completing a 44.92 half mile with 3 furlongs to run. He's the leader by a length. Tut's Revenge up alongside in second as they make their way toward the top of the stretch. Emmanuel saves all the ground, comes on from third, then Fantastic again on the outside. Ancient Rome is trying to finish on outside of Talk of the Nation with still a furlong to run. Goliad clings to the rail and the lead. Goliad still there. Here comes Emmanuel ranging up alongside. Finishing well is Talk of the Nation. And the far outside, Cash Equity is coming on late. They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it. Goliad holds on to beat Cash Equity.
Let's go, David. Let's go.
With Reckoning Force.
I also had a win bet there.
David should be joining us back here in a few seconds.
Outside, Cash Equity is coming on late. They're coming down to the line, and
I think he's just getting to the end of the race.
Holds on to Cash Equity, and then it was Talk of the Nation in the photo with Reckoning Force.
All right, David. After that, you got to do the old signal.
44 and change. I thought he was dead.
Yeah.
Okay, hurry. No, I didn't go all in. I could have went all in with my 1600, and but no, this will work because I'm also alive with 3 doubles, 3 horses in the next race, and we'll get there. And one of them's a $50 double, the other 2 are $25 doubles.
So I had a win
and we went up to 9-1. So boom, man.
I had a win bet there. There was also the start of the late pick 5, and I had the 11 in the late pick 5 also. So pretty happy with the way that ended.
On form for this course.
Okay.
Now you can actually witness my tension. Okay.
I know we had a bunch of new people.
Now you can see what I get crazy when I'm in tournaments. And I get all revved up. So you're going to see that in motion here as my sweat starts beating off my brow. And then I have to have my assistant come in and wipe my scalp down with a towel and put me in a corner.
please,
it's fun. These tournaments are so fun. I'm sorry, Oldy?
I'm just saying to the new people who joined to watch that race, if you can like and subscribe, so you get notified when we're live. And, we do this every week, showing live racing, as we are a rights holder. So that is, something that we're very grateful to people like Kentucky Downs for allowing us to show their racing live.
All right, Oldie, out to Gulfstream real quick. We got a filler race here, 8 furlongs on the turf. I know Mike likes bourbon, so do I.
Awesome bourbon. Top pick here. Braun, your EE long shot too. Another one of those horses that never gets home. I think Braun needs the lead here. I think that's why. And with Portofino here, I don't think that Braun's going to get the lead. So I like your play of Awesome Bourbon here. It is a step up for D'Angelo, but E first choice, top win percentage, 7-2. Go for it.
All right. Jack. Jack's made in Tennessee. It's not bourbon. It's whiskey. The only bourbon is made in Kentucky.
So are you a bourbon drinker, Chris or Oldy? Bourbon drinkers?
I am. I don't know about Oldy.
Chris, show them your thank you. What I sent you as a thank you for taking care of all my daughter's stuff that we had shipped there.
Yeah, the empty bottle.
It's empty already. All right.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Oldy's
empty.
got a bottle of Blanton's. One of the best bourbons you can get. Kentucky's finest. Good stuff. Super happy. Didn't have to do that. All I did was bring packages in and put them in the spare bedroom. Drive them over when he drove over. But yes.
Yeah, the only problem was I couldn't find Blanton's in Tampa, so I had to ship it to you. So
it's hard to find, man. It's not easy.
So Gulfstream, I'm going to say I like your 5 here. I think maybe
in his last start,
maybe a 5-2.
But it was a tough race that day.
Exacta here, 2-5.
Wins on the card here, and one thing I do.
Gulfstream. Go ahead and opinion here.
Yeah. Easy, cowboy.
Yeah, Scott, Neil Diamond would argue with you. He likes Love on the Rocks.
Ain't no big surprise. Just pour me a drink and I'll tell you some lies. What a classic. What a classic. And I think the more that if you're sitting at a bar and you're having a couple drinks and you're kind of down, life's getting you down a little bit. If that song ever comes on, and I think that song had come on, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, it's like it's how appropriate, right? And sometimes fate finds us. That's happened to me before.
That is from the movie The Jazz Singer.
The Jazz Singer, correct. Good answer.
Who was the supporting actor in that movie? Who played his father? You remember?
No.
He was knighted by the British Empire.
Richard somebody. No.
No.
Sir Patrick Stewart? No.
No, not Sir Patrick Stewart. Sir Laurence Olivier.
Laurence Olivier. Right. I was thinking of Richard. Right. And
is it safe now?
They're off.
Yeah.
On the outside, widest of all, Awesome Bourbon wants to be part of the.
I got to root for one, Grand David. I have no interest in it, but usually when my namesake runs and I don't have it, they usually win. So hopefully somebody bet that for me because I didn't. If I bet it, they never win. So good luck, Grand David.
I'm not sure why Awesome Bourbon decided to bolt to the lead here.
Length and a half to Vladislav, and the trailer remains Lorenz. The opening quarter was a pumped up 22-2. They make their way down the backstretch, and Awesome Bourbon and Miguel Vasquez.
I would call it a completely unnecessary 22-2.
Braun races in third.
Together
with Vladislav.
I think you're sub 46.
That's the 6 of them as they race to the half-mile part. The opening half was 45-1. Awesome Bourbon putting up some aggressive numbers. His lead is down to 2. Portofino is second. Braun is 3 wide. Vladislav is between. And at the rail, it's Grand David. Lorenz has certainly had pace ahead of him, and he angles for a run now. Last of all, but on the improve as they run to the top of the stretch.
Oh, Grand David's out.
Bourbon trying to make all.
Yep.
He leads by
There goes
2.
my hunch play.
Second. Braun and Lorenz are next. Then Vladislav. Off the turn in the stretch drive, Awesome Bourbon
still
still
got horse.
Would have been the right move.
Bourbon an eighth of a mile out, 2 lengths in front.
Here they come.
Lorenz begins to motor down the center.
Dixie got him.
16th of a mile. Lorenz is gaining good ground. Time running out. Lorenz is surging at Awesome Bourbon. Here's the wire photo finish.
6.
Lorenz outside, inside.
6.
Awesome Bourbon. It's a win picture in the Mondo Meister handicap in 133-1.
Brutal.
The Mondo Meister handicap.
Now, I'm just trying to, bear with me, gentlemen. I'm trying to calculate my 3 horses I have in a double and the payouts. and trying to determine that this is live strategy for people who are listening. So not to say that I make good decisions when I'm under pressure here late in the tournament, but at least you'll know either what to do or what not to do. So what I do is I'm alive to 3 horses here. So I'm going to put them on the board. I won't tell you who they are right now. And then I'll see if this is a race that I also want to make a $300 minimum in. That way I can get rid of that. So we'll see. So I'm going to be just give me like a minute and a half. Look up those numbers.
Oldy, I'll flip it over to you.
I was just looking at the Haas stakes where they were talking about this horse that I'm not going to try to pronounce, the 5 horse, who I guess is your African champion, your South African champion. Grade 1 horse coming in here and chipping in and being that for Graham and his motion at 8-5 right now.
$50 double 1-8.
Where at Colonial?
At Colonial. So I'm a little interested in watching that and keeping an eye on that race. You are getting 7-2 on your E top choice. The Durante Nothing Better horse with Ruiz aboard. And then horse we all know really well, Dream Shake, now in the Michael Stidham barn for Michael and his Stidham, is your second choice at 2-1. Your top E win percentage is the 2, your second pick. Sweet Cherry Pie, which, of course, I know, Chris, you could sing that Warrant song.
I could.
I need a microphone. There you go. Go ahead. Belt it out. Sweet Perry. No. Now, who is that? That's an 80s band. I'm going to try to think. Not Slayer. No, not Slayer.
Pretty sure it's Warrant.
Warrant, exactly. Good answer. Lock you in with Warrant, and that is excellent. That's exactly who it is.
Yeah. So, I mean, it looks like that there's a lot of pace here. You know, the outside A's, the 14 and the 12, look like that they're just speedballs. So if this breaks down, maybe you get somebody like the 6 from off the pace at a big price for Michael and his Trombetta. You know, just offering maybe an alternative there, just based on pace scenario. But Dream Shake also is going to set a similar trip to that.
Okay, now I got to get my calculator out and figure out what the scenarios are here. Let's get the calculator out here. Yeah, unfortunately, Matt's tied up today. I would text him on the side, and I'm like, "Hey, I need to make a saver wager for real money here as we're going on here." So what?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So let me.
You should have joined the coaching class last night, David. We were going over the tournament today on cash and playing the tournament and how to do that.
Right.
Well, we got coming up. We have Del Mar race 2, and Laurel race 10,
and Monmouth race 10 as well in 6 minutes.
Well, let's take a look at Monmouth, maybe, since we can, we could show Laurel.
Go to Laurel first because it's going to go off first. I'll get Del Mar ready to go with the audio.
I mean, if you're getting an overlay on this Jacobson horse and it stays that way at 4-1, you should hammer that. The 2, Solardi, big drop. You know, has a win over 60s. Went up too high. You know, Solardi and Boss Pal seem like that they're pretty legit here. I'm not, Boss's a Pal has a win over 50s at 5.5, but doesn't seem to be in as good a form as this horse was back towards the end of May. So might be ripe for an upset there. But they seem to be the class. Even if you look at maybe the 5 underneath, maybe a 2-5 or a 2-5-1 as being a possibility here.
Mike Saletta, we're gonna be on through
6:30
the Downs stakes races, and then we're going all the way through Singapore, which should wrap up somewhere around 4:30 in the morning.
They gave us the stream, right?
Probably just be me talking at that point in time. So, watch at your own risk. Who's your top pick here at Laurel, Oldy?
I think it's now the 2's getting bet, but I think I'm 2-5-1 here. I'm going to throw the 7 out.
I'm going to Laurel because I did look at most of these races, gentlemen, and I just barreling all over the place here. Okay, Laurel.
And they're going to the gate at Colonial as well.
Yeah, well, we're going to the gate at Laurel and Colonial.
Oh, I did like a horse here.
Colonial not showing us their video.
Of course.
We'll watch Laurel.
Laurel and hearty handshake, as I often say.
All right, Laurel. I actually like a horse here. Let me just pull up my notes. Yeah, I was actually, yeah. And again, I'm not playing anything major. The whole key to my day is obviously Kentucky Downs, but I was on the 1 here. Declaration Time.
Love you
2
much.
starts at Laurel. Turf course, 1 win, 1/3.
Smitten enough.
10 out of 13
Boss
at the
is a
distance on the board at the money. Out inside post can be a little tricky, but 5-1 I'll take off a morning line at 12-1. So I'm on the 1 Declaration of Time here at Laurel.
Power back.
Yes, Godfrey. Colonial is Twin Spires, CDI, not friends of the show. So, we're not going to go there.
Science.
Very true.
And it's a quirky track, a quirky me.
Bosses Pal smitten enough as Hyde sent. Here's Solardi.
That South African horse is
so Solardi smitten
might
enough
be gone here.
Pal will now have to chase that pair from 3rd to
By
position.
the way,
Power back
Colonial.
is 4th over to the 2 pass.
Yeah,
Science
we
racing on
talked
the
about
outside. Ground saving Declaration Time and Monster Mason are next. Another 2 back of the field and Native Thunder and Love You Much is trailing the field into the turn run. 14 lengths will cover them. Round the turn, smitten enough from Bosses Pal.
14
Solardi
lengths is
on
a
the
lot.
inside back in 3rd position. Power back is followed by Science, Monster Mason 4 deep at the top of the lane. They're followed by Declaration Time. Into the stretch now, 1/4 mile left to go. Smitten enough trying to hold Bosses Pal. But Bosses Pal with confidence comes to the lead. Bosses Pal 3/16 left.
7 appears to be back in
second.
form.
Solardi and Declaration Time is picking up in between horses.
Come on with that
At the
one.
last 16th of a
Get
mile.
up to second.
Here's Bosses Pal smitten enough. Declaration Time trying to close to complete the exacta behind Boss is a Pal.
It
Boss
does.
is a
Okay,
Pal from
thanks, will help me. There
Declaration
you go.
Time and smitten.
Delmar, I am 1 and 5.
All right, we're going to get Monmouth up here. Delmar. Let me get us over there. You're the 1 and 5 here at Delmar.
Yeah.
1 and 5. Delmar, I was
going.
going. Yeah, Delmar, I was on somebody here. Let me just flip over that. I think I was on somebody who I would take a shot with.
The 11 was who you mentioned.
Yes, correct. Thank you, Aldi. All right, the leaderboard is updated at Kentucky Downs. Leader has $5,537.75. Second, 55.31. I am currently in sixth at 3,516.
You don't need to win this, do you?
No, top 10. The thing is, here's the difficulty. You know, I'd love to win that belt, but you got to look at the prize pool, right? So there's 10 spots to pad your live bankroll per se, and the BCBC is of ultimate importance to me. So there's 10 prizes, cash prizes, 3 BCB seats, 7 NHC seats. I'm double qualified. So I think to be on the safe side, I've got to finish in the top 3, you would think, to get that BCBC seat, right? But if I pull a Matt Miller, I want the belt so bad, I'm just going to go all in. It's either going to win or be out. But I don't think with the 10, all those seats available, that I would take that risk. But we'll see how it goes. I may not have to, depending on how the next 2 races go.
Well, your one's running at Delaware, but it looks like
one. All right. Boom.
Oh, yeah, I see Delmar's on my big screen here. Where's my 11? Nowhere.
Boom. That's how the bacon's made.
There you go.
That's not going to be my catchphrase. But so, Chris, since you weren't around when I put up what my ticket was for Delmar here, this is what I played. You would get a little bit of a pyramid, nonetheless. So I singled the 8 because of the 4-star work and the blinkers on that was noted in the work. And then I was just 1-5 here, and now I hopefully have the right horses the rest of the way.
Did that South African horse win at Colonial?
It was very close at the end. I'm looking right now to see if it got caught. It did win, yes. Paid $6. So maybe a horse to keep an eye on as they move forward, but I'll remind people Colonial form usually does not transfer to other tracks.
No. Correct. It is a quirky track. I'm totally on board with you, Oldy.
But still an impressive effort. Came from a little off the pace on the turf, going 5.5 furlongs. So, and Monmouth, are they off here?
Outside of him, even deeper, is Lonely Ride around the turn. Yes. Hard Spun Fantasy second to last, and the Gray Strong Light is the trailer, 7 or 8 lengths behind the front runner. Group Ticket, who approaches the backstretch in charge. It's Group Ticket, a length in front, and Shogun Be Fast delegates the track this pace setter from second. Usually he's close to the pace, and today he is playing a tracking role in that second position. A gap of 2 to Jersey Perfection. Hard Spun Fantasies a little bit keen, moving level, a joint third as they head down the backstretch. 3:33 alongside that duo, another length and a half to Lonely Ride, and Strong Light getting closer at the back of the pack. He's only 5 lengths off the lead with Agarabisi Puedes as they approach the far turn run. Group Ticket into the turn, a half length in front. Shogun Be Fast right there as they round the far turn, and Shogun Be Fast now even with Group Ticket. Group Ticket once again kicks on. Shogun Be Fast asks for more in second. 3:33 is third, 2 off the lead. The others have got to get going as they come to the top of the lane. Group Ticket turning for home has put away Shogun Be Fast on the outside. 3:33 into the second position with a furlong to go. Group Ticket has opened up the lead to 3 now, and it's going to be another gate to wire win here, and it comes with Group Ticket. Group Ticket, Natty over gate to wire. Second home with
two long shots in a row at I believe 2 E long shots in a row at Monmouth here, if my memory serves me correctly. Nope, I'm wrong.
That was a former CEO claimed horse.
And as well, I believe the name of the South African horse means the storm, according to somebody in our chat.
All right, we got Woodbine race 8 in a minute, and then we'll get over to Kentucky Downs.
Race 8 at Woodbine. All right, let me take a peek.
I mean, I like some of the prices here on the, if you're using the win percentage. You know, your top GSR, second best win percentage on the 1, Runaway Charlie. You're at 8-1.
Heading across.
American Decision is at 10-1 with
race.
Sophia.
On the bet 365 in a turf. Runaway Charlie is the first to go up. Runaway Charlie down to the inside as they move forward. Friendly Ghost coming forward.
Casper.
It's hard to bet against Cassie.
Next along is
at
McAvoy.
Woodbine, right? I mean,
Yeah.
He's a little cold at Kentucky Downs, but that's
Mayhem,
happens to a lot of
gate
trainers.
4 for Fraser Abley.
Well, he was also really geared up for the Saratoga meet, so I'm not surprised that after that meet over.
Joining the line
No, he
here
did
is
fantastic.
Exude
Saratoga.
as the field
Everything,
picks up.
basically every horse was
Swedish
running.
Gray for Emma Jane Wilson. Lucky
You
Romance.
can't ask for
number
more.
6, so they're coming in pretty well on the bet 365 in a turf. For Rapoli stable, Bayless out, who is trained by Kevin and Todd. This is a very lightly raced 3-year-old. American Decision to the outside gate, and they'll be
Now, I'll
on
tell
their
you,
way.
McAvee, the favorite
American
doesn't
Decision
have a ton of
goes
speed.
forward. They're set to run. Luck. Trouble, however, gate 2, Friendly Ghost, contained by the gate crew. Momentarily out the saddle.
How about
is
Rapoli
Ryder
stable?
Justin Stein.
How about the 7 on Rapoli stable? Bail us out. Here we go.
Rest of the field
All right.
remaining.
I'd be on the
calm,
7.
So a start to be
Kevin
effective
and
shortly.
For entertainment
They're off.
purposes only.
And back to the tail as they break is Exude. A very nice beginning in the center for Corson Mayhem, who drives up to be in front. Pushing through his Runaway Ghost to share the lead, splitting them Friendly Ghost. And as they settle into stride, right behind
I
them
went
is
with
on the
American
outside
Decision, who was
American
12-1 when I
And as they
went
turn
with
out the
him,
stretch,
and
they've
now
got
he's
away a bit
9-2.
by about 3 or 4 lengths to McAvoy.
Yeah, me too,
Then
Oldy.
came Bayless out, Lucky Romance, and last is Exude. Together in front on the inside, it is Runaway Charlie. And over on the outside, pushing the pace is Corson Mayhem. They've gone away by about 3 or 4 lengths to Friendly Ghost. And a length behind them came on the inside McAvoy, followed by American Decision. And getting behind them is Bayless out, Exude. And last of all on the outside is Lucky Romance. On the inside, pushing back in front, Runaway Charlie ahead to Corson Mayhem. 4 lengths away is Friendly Ghost. American Decision the outside from McAvoy. A couple away, Exude and Bayless
like
out. At
pace
last
tools.
is Lucky Romance. They run inside the 3.5 and Runaway Charlie in front. They stack up on the lead with Corson Mayhem. 1.5 to Friendly Ghost, and coming home is McAvoy on the inside pretty well. Another break in the field to Exude, and on the outer American Decision and Bayless out of the back with Lucky Romance. They come to the final quarter. Corson Mayhem the outside. Runaway Charlie the rail. Friendly Ghost coming 3 wide, and just waiting in the wings is McAvoy. Down the outside coming is Friendly Ghost after Runaway Charlie and Corson Mayhem. McAvoy switching course up the inside. Bayless out, flying home down the outside might be the one. McAvoy the rail, Bayless out and McAvoy on the outside. Bayless out, fleeing to the front. McAvoy trying to fight back, and Bayless out for
There you
Rapoli
go.
stable, the winner.
Boom.
About a length to McAvoy, 4.5 to Friendly Ghost, and behind them Exude.
Yep. Got
For
crushed
the
over
race,
the around last.
37-12.
All right, we got a sprint with what is a technical term of crap ton of pace in it. Here with Joe Shiesty and Bear River and Apollo 10 and well, I mean, Hedgewick can rate a little bit.
Yeah, this is probably the most wide open race of the whole card.
Yeah, I agree. I struggled here.
Yeah.
You know, I thought maybe the 2 Evade for first time with Maker might be, you know, was in a grade 1, overseas. You know, I thought maybe this horse. We'll see. A couple shots at grade ones. You know, coming from off the pace, maybe the 8. Please Advise coming from off the pace too. We've seen crazier things today, that's for sure. But if you watch the race sim here to the stretch, you know, the race sim has the 4 yellow card winning, who's the top
Right.
McCarthy. But you know, I think the 11's very dangerous.
That's one of the ones.
We've seen these outside horses win today too.
Yeah. And the key is it's a 6.5 furlong race. So the question I had about the 11, Bill Matos, Manza Musa, is when I see a horse, you know, basically just exclusively 5.5 and then stretching out. Usually I don't. You know, these horses, they're in 5.5 furlong sprints for a reason. Well, they don't run 6.5 at Saratoga or the New York circuit. But the question is whether this horse really wants to go that distance. So usually in races like this, I'm looking for somebody with a cutback, possibly coming from a 7 furlong race, which you're not going to have usually with 3-year-olds, or a mile. And don't see too many of it. But I will say the one, Hedwig, did win at Ellis at 6.5 the last time out. Actually, no, it was 5.5, right? Yep. Yeah. That race it seems like if you look, I think the first or second race, I'd have to look back at my notes, but it seems like the Ellis Park turf form holds up very well going to Kentucky Downs. And I kind of faded one of those turf races earlier to my mistake because 2 horses that came out of Ellis finished 1-2, and I was looking at horses that were coming down from Saratoga.
Yeah, and you know, I also I thought, and I know that this one would vex you if this happened, but the 6 Apollo 10 was the one of the speed horses that I was most interested in over Joe Shiesty and Bear River.
Right. I think you're on the right page with that, because I would probably be with you there. But I will also wanted to mention when I talk about cutback, the one horse that does satisfy the requirement is the 8 Please Advise, came out of the Hall of Fame. Buttercream Babe was in that race. So this horse is the last 4 races have been at a mile. And they're all stakes races. The English Channel at Gulfstream, lost the First World War at the Penn Mile, and had a really weird trip that day. All I have to say is in the Manila at grade 3 at a mile, he picked up Eric Cancel. That's all I need to say. And then Pratt gets back on rail post. So this horse has been racing against some good company. So to me, it's a horse that I had to use going forward. So I really have gone 4 deep here. I have 3 horses alive in the double, and I'll let you know when they hit the gate.
All right. We're about 2 minutes from post here, Chris.
Yep.
Any thoughts on your end? All right. Well, we'll wait a minute here, see what Chris is.
Chris is formulating an opinion.
Yeah, he is.
So LAI ended up playing. This is what I shared to the WhatsApp chat on the pick 5 here. It's a big one. That's not it. Actually, it ended up being. Hold on. I gotta find it here and make those changes. 2, 6, 10, 1. This time, that's this race. I went narrow on.
Congratulations, Vofra Pena, the groom of number 10, Howard Wallowitz, the best turned out for race number 9. Horses are now approaching the starting gate.
Okay. This is a key race, the triple key race for me, because I am alive to a couple of horses, 3 horses in a double, and that'll totally, if hopefully I can get one of them home, that will put me in good position for my last 2 plays.
Note the comment there from Jockey 7Z.
The horses have reached the starting gate.
I have my horse, Apollo 10. I work for Clement. Oh, well, maybe I don't want to say anything based on my my history with Clement's barn, but I did get off that schneid, so I don't have that hanging over my head anymore. So, but it's got a shot.
Please advise, evade into the gate. General Ledger and vote no the next 2.
Dick Bush likes the
Yellow
4.
Card and Howard Wolowitz.
Howard and his Wolowitz.
Here's Bear River stepping up.
I know Justin liked the 9 a little bit due to the GSR.
Apollo 10. Waiting for Mansa Musa and Smoky.
$2 million Grade 1 Aristocrat Franklin Simpson Stakes.
There you go.
It's a mouthful.
Yeah. A lot of money on the line at Kentucky Downs today.
They are all in line.
All right, I'm alive to the 1-8-11. Good luck, everybody.
Off in the Aristocrat Franklin Simpson Stakes. General Ledger comes out running well with Hedwig on the inside, and farther out Bear River with some early speed as well. But it will be General Ledger to emerge up top in the initial stages here. Joined on the outside by Joe Shiesty. Now it's these 2 matching strides on the lead. 2.5 lengths back to Apollo 10, who moves up on the outside into 3rd position. Then it's Bear River, Hedwig along the inside. Howard Wolowitz going up outside of horses, clear from Yellow Card and Evade. Right in behind them, Mansa Musa. A separation of 6 lengths back to Smoky. No, and the trailer, please advise. Making their way toward the top of the stretch. And it is Joe Shiesty who turns for home with the lead here. To the outside, Apollo 10 has moved up into 2nd position. Howard Wolowitz trying to put in a run on the outside. General Ledger is there. Hedwig got caught in tight quarters. And moving on the outside is Yellow Card. It is still wide open. Here comes Yellow Card up to grab the lead from Howard Wolowitz. Now these 2 are 1-2. Behind them comes Evade in 3rd. Howard Wolowitz fights on from the inside, and he's going to do it. Howard Wolowitz with a big bang in the Aristocrat Franklin Simpson Stakes. And then it was Yellow Card, 2nd best under the wire. Mansa Musa was 3rd, and Evade was 4th.
All right, so Howard Wolowitz, not part of the HHH Racing podcast, but still another Howard. And we have Gulfstream Race 9 coming up if we can get Chris back here to move that over.
The one just got totally cut off. But I did at the last minute make a small win wager on the 10 as a backup, which I don't know why, but it's a small consolation. But I thought the 1 was in great position. And that's what happens, the horse racing luck, right?
Well, and you see the way they have to break there, that they have to all break out because of where the turn it, because they're essentially breaking in a turn. That's why it's so tough on the inside horses there too.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you very much. Congratulations to those connections with the sun.
Good one, Oldy. Yeah, so I did at the last minute just throw a win bet on that horse as my fourth choice, figuring that that's the other horse I would have used in the double. So didn't cost me a ton, but it's and you're living.
Chris, can we run to Gulfstream real fast? It looks like they're at 0 minutes to post.
Well, let me just lower my volume on my big screen.
Pick 6 carryover from yesterday. 76,000. That's up for grabs. Expect that to multiply.
Got Star of Saturn, your E top choice, who you're getting 7 to 1 on here right now. For Bobby and his DeBona.
Well, so this ninth race I did. This is the stakes race, right?
Yep. No, it's an allowance optional claimer.
And this 8 horse had a really bang up first time start. Yeah, let me pull it up.
But I will tell you the E likes the 3, and you're getting a price. It's worth a shot here on Star of Saturn.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was a 7 furlong, right? Mm-hmm.
What's the problem, Chris?
The problem is you're getting Sonny Leone.
Sunny days. They're taking your cares away. There's an objection at Kentucky Downs.
An objection. All right, I got to pull up that video. It may be somebody. I don't think that it was on the 10 probably. But at Gulfstream here, what's wrong with the 2? Off the layoff, maybe a little cheap. Don't love the last race, but that was synthetic. This is back to dirt, stretching out to 7. So I would be on a 2-8 exacta box here.
I'm going to take a shot on the 3. I'm trying to see what this objection is.
Yeah, let me pull up my.
It looks like that the 2 of them definitely got together. The 10 and the 4. I'm not sure who was responsible there. But you could see, I could be out here. The 4 may. Ten comes out a little bit. 4 comes in, and then they crash together, and the 10 doesn't let go. So I'm not sure what they're going to do here, but if the 4 could come down.
It could be, yeah. It's. I don't know how the stewards are, but in Kentucky Downs, but this looks like a 50-50 to me.
By this time, David, they're hammered.
They're hammered.
They've been drinking Kentucky's finest.
So this is an objection then. So I to assume it's not an inquiry. It's not a steward's inquiry. It's a jockey's objection.
That's I don't know if it's a jockey or a trainer objection.
Right. Could be a train. Right. Because to me, there's a definite distinction between an objection and an inquiry.
Yes.
Amy the Butcher. Julie's Legacy.
So the 4 is in its own path. I'm not seeing where the 4 gets impeded by the 10.
The 4 definitely comes in, and then the 10 sticks to the 4 is what I see.
4's in the lead, so it gets to dictate its path. Yeah, the 10 could be coming down. That's a typical IRAD move. Whether they'll leave it be or not, we'll find out. All right, David, let's get your 2-8 exacta home here.
Journey, the field is ready for a start.
All right, well, the sign's down. No change. No change, guys.
No change. Okay, good. That helps me out a little bit with a small profit.
Racing into the top flight is All Class, almost 4 in line. 2 back to Star of Saturn, who runs into 5th. Racing ahead of Amy the Butcher out wide, then Kiki Love, and at the rail, Adios Babe. They run to the half-mile point. The scrum continues up front. In the middle, Atalanta Alexandra along the rail, Julie's Legacy. And out the center, it's All Class. They're across the course now, a length and a half in front of Amy the Butcher. On her outside is the race favorite Alice Queen. Holding down the rail is the gray Adios Babe.
Yeah, I think my 3 is going to finish last.
Saturn, and the trailer is Kiki Love.
Or second to last.
My 2 might finish last after he gets past here, so he might neck out. You might neck me out.
Julie's Legacy is back to second, 2.5 to Alice Queen third. At the rail, Adios Babe finds her best.
Obviously, it seems like the 2 does not want any part of 7.
44 and 1, and All Class still
has
That was fast, right? That was pretty contentious pace.
Struggling off the turn in the stretch drive. The leader is All Class with 1/8 of a mile remaining. She's 3 lengths to the good. Adios Babe's not done trying. She'll duck to the inside lane as the leader begins to wander. It's All Class in front. Adios Babe with a late push.
Nowhere with the 8, huh? Nowhere.
Adios
Nope.
Babe is lunging.
No.
Here's the wire.
Well.
All Class.
All Class. All right, so Delmar race 3 coming up. It looks like. And I am, what did I say my numbers were here? Let me pull that up again. So I am 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 11. So all the double-digit horses.
1, 3, 4, 10, 11.
And what I thought was a pretty wide open race. But the Doug O'Neill horse would be nice. I mean, you're getting 5-1 on a Baffert. And the 1 horse, Zabo. Let's see, what else do we have here? We have the second Baffert, who's 3-1 in Kings Road. You're getting 12-1 on Peter and his Miller on Corvino. And then I'm going to assume this 3 for the second time starter, Ironman Cal, is your favorite at 5-2. Again, this is a turf race, so I usually discount the Bafferts a little bit in those situations, even though he has been having better results on the turf lately. But big GSR on the Doug O'Neill horse with Mario Gutierrez aboard on the 2 video review. So I'm going to go there for my top pick.
Who's your top pick, Aldi? I'm sorry.
I'm going to go with the 2 video review for Doug
Video
O'Neill
review. Okay. And let me see. I may use your top pick with my top pick. Yeah, let me see. I think I did like somebody a little bit there. And I apologize. Usually I'm not focused like I am today on one track. So just for the listeners, this usually doesn't happen or usually by most of these live money tournaments, by this point, I'm well out, zeroed out. It's like,
as the saying goes, today might be the day.
video review, Doug O'Neill, first-time starter.
I'm on the 3, Ironman Cal, 3-7. That's my double.
Ironman Cal, who had a race at 5 furlongs over the turf, stretches out. Usually at a mile. I'd like to see, I don't love first-timers going a mile. I'd rather see a race, at least one race, but doesn't mean they don't win. The horse that would make
review going in
qualification would be the 10, Corvino, but it's a Vino Rosso. I don't like to play Vino Rossos in
the next one.
Does have a 4-star work.
Okay.
Kings
What happened
Road
to the
is
9? Yeah, I actually think I think I would be on with you, Oldy. I think this horse.
Yes, Stingray.
This horse sits up okay at the price. The 2 video review.
Vino on the outside. Loaded quickly. Here is Johnson's Magic to the outside
Good
gate.
luck, everybody.
Goes in. All in. And away they go. Zabo from the inside gate has ridden for the early lead in the center, Kings Road. Now here comes Johnson's Magic on the grandstand side to join them. Just in behind them is Iron Man Cal. Video review down at the rail. Curvino in the orange, 6 off them. They go a fast pace early on. Then comes Stingray Shuffle in the blue colors. Alongside of that is Unrivaled Hero, a little wide.
What is Mario Gutierrez doing there?
In a bit tight here is Video Review. Looks like the saddle has slipped on Video Review up in the third spot.
That's not good.
The back of the pack is Zabo and Freedom of Speech. They move down the backstretch and Kings Road in front by half a length. Johnson's Magic right there in the second spot. Then comes Iron Man Cal. Video Review, 4 lengths off the leaders. Behind that comes Curvino in the orange. Then Stingray Shuffle, Unrivaled Hero, Whitecap, 9 off the leader. Behind that, Freedom of Speech, and Zabo is last. Strung out, they go into the far turn, and Kings Road still a leader by a half. In the second spot is Johnson's Magic, turning the pressure on. Iron Man Cal is in with a good shot. Iron Man Cal starts to close on 3 wide. In behind that comes Video Review. Curvino is in the orange, and then Stingray Shuffle.
Come on, 3
At
kick.
the top of the lane, Iron Man Cal coming with a big run. Iron Man Cal down the
Take
center
away.
gets the lead. Kings Road
Take away.
on gamely, but
There
he's
we
really
go.
no match here for Iron Man Cal. Sticks his neck out and goes willingly for the wire. Iron Man Cal wins well. Kings Road was in second. In behind.
Chris, you're a man. Good call.
Boom. I'll take it. I needed a boom. 2-1. I know, not exciting, but
yeah. You're alive for your double, and that's.
I'm alive to a lot of shit. Let me tell you. So the big race is yes, exactly, Mike. Now we need the 7. The 7 unlocks the box. This is the part where in The Godfather 2, where Hyman Roth told Michael Corleone, "This is the business we chose."
And
good imitation.
We also find, I mentioned this morning, but we find out when there's 2 Bafferts in a yak team, that you bet the yak team theory actually works here too.
Yeah,
and 1 horse Proud Starlet, who has some big works.
For me, Oldie, you know what works for me there? I pass.
The 7.
I pass the race. I don't need to bet all of them.
Well, I could have gone all here, but I did knock the 5 and the 3 out. I think the 3 potentially is live here as well, but really the 5 was the only one I didn't like. But in the interest of prices, or not prices, but cost, I knocked the 3 down off the ticket. But it is 14%, and it is 15-1, and we have seen horses like that win recently. So, especially for Doug O'Neill. So I'm just saying that all this out loud, and let's see where your 7 opens here too. As let's see, we got an Emerald race coming up here.
Yeah, we got the Emerald race coming up. Let's give them a little love. They let us show their stuff. So, Oldy, let me, you got that up there now. I'll cue the race up. We got 2 minutes to go. It's a 6-horse field. 7.
Yeah, I mean, big field for Emerald. The question is, all right, so this Debbie Van Horn, she's 0-for-2 with first-time starters on the top GSR, which is 56 at 4.5 furlongs. West Coast Bull is your 64% horse, currently sitting at 2-1. And then your second win percentage is the non-Lionel Reyes. This is Luis Reyes. The 3 Lair, who's also your second E pick. Anything you guys like here? It just may be a 1-3 exacta here. The picks might have it.
Nudie opened up at 1-9, Oldie.
I expected Noonie to open up at something big, or not big, but you know what
Emerald
I mean.
Downs.
Uneven money, as I tend to call it. All right, Emerald, I'm going to just play a little 1-3 exacta box.
Okay. And since I'm one down from the bottom, I'll go next. On Emerald Downs, race 3, I'm going to punt.
All right. I'm just playing a little entertainment play.
I'm formulating my play for Kentucky Downs 10th race.
Now, Oldie, I will tell you that if you're going to do a 1-3 exacta box, you should ditch that bet because boxing is inefficient. And you should have
It's
learned
an
that
entertainment
earlier.
play. I'm not even going to put any more thought into it than playing it the way I played it. It does not need any more time from me. My time's more money than what this play is.
Tell him, Mike. Tell him.
I spent a total of $4 on this. I am not worrying about dutching or doing anything special with it.
Gotcha. All right. Post time. Let's get out there. Oldie, can you add it to the screen? I'm having slowness issues.
Yes. There we go. Emerald Downs. Their 50-cent pick six starts here. I don't know if that's a jackpot or not. It is, I'm told.
It is a jackpot.
It should be called something like the Emerald Pot or something like that. The Emerald, it's probably like the Emerald City, something from the Wizard of Oz. But they also, I see on the screen, have penny breakage, just like Kentucky does.
And the horses have reached the starting gate.
The Virginia Oaks at Colonial. I took a little look at this, and I was 12-5-7 here, and actually none of my horses got scratched. At 16-1 on Distorted de Oro, I think that's a place to make a stand.
Settled away.
For Michael Nistidham. 2-0 on the turf.
Adios Jojo up to the gate door to move in alongside. Now comes the Lair, next one. Luis Reyes dismounts from the Lair. Gate crew tends to that one.
Well, that doesn't
get him sorted away in the gate. Jockey Luis Reyes will climb aboard. Tappett's Way standing by.
That's a $32 loan.
Charles B likes the 3 pendulum at Colonial. For Brendan and his Walsh.
All right. I think I'm formulating a play here.
Luis Reyes climbs aboard of the Lair in the starting gate. Next one to go, Tappett's Way.
Oldie, right after this, we'll get out to the Niagara at Woodbine.
All right.
David
That was a tough looking race too.
Yes, I did look at that race. That was a very, very inscrutable type of race.
They're probably going to go off.
Circling back of the gate.
All right, well, if you want, we don't have to wait for. Let's watch the stakes race rather than the.
David Martin will settle in on board for that one. In goes Barkley's Image.
Where are we at? Oh, we got a little bit of time.
Outside Coast has just got a shine. Now 1 to go. TV's Gray.
The 1, 3 for 5 distance.
Going in.
Stone Age.
And
Top GSR. It might be that easy.
Well, also used to be in the Chad Brown barn.
Good start for West Coast Bull, who wastes no time in
and
to the front.
Did it fall down the stairs?
In pursuit, just got
and the Aiden, but Aiden O'Brien barn.
Jojo the Lair
moves. Did it fall down the stairs?
2 more back to Barkley's Image. Around
the
far turn they go. The trailer is Tappett's Way. Quarter mile away as they run to the top of the stretch. West Coast Bull is blazing the trail here. The leader by 4 or 5. Adios Jojo trying to cut into that margin. TV's Gray back of that at the inside and just got a shine. But West Coast Bull is opened clear a half dozen or more. Carlo Lopez and West Coast Bull taking care of business today. They win it easily by 6 or 7. Adios Jojo second best. The Lair comes.
Okay, Woodbine 9th race. This race I did look at, gentlemen.
So Eyes on the King pulling back. And
if I get to it, my notes quick enough, and offer a little bit of an opinion here.
Race at Gulfstream Park, and prior to that at Tampa. So another attempt to load. Eyes on the King is almost right. The front of the gate was opened to help with the load here. So just a slight encouragement needed again, and has gone in. It is the turn of Stanley House.
I was on to 6 Stanley House here. Stanley House.
He joins them for Jose Campos. Dancing.
Stanley House.
Stretching out on the turf.
For the Barn of Gale Cox about to come
I will be a little contrarian here, and I will go with the 4 La Maca.
Okay, now first time on the turf for Stanley House, but that's one of my angles. And he is taking that, 6 to 1.
Gray spins are. They're almost
taking a little money. Not a ton.
And the last along is Palazzi. Stand by for a start. This field is all in. Locked up. They're off. And a great start. A very nice beginning near the center of the track for Eyes on the King. Has run straight out in front. Spinzar drops behind the field by a bit. On the inside, Stone Age is rallying for the lead, though. Eyes on the King on the inside, about a half to on the rail. Stone Age, they're going pretty fast. They've opened up a big lead early. About 4 lengths away, Luck McCuzzer as they head up the back stretch. A length away is Stanley House. 1 to Collective Force. Behind them, Dancing in Denial, Palazzi, and Spinzar is at the back. And about 10 lengths covers the field with the top 2 breaking away from them. Eyes on the King in front. Off the inside is Stone Age with the mouth wide open, going up to put the pressure on. They're now 5.5 clear of Luck McCuzzer. A length away, Stanley House, Collective Force. A length and a quarter, Dancing in Denial. 2 to Spinzar, and last of all is Palazzi. The top 2 continue in their own private affair up front. They race along with the leader on the inside. Eyes on the King, about a half to Stone Age. They're now about 9 or 10 lengths in front. Luck McCuzzer in 3rd placing. On the inside, Collective Force coming forward. On the outer, Stanley House, then Dancing in Denial. Spinzar is 2nd last, and 3 away last is Palazzi. They went through the half in 47 and 2. They've been wasting no time, and they are still neck and neck on the rail. Eyes on the King. The outer, Stone Age by 6 lengths. Luck McCuzzer closing pretty well. 1 away, Stanley House. Spinzar making ground. Then Collective Force, Dancing in Denial. and Palazzi will have to come from last. They're closing quickly on these leaders who can't go on. Luck Makaza ran by them as if they're standing still and dashed away in the Niagara Stakes. And down the outside, Stanley House running on to second, and from the back, Palazzi makes a bid. Luck Makaza in front. On the outside, Palazzi coming from dead last is finishing right down the outside of the track. Back in the center, Stanley House. Luck Makaza in front. It's still a long way to go. Palazzi coming on the outside. Luck
Come on,
Makaza
Stanley,
inside
hold
the
on for a
final
second.
furlong chased by Stanley House and Palazzi.
Come on,
And
Stanley.
Luck Makaza
David
goes on to win
Exacta.
the Niagara Stakes.
There we
Stanley
go.
House
Right.
second, Palazzi on.
There you go. 4-6.
Not bad.
Okay.
Gentlemen, I'll be back in about a minute.
All right, Oldy, let's get out to, looks like Kentucky Downs.
Yeah, Downs and Gulfstream are going to go off on top of each other. So this is the integration race. I wound up going 1, 2, 4 here, the picks, but I think you can go a lot deeper. You know, and we talked about this with Howard, but Chief Little Rock, I didn't like after watching the video. Just seems to need the lead and doesn't seem to be fast enough here. Grand Sonata and Tawny Port both kind of do the same thing every time and just kind of miss. So I don't know what's going to be different today, other than it's Kentucky Downs. Same thing with the 9 Anglophile. They're all kind of doing that. So that's kind of how I wound up where I am. Can Peak, though, did win last time at Saratoga on the lead. It's another horse that probably needs the lead at 13 furlongs, and this is 12. So that I don't think you can dismiss that horse offhand, but I just thought this was a pretty wide open race.
Yes, you are correct.
And if the 8 breaks slow, or I don't think the 8 can go gate to wire, but I think the 4 has a chance to, if the 8 doesn't break well.
Mm-hmm.
With Indiana, or Horseshoe Indiana's Fernando de la Cruz aboard.
Noah's 7 horse is now the second choice at 5-1 at Del Mar, off at 8-1 morning line.
All right. And Chris, did you have thoughts here? What do you think of race 10? Other than I know you went all.
No, I did not go all here. 1, 4, 7, 9, 10, 11.
1, 4, 7, 9, 10, 11. Okay.
That's on one ticket, and the other ticket has your 2 singles. Big threes.
I mean, integration's not getting bet. 8-5 on the morning line is currently at 5-2. So that I describe that as lukewarm money. And if we run the race sim, just because we have time here as we wait for David to hear his thoughts. It really, Get Smoking really is the one, and Balladeer, that get out of the gate. And then everybody else comes on. Highway Robber is the E top pick. And is currently sitting at 9-1. And down the stretch they come. And he has it 1, 2, 7 coming in there. With the one with the only one with the forward facing arrow suggesting it should be closing for Brian and his Lynch. And this horse did win the Kentucky Downs Turf Cup preview, and this is the Kentucky Downs Turf Cup Stakes. So we're still at 4 minutes to post here. Let's maybe look at a try or an exotic of some sort here. Oh, here we go. We got David. So let's get his thoughts here. I know he'll give us 3 or 4 horses that he may or may not be on. David, you're still muted. I'll demute you if you can't. Is that better?
Woodbine that does not include.
Oh, you muted me. Okay, you're good. Okay.
Yeah, there is an
All right,
inquiry at
so
Woodbine
Kentucky
that
down.
does not include the first place position.
Okay.
It's between second and third. Appears the 6 bumped the 12.
All right. So what are your, David, I played 1, 2, 4 at Kentucky Downs. I don't know if those are any of the 3 that you are on. I was originally on the 11 as well, but having watched the video on that horse, I feel like from what I've seen that horse needs the lead and isn't going to be fast enough.
So you're on the 1, 2, 4, and who don't you think is fast enough to get the lead?
The 11. If you watch the European races, its best races all came on the lead.
Right, and the outside postal lead. That I will tell you, out of the contenders here, I did also fade the 11 a bit, so I am not on the 11 here. The horses that I showed an interest in, I do want one of the speeds. Okay, so I either have to make a decision, or I had to make a decision whether I'm going to use either Get Smoking the 4 or 8 Balladeer, because what happens sometimes is the other 2 main speeds, one gets off slow. So I don't want to be left holding the bag. Like with Idea Generation, nobody chased him. So I'm always going to have that in some kind of combination. So besides one of the speeds, I definitely like the 1 and the 2 also. So besides the other speeds, it's 1, 2, 7 were the other horses I was interested in. I know that's not telling you a lot because the 2's 5 to 2 and the 7's 4 to 1. But I mean, I would use the 8 or the 4 and probably take a shot that Balladar at that price, may hang on. But I think it's going to be a contentious enough pace that will set it up for a closer. But my closer, I don't want too far off the pace. So to sum it up, I'd use 1, 2, 7. And one of the speeds. So, however, in the contest, I've already put my play in. I have a $400 win bet on one of them and a couple of doubles. And I did not use Cogburn in my double because I have a strategy going into the last race where I'd probably be using Cogburn at a very large double, possibly. So it doesn't make sense to get a small double on the front end if I need him on the other front end, going into probably a $60 or $70 double that could win me the whole thing. So yeah, its strategy sometimes works, sometimes it doesn't. And yes, so as they're loading in the gate, I will tell you. And I have to tell you, this is important to me to get enough bankroll for this race, because when I looked at the card on Wednesday, I knew that I decided right now not to go all in on this horse, but because of the position I'm in. And I have an opinion in the last race, so I was really high on one of those horses here. But I'll let you know as soon as they load in.
Sounds good.
And Chris, you might know, so don't disclose, because I believe we were on at another point where I was in another live money contest, and I tapped out on this horse, and it was a pretty close finish. That's all I'll tell you.
Yeah,
a couple of necks and noses. That 0 would have turned into 10K.
I'll quote the Go-Go's. Our lips are sealed. No change with Woodbine. 4, 6, 12, 11 is final.
4, 6,
Dead
12,
heat
11.
at Colonial between the 1 and the 7. By the way, guys. All right, we're 2 minutes from post here. That they have not been post dragging as much as they were earlier in the week either.
In this race. Upon
Scratch?
recommendation of the veterinarian, the stewards have
Yeah.
scratched number 11, Chief Little Rock.
All right. Well, there goes the price then.
Little Rock is a late
All right.
scratch from this race. Once again,
I was
11, Chief Little Rock.
Okay. That's two of the. I think half the Aidan O'Brien horses were scratched today, and that happened. He had a bunch of scratches at the Breeders' Cup last year too.
Yep.
I noticed he did. But refresh my memory, Oldy or Chris, if you can, if either one of you can recall, has Eddie O'Brien sent over many horses to Kentucky Downs the last couple of meets? Do you recall?
No,
I don't recall that.
The Euros came this year because of the purses. They keep going up.
Right. Good
And
point.
again,
because I don't
people need
remember
to remember,
seeing any Charlie Appleby's or Hills.
People need to remember the purses are good for the owners, the trainers, and the jockeys. They ain't good for the rest of us betting on it. It had nothing to do with that.
Right.
So,
right.
I mean,
exactly.
Sappy won with a 16 claimer in April, $200,000 race yesterday. Nobody had it.
Right.
Yeah.
Somehow his crystal ball said, this horse wants to run uphill towards the finish line.
Right. Well, take a shot. Right. Right. See, it's a quirky course and you never know. Right. With the money on the line, I have to tell you, I never realized how much these purchases actually were. And I wouldn't mind claiming middle of the year some kind of turf horse somewhere along the line, you know, for 50, 75K with a couple partners and saying, hey, you know, I'm going to go take this horse to Kentucky Downs. Maybe we could take him on a farm and train him up and down hills, jog him, right?
David, I got a farm right next door to me. We got an undulating turf course.
Okay, undulating turf course. That's exactly the term I was looking for, undulating. So
I think the people that design Kentucky Downs are the people that design golf courses.
For the Kentucky
How can we make
Why?
it,
Because of all the sand traps?
and how can we make it as fucking hard as possible?
Highway Robber will lead them in.
Well, I will say, Chris, too, running up a hill was how Walter Payton used to train. So it's not the worst idea. Plus, you'd be
Kate Bush as well.
Coming up.
If you had a little road to cross over too, you could train for Moncton as well.
Yeah, well, the only thing I'll give you with running up that hill is a Kate Bush reference, and we'll see if anybody in the chat knows that, but I'm guessing you do not.
I did not get it, no. But I'm guessing Scott Free would be the one to get it.
Yeah, Scott will get it.
All in line.
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay, gentlemen, good luck to everybody. I am on the 720 port big time.
All right, Tawny Port.
They're off in the Kentucky Turf Cup. Get Smokin' starts very well, and last year's winner going immediately to the front. Company from Cathkin Peak on the inside and Balladeer on the outside. Now Balladeer grabs second, Cathkin Peak back to third, then Tawny Port, Grand Sonata, and Integration on the inside. Anglophile is next, and then King Curlin and Highway Robber. So it's Get Smokin', and he's got company from Balladeer. These two, as expected, flashing their early foot here. Get Smokin' by a length. Balladeer runs along in second, 23.65, pretty quick for the mile-and-a-half journey. Break of another 3 back to Cathkin Peak, and then Tawny Port to the outside. Kendrick Carmouche and Integration are 7 lengths behind. Grand Sonata next, and then Anglophile, followed by King Curlin, and Highway Robber is 13 lengths from the top. 47.53.5. They begin their journey uphill here with Get Smokin' and Fernando de la Cruz on the lead. Balladeer kept right behind by Florent Giroux in second. Cathkin Peak is third to the inside. Tawny Port fourth, Integration fifth. Then Grand Sonata, followed by Anglophile, is being passed now in the back of the field by King Curlin and Highway Robber. 3/4 up in 1:11.21 seconds. 5 furlongs to go. Get Smokin' trying to do it again this year on the lead. He's been in front every step of the way so far. Balladeer 1.5 lengths behind. 2 lengths more back to Cathkin Peak, who's been third throughout. Then Tawnyport. Anglophile to the outside. Integration is down toward the rail. Still 6 lengths to make up for him. And then comes Highway Robber. Can Get Smokin' take him the distance one more time? 3 furlongs to go.
I don't know, because I
He's still
can't tell
on top
because of
as
the
they make their way
trees.
toward the top of the stretch here in the Kentucky Turf Cup. Now getting on the scene is Integration from the back of the pack, who swings up on the outside, and right up there too in contention is Cathkin Peak, and coming up the rail, Grand Sonata, and now Cathkin Peak and Grand Sonata have gone by. Here come the rest. Tawnyport is putting in a run. Anglophile is there. Integration trying to squeeze on through. Highway Robber from the back of the pack too. They're all coming down to the line, and it's going to be Grand Sonata and Highway Robber. Grand Sonata did it. Highway Robber was second. Then Tawnyport and
Almost got
Integration.
that one.
Uh-huh.
The 7th race at Kentucky Downs, Elaine is asking for. That was KD race. We'll just pull it up here.
Finished third there, Oldy.
I'm not sure. Grand Sonata was the one who had the big win percentage that nobody was playing. I think it was the 7, and that was, yeah, it was the 7 finished third.
All right. Well, I had the one across the board that got crushed at 4-1, which I'm not exactly thrilled with. Which
Your
is
big Delmar race, I think, is off already, and it looks like my 6 closed and won that race, just edging out the 4. So your favorite, the 2 at 4-5, was nowhere in the picture, by the way.
All right, gentlemen. Kentucky Downs beaten again by the 10. All right. Grand Sonata.
Ooh,
got me again.
I don't know.
Chris.
Vodka with the twist might have gotten the bob there.
No.
But,
yeah, I'm looking at that now.
No, Chris, you don't think so?
I think the 6 got it.
The 6 guy. I think the 6 got it.
I don't know. When they just showed that the 4 had a great bob. Nope, 6. Okay. Either way, I'll take it. I'm alive to the pay lag. It's not going to be huge, but beating the 2 there
10
is
more.
big.
Second, number 4, Vodka with a Twist. Third, number 3, So There She Was. And fourth, number 7, Jack's Magic Girl.
So, Chris.
Yep.
I got beat again by Grand Sonata. I had in the United Nations. I had Tawnyport in that race too. And
I remember
live money, and I got beat by a nose for place with a nice exacta with Get Smoking by Grand Sonata, who I did not make a case for. Congrats, Elaine. And now I got beat again by Grand Sonata, so this horse keeps haunting me. So I'm done with Tawnyport. Grand Sonata must be my next bugaboo. So next time I will play Grand Sonata, and he probably won't win. So
you are divorced.
Yeah, I'm divorced. Tawnyport, I'm divorced from. That's it. I've had that so many times. That horse runs a good race, just finishes second or third. And I thought it was a perfect spot for him today, and he got beat by the 15-1. So
yeah, and that's one thing about integration there. I mean, when you look at the weirdness of Kentucky Downs, Get Smoking was the best turned out, which is an auto toss, and integration just didn't show up.
And,
right.
And guys, we need more likes. We should be We got 200 people, 226 live viewers right now. Only 70 more likes, please. Likes and subscribes, please. Hit the like and subscribe button. Thank you. We appreciate it. It helps the channel, and hopefully you appreciate the live racing here, as well as the handicapping chat.
All right, Oldy, let's get out to Gulfstream Park, the race 10, the nightcap. You got a big favorite here. What kind of a brooch or a hat can you make of this here?
All right, so interesting race for sure. I was 817 here, so the 1 is your top win percentage and the top EE pick, and you are getting 5-1 right now on that horse. So rated by merit for Yates is 1-5. That's ridiculous. Whether that horse wins or not, I'm not sure what happens if that horse doesn't get the lead, and the 3 appears to be just as fast. And that could open something up. The 7 has some really nice works for D'Angelo, who's a maiden, who's the long shot. And I also really like the 1, who is more of a battle-tested horse and almost got home in the Proud Man for Patrick and his being Cone last time out, and picks up Jaramillo here. Second off the layoff.
Yep.
David, any thoughts?
Yeah. I liked. I definitely looked at this race, and I am going to put a play in very shortly. I did have some interest in the 7. Just Relax with the 8, so I'm going to play a 7-8. This horse had the lead at a sloppy track and just lost the lead late. And I know the race wasn't even close to as fast as what the 8 ran, but I think on a fast track here, this horse may show some improvement off that race. So I'm going to use a 7-8 exactly here.
Danny, welcome.
Moving up on the outside is Zizka, passing on Bigger Than I Look. In tight toward the rail is Candy Crumbs, and out the back while 3 wide is Lawler.
And that's exactly what I thought might happen with the 8 not getting the lead. So we'll see if the 8 can
on the outside, rated by Merritt's with
compress here and rate.
Third Classic, of course, he's trying to thread the needle for Jaramillo.
I'm going to say no.
Of course, with an early move, he's down inside, going after the new leader. That new leader is rated by Merritt. They have a quarter of a mile left to go in the Dr. Fager, and rated by Merritt under confident Rio's handling through a 44-4 opening half mile.
Well, maybe it can.
That's great.
To finish the job, and he opens up by 3 now. There's
nobody coming from behind either.
Rated by Merritt has bid this field a pleasant Saturday good afternoon. It's rated by Merritt, out to prove his maiden win was no fluke. He is indeed the real deal and a 5-length winner. Neo Equos was second. Third was Classic, of course. Fourth is Just Relax.
Welcome, Tony. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, welcome aboard.
Elaine hitting the like button from the casino. What casino are you at, Elaine? Tell us.
And also tell us what you're playing at the casino. Is it slots?
There you go.
If you want to watch slots, one of the better YouTube channels to watch is Vegas Matt. He plays slots for a lot of money, $5,000, $10,000, $20,000. There are slot machines for those people that go to the casino these days, where a lot of those ones with all the different reels and whatnot, you're playing for bonuses. And they have slot machines now, David, where you can buy the bonus, right?
Oh, really?
You can buy the bonus. Do you have any idea how much money it costs to buy the bonus?
I'm not even going to take a guess.
$1,500.
How much?
$1,500.
Oh, really?
Yeah, $1,500. You buy the bonus. You go to the bonus game, and you either get $1,500 or more, or lose. It's Vegas Matt. I play a lot of online poker, and I have that to the left, and then a couple of poker games to the top and bottom on the right. It kind of just, I do a lot of folding. I don't play. I'm not one of those guys who plays every hand, but it just gives you something to watch, and it's just interesting when they hit stuff. But they have a strategy, and he does like 2 videos a day, and they're churning tons. They've got 750,000 subscribers on YouTube.
Really?
So they're good with YouTube revenue generation, and it's him and his son and one of the friends, and it's entertaining. It's like I said, it's better than having nothing up while I'm folding a bunch of 10-3 offsuit hands and watching. So did that go? Was that the E picks there?
I believe so. Let me go back to the
6 furlongs in a minute 9 and 45 100-seconds.
No, it was 187. The 7 was the long shot.
Okay. All right.
And there was apparently an inquiry at Del Mar that I'm trying to figure out what the inquiry was on. It looks like they've gone official. So let's see. Did the 4 get moved down? Maybe, because that's what they're showing. I'm just
6 got moved up.
Well, 6 won the race.
Okay, 6 won the race. The 6 is the official.
No, so they didn't take anybody down that I see. I don't know what they're spending so much time on this inquiry replay on, but all right. We got Colonial, the Virginia Derby coming up. We have the last at Woodbine that we can show. Where do we want to go?
Well, when does Colonial go off?
It says 2 minutes to the Virginia Derby.
All right.
And we have a Clement horse as the favorite. In deterministic.
You're looking at the wrong thing. They are 9 minutes out. The Colonial Derby. Woodbine is going to go in the gate here in a minute. So if you got Woodbine thoughts, we'll go there. We'll pick up.
I'm just going to go quickly on the 3 Fanny M top pace here. The Woodbine.
3?
3. Woodbine and their Mohawk.
And then
that was actually quite funny when Brad didn't he play Mohawk by accident?
Yeah, he had to create a new tab on his spreadsheet because he's never played Woodbine Mohawk, but he has a positive ROI there now.
All right. The Kevin Attard horse, the 1's the favorite right now.
Woodbine race 10. I don't have an opinion. I am still trying. I'm studying race 11 to figure out whether that's going to be my play or race 12 or both. So just bear with me a few minutes, guys.
Bet scratch, John. There's always a bet scratch when they're at the gate. Which is not common with the European horses because the bets in the U.S. and the bets in in Europe see things differently.
All right.
David, you got a super high 5 here. There's a $34,000 jackpot carryover. You got to have something here, right?
Oh, super high 5. Yeah, 3, 9, 6, 8, 10. There you go. 3, 5, 9, 6, 8, 10. There you go.
3, 5, 9, 6, 8, 10. All right, everybody, let's play that to make sure that it doesn't carry over.
We got a talk.
3, 5, 9, 6, 8, 10.
The Wonder Where Stakes are featured
Why the hell not?
10 race program. They're coming to the gate.
And watch, I'm not playing. Somebody plays it and says, I just hit it.
Down to the inside is Our Lady Peace.
Like going to a casino after a few cocktails. Like, just give me playing some numbers here.
Previous race,
can't even
Moran with his stakes win, picking up a hat trick of wins, 3 in a row.
All right, David, I'm playing that
Carry
3-5.
Our Lady Peace down to the inside gate.
35968.
Yeah,
Lightly raced, a couple of newcomers, Speedy Lady,
sorry,
who
5968.
Horse 4 as
Yeah,
well.
3
That's
with
Proud
5,
Mischief. There's a little bit
6, 8, 9, 10, $4.80.
change in the betting for Our Lady
Okay,
Peace.
that'll work.
Shifted
That'll
down
work.
to 9 to 5.
Just give me a percentage when you win.
Going
Yeah,
forward,
I'll take $2. I'll take
So hopping
$2.
out the saddle
It'll pay more
is
than $2
Rafael Hernandez
for sure.
for Our Lady Peace.
But a $4.80
pulling back
entertainment bet.
And I'm really interested in
With
your
Magic and the Caddy Ride
opinions on
Ann,
race
so she's
11
well bred.
going Kentucky
Lady
Downs.
Peace.
We got plenty of time, but it's
Front
20
of the gate
minutes.
now
But
open for
I kind
Vertical
of formulated my
close
play,
second
but I'm very curious
possible.
to what this is a crazy wide open race. Besides, I mean, if you can beat the 4, Cogburn.
If that's a capital I and a capital F.
Right.
Does Cogburn want the longer distance, though?
Closing appeal is the ride for Sofia
I'm not
Vives. Going to
overcomplicating
gate
this.
2 is Our Lady Peace.
As I said, it's.
Back on board. Rafael is in the saddle.
I'll repeat it later, but it's
Going
no
to the
balls.
gate. Closing appeal.
Yeah, Nobles has got a
race
chance.
is
I have that in my
Fanny
my
M.
victory as well.
With Track West
And it
Racing
pays
looking
better,
for an
so
ownership
I
double
can
is
deal
the
with
Steve
that.
Owens runner here, Fanny M. Closing appeal also is not quite there. In fact, out the saddle again is Rafael. Getting
We're
across
back
to
saddle again.
Horse 1.
Guys, while we're waiting here, if you haven't hit the like and you haven't subscribed, please hit the like and subscribe. Get yourself
Ian Ross,
notified
the
next
starter,
time we
employing
go
similar
live.
tactics for horse 2
We
opening
do
in
this
front of the
every
gate,
week where
closing
we show
appeal.
live racing. And we have live handicapping as
to the
well.
line.
And we have,
As
of
they
course,
secure that runner. Next
2022
is
NHC
Fanny M.
champion David Harrison alive in the Turf Championship right
second
now,
lifetime start
trying to
after
earn
showing
a
pace too much
a
better in
turf
previous.
Yeah. This is my 61st week in a row doing this.
7-1 odds, Fanny
so
M.
I'm trying to set a Cal Ripken Ironman record.
There you go.
And when you get done hitting the like and subscribe,
It is
tell your wife, your 18-year-old child, log in, have them just log in, hit the like button.
Turned out runner,
subscribe
Proud
button.
Mischief.
It does help the channel out a lot.
The grey as we
All
got
right,
to
David,
talk.
let's get this
Rafael sitting to the side of the gate.
3,
on our
5,
left. So they
6,
are coming in
8,
gradually
9,
here for the
10.
final
Oh.
race. Helena, the ride for Michelle Rainford, moves up.
You're welcome, player. 61
My
weeks.
cash
Yep.
factor. And Fraser Abley.
It's a lot of Scott
First
Free.
time starter, Speedy Lady.
Yep. And we remember, we're going to be in Keeneland October 11th, doing the show live. We'll be there on the 10th as well, doing meet and greet. So if you're in the area, reach out to us on our Twitter accounts. You can email us. You guys know where to find us. Find us in the
Nevertheless,
chat.
its closing appeal has come
All
away from
links
the
are
gate.
in the description box.
Horse 2, after all that effort, has now come out of the starting gate. My Speedy Lady going in, and there's a bit of movement here with jockeys out of their saddles. So rider of Fanny M out the saddle as well. Speedy Lady anxious and really just in time bailing out was Kurt Johnson. And now Scary Booze Rider bailing out. Luis Contreras and hobbling. Hopefully he is okay on his landing there. It looked a bit rough. But the horse
I would say he's not
standing firm, as this field is proving to be quite the handful.
Why do those guys have like safety vests on? That's what the horses know.
That they need to signal to the bullpen for a relief jockey. You have the manager come out. He gives the little signal there.
Yeah, that'll take 20 minutes. They're probably the last race. A lot of times the jocks are gone. They usually make one guy. If it's the apprentice, they'll make the apprentice wait in the room for the last race if they have.
Also coming to the gate, riderless now, Speedy Lady.
And the relief jockey should have to come out to like Highway to Hell or something like that.
Luis Contreras back on board. For
can get
Scary
behind
Boo, who
that.
was on the clock a report for this race as a horse to watch. It's 10-1 in the betting.
Is it cold there or what?
Speedy Lady did not go in. Another
Well, it's
attempt for
60.
this runner.
The high was the low 60s today here, so you know they're north of us. So I don't know what the weather's like, but it could be pretty cool.
Wow, low 60s. I'll be getting that for
Christmas.
low at night in like.
Reminder that we are on
January.
the countdown to the Rogers Woodbine Mile on the 14th, and we're really closing in now with just a week to go.
We will have the
Champions
Rogers
Day, which
Woodbine
will
Mile live. So
races.
again,
Taylor,
please
the
tune in if you
September Cup
enjoy the
Award.
show. If you
Final
like
race here.
us being wrong too, tune in for that. We don't care. Just tune in.
Lots going on. So much
But we'll
so
have
that we haven't really
the entire
progressed.
Woodbine
We're
Mile
basically
card
waiting for about
live.
3 or 4 of them, and more to come. Tomorrow's feature race, the Wonderwear Stakes. Stand by. Stewards have
No, I'm going to hop off the horse here.
Ooh.
Oh, that's the same jockey. So
My two.
is there another jockey on the other side of
Please
the?
take note. Ladies and gentlemen, we have late scratches, plural scratches. Numbers 1,
Uh-oh.
Our Lady Peace, and 8, Speedy Lady. They are both out from the final race. Please mark your
And then-
program. Numbers 1, Our Lady
Oh,
Peace.
David, that impacts my
Speedy
super
Lady
high five.
being withdrawn at the gate.
Oh, shit. Oh, you get a refund at least.
Yeah, no. I didn't have the 1.
All right, so the 1 was your favorite. So scratch the favorite.
56. Is that Fahrenheit, Mike, or Celsius?
Isn't 56 like boil human blood temperature? It's in Celsius.
Probably. I don't know.
The 9. So interesting that the 8 got scratched, but the 9's the one with the injured jockey. So they're going to take the jockey off the 1 or the 8 and put it on the 9.
Shane, where is that? What track? Yes, and that happens a lot. We go back and do these things all the time. The problem is if you do that at every track, every place, that big check that David showed at the beginning of the show will be all gone.
That's Kentucky Downs, I believe. Yeah, just looking at it. If Cogburn wins, yes, you're correct.
I don't know if you spelled that right, Mike, but you guys should go and Google George Washington SNL skit. There's a great skit they did a few years ago where they talk about George Washington back in the day, talks about forming a new country and how we're going to be, different than the Europeans, and we're going to measure things in miles and yards and leaders in courts, except the leaders in courts are only going to be liquor and soft drinks. Everything else will be in gallons.
So those
And then,
scratches now
he talks
shown on the
about
TV monitor as
the
Vets
Fahrenheit.
by order of the
How do
stewards.
you
Then
spell
moving
it?
up.
Nobody knows.
Again, those 2 out are 1.
It's a good
Our
skit.
Lady
You should
Peace
watch
at 8, Speedy Lady. So the riders getting back on board for their respective mounts. They'll be called to the gate.
Believe it
one
or
more
not,
time.
Colonial, which
The
I
favorite for the
mentioned
race is now the
from a
10,
time
Rose of
standpoint, was
Sharon,
originally
who's at 9
scheduled to
to
go off
5.
on top of
5
Woodbine, is
2 for number
just
5.
getting
We
to
got
the
a
turf
talk.
course.
And now number 3, Fanny M is 3
It's
to
going to
1.
be on dirt next year too, right?
7s for 9,
Yes,
Scary Boo.
this is the last turf Virginia Derby.
Yes, because next year,
Closing
it's in the spring, I believe April, so it's a Derby prep.
Fanny
It'll be
M.
interesting. They have a short meet, a boutique meet in April.
It should be interesting to see who
That is
calls
coming up.
them, because
The Track West
Jason
Racing
Bean will be
Incorporated.
at,
Fanny M has
Tampa
gone
Bay.
in. Joining the line is
or maybe he
Proud
goes up
Mischief.
there and they use the backup announcer at Tampa Bay Downs. And guess who the backup announcer is? Me. No, I'm just
Gate
kidding.
5, we got a talk.
They could hire you or Razor.
Grant sending out.
I'm happy to butcher 10 calls. I mean, that's not
Goes
a
in
problem.
at a big price, 52 to 1.
If I'm going to call Tampa Bay Downs for a day, I'm going to wake up at around 7.
My cash factor is next.
Drive there and start drinking.
There you go. That's the spirit.
Yeah.
The horses have reached the starting gate at the post time. They're lining up for today's 10th and featured event, the 21st.
All right, we're going to stick with Woodbine.
Sharon to the outside gate.
You give us the video, you get
The last along will be
you get to be on the center
closing
stage.
appeal for Sofia Vives.
And her Vives.
Who was a handful the first time and is showing some resistance here to come up. Swishing the
Will they get them in the gate this time? By the way, the Virginia Derby may go off before this Woodbine race because they're almost completely loaded.
For that runner,
It's
riderless
going to be
now.
close, man. This is what we should bet on.
Vives out of the saddle.
They got one out
The rest of
there.
the field is in the gate. The front of the gate opened again for closing appeal to come up.
One to
It's
come
gonna be a
back
close
in.
finish, Oldy.
They have managed
Yeah.
to get this runner
I think
in.
Woodbine's
So
going to
going
get off
back on
first.
board is Sofia
Let's
Vives,
see.
and once
Super
ready,
close.
they'll be sent away.
I've got the phone up.
And the field is all in, and they are locked up.
Colonial went first. They're out.
Colonial. If you had Colonial, you are the
Their
winner.
race. Pretty slow. Proud Mischief and closing appeal. A good start, Rose of Sharon. My cash factor goes for the lead with We Gotta Talk and Helena in the center, and driving on their inside at a fast pace, Fanny M. And a very fast pace set by this couple in front. Fanny M on the inside. We Gotta Talk. Helena third. Out wide of My cash factor, Rose of Sharon.
3-5, David.
Behind them on the outside, Scary Boo of Proud Mischief. And about 7 away last closing appeal. They're really rocking along here. Fanny M by a length. We Gotta Talk second. 1 away in third placing is Helena. On the outside, Rose of Sharon. Scary Boo coming up the rail okay. Then My Cash Factor, Proud Mischief. And now closing appeal started to find stride, although last. Turning together on the inside, Fanny M. On the outer, We Gotta Talk. And here comes Scary Boo, peeling to the center, wobbling a bit. And down the outside, Helena. And about 12 wide is closing appeal from last. Out in
Holy
front
crap,
on the
David,
inside.
we have a shot at
Fanny
this.
M narrowly from We Gotta Talk. And here's My Cash Factor. Right down the center of the track,
Seven's gonna
blazing
close.
out after
Seven.
this leader. Fanny M and My Cash Factor. My Cash Factor. You've got the cash all right. My Cash Factor, the winner. Fanny
7,
M second,
3,
Gotta
4,
Talk
5,
third,
10.
Mischief fourth, and Rose of Sharon was fifth.
Well, at least I got a refund.
1,675.
All right. Virginia Derby coming up next. We've got 8 minutes
Those
to
two go on as they come to the top of the stretch. Izzy Dioro dropped right out of it. Grandmo the first just in behind, going to swing toward the outside. Deterministic still has to make up 5 as they have 3/16 of a mile left to go. Down on the inside, Echo Lane. Here comes Grandmo the first. Zverev is right there. Deterministic. Desvio's onto the scene late. Grandmo the first hits the front. On the outside, Deterministic. It's down to these two.
Deterministic's going to get
On the
there.
outside, it's Deterministic. Grandmo the first battles on Deterministic. Manny Franco.
Manny Franco gets it done.
see. I need Clement. I needed Clement with 20 port, not deterministic. So,
Yeah.
oh well, that's called horse racing.
Okay, doke, folks. We got 8 minutes left here or so to get this race done. Oldy, I see you've got it up on the screen. Crypto Light, aka Al, we do appreciate your comments. It was good to see you last night as well.
Yes,
All
thank
right,
you so
so,
much. And yeah,
I'll give you Justin's thoughts too here, because Justin likes the 12 Mo stash, the E second choice here, because he thinks there's a lot of pace here, and he thinks it may burn up. So that was his thought. I also think the 8 coming in from Europe might be a factor. Kadim.
yep. Yeah, I'm taking
Grade
another
1
quick
winner
look at
at
Mo
Ascot.
Stash. Yeah, in my opinion, I did take a look at that horse. 0 for 2 at Kentucky Downs, but I'd really like the workout on August 31st. Yeah, I mean, this horse, I think, is more of a candidate to hit the board than actually win. But yeah, I did take a look. But there are a couple of horses here who I think are pretty live. But I mean, we're all looking at Cogburn based on that last race. But again, that was June 8th. It was dry as a bone for a couple of weeks leading up to that race at Saratoga. And I mean, it's an impressive race. If the horse runs back anywhere near that race, this race is over. And the horse, Cogburn, can rate a bit too. Doesn't need to have the lead. But with that being said, if you go back to September 9th of 2023, the Turf Sprint, the same exact race, we had Garrett Jockey and One Timer beating that horse. I mean, so is the horse better now? I think this horse is. This horse just seemed to, off the layoff, coming back and winning the 2 turf sprints. So this horse might be on a different level now. But yeah, I had an interest in the 3 and the 10, to be honest with you. Those are the only 2 horses I liked. And I think the 2 could run decent. But, you know, obviously this race begins and ends with Cogburn. And, you know, just so I'm not giving away any of my strategy in the race, but I just don't think there's any value in using Cogburn and using these gigantic exactas. So I'm trying to beat Cogburn somehow. But, yeah, and then, but again, the race goes through him, obviously.
Yeah. You know, I'm on the 10 no balls, upsetting Cogburn. I also think so. For me, it's probably the 10 and the 8 who I think have the biggest chance to upset Cogburn. The 8's a Grade 1 winner in Europe. Both wins have come at Ascot against similar or better, and this horse seems to prefer good to firm than the softer turf at in Europe, because the best races have come at that rating. You know, the horse has 3 wins on good to firm and 4 wins, I'm sorry, going back to 2021. So I think that this horse among the Euros has a big look at 6-1 as well.
Yeah, and I think it's just part of my style, Oldy, is that I'm not big on playing these Euro shippers. That's because I don't understand the form in Europe, and but I stopped just being negative on it in the Breeders' Cup because Charlie Appleby I won't let beat me, and you've got it. You know, A.D. O'Brien's going to win a race, so I've been more open to that. But the earlier days of the Breeders' Cup, I mean, like. These turf races to me are unplayable because you've got a 12-horse field and you got 8 Euros coming in that I've never seen run. And I like to watch races a lot to formulate an opinion. And you know, if I'm going to make a major wager on a horse, it's not going to be a horse I've never seen run before in person or on during the race. You can watch all the replays you want, but yeah. But it over the last 3 to 5 years, I got on the Charlie Appleby train per se in Breeders' Cup. So, just I'm not going to let Appleby beat me, but I think I'd let any of the Euros at Kentucky Downs beat me on any day of the week because it's a quirky course and they're shipping over just for the cash, but their focus obviously on the Breeders on the BC.
Well, I will tell you, this is the one.
William Buick.
That shipped in a jockey too, because Jamie Spencer's here to ride this horse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I will tell you that the 1 and 2 hole at 6 furlongs on the turf at Kentucky Down.
Not good.
Nope.
Yeah, because you have to break out, and the corner's coming really fast.
Yeah. One day we'll ask Brad to give us a kidney-shaped Kentucky Downs graphic up there for the turf course.
Well, they're off at Del Mar right now.
Yes.
I'm alive to the 2, 5, 7, and 12 in the pay leg of the pick 5. The 5 is on the lead right now. 2, if I can beat the 2, I can make some money, some decent money.
Process looms ominously alongside of Castelou. Castellou's not done, fighting right back. Thought Process up alongside. It's 3 back to Super Speed, battling on gamely.
No, not going to happen.
They're at the top of the lane, and Thought Process now strikes the front. Thought Process going well as they pass the 8th ball. Thought Process
close to $500.
Like a winner. Thought Process will win the Delmar Juvenile Fillies Turf majestically. Second was Super Speed.
There you go.
The other horses were all over $1,000. That one was about 464, I want to say. Still decent profit.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Downs, we got, my thing says 0 minutes to post here.
Here they're circling. They're circling around, looking like they're in no rush to get to the gate. Yeah, unless there's an issue here with someone. No, I don't think so.
All right, Noble's will be good for me here.
Jockey will be the first one to go in.
Okay. Well, gentlemen, good luck. Everybody, good luck. I'm going to depart now. And so I'm in the contest, but I've dropped over to 11th. So this is probably my swan song because I don't really love the last race. So I will let you know before I depart who I'm using. And I think you already know. They're not loading in yet. But I could be on the Larry Ravelli train. That's all I'll say. And I will tell you this. I'm just going to make a note. Let me just wait a few more minutes. I don't want to give anything. Some of these horses I like go down drastically in price. It's obviously nothing to do with me. It's CAWs. But let's see. I want to make sure there's no late scratch and I leave and I'm like, oh, geez. My horse got scratched. I didn't make another play, and then I got to go in with my minimum in the last race, which I totally disliked that last race.
Do we have a late scratch here?
I don't know what is going on.
It wouldn't be Kentucky Downs without a late scratch.
So there ain't no super high five here.
Which guy, Peter? Which guy is so annoying? Tell us. We want to know.
Goes in.
I hope it's me.
All right. So I will just say this. One timer couldn't catch the Rest Me Red, the Wesley Ward horse last time out. And I thought One Timer was by far the best horse in that race. So I think he's going to run a big race here. I think both the Ravelli horses are live along with Cogburn. I'm not telling you too much. But good luck, everybody. I'll be back in. Yeah, I'll come back. I'll come back to just for the last couple minutes. So, all right. Good luck, everybody.
Sounds good, David. Good luck.
There's Coppola. Witty, waiting for Mustache, and 5-0 somewhere.
It's always 5-0 somewhere. Is this the world's only $2 million 6 furlong race?
They're all in line.
Might be.
They're off in the Ainsworth Turf Sprint. It was a good start for Cogburn, who goes straight to the front. Cogburn, the favorite to the early lead, and he's quick enough to take advantage here and clear with 5 furlongs to run, a 1.5 length lead. On the inside is Charcoal running in second. Coppola right up there, 2 in third position. As they make their way around the turn, now takes a spot into second. Mustache is next, and then comes No Balls, Noble Reflection, and One Timer on the inside. Right in behind them, Gear Jockey, a wide trip for 5-0 somewhere. Cadem is next. Axtell.
That was it. Cogburn is just too fast.
Well, you got, as the saying goes, 1-to-1 there.
Yeah, even money. That's the saying goes. Because when you play blackjack and you have to deal you a blackjack, and the dealer has an ace up, nobody in that entire town will ever ask you if you want 1-to-1. they'll ask you, you want even money.
So can Cogburn break?
Is going to have the running shoes on because this horse is unbelievable this season. They are already shaking in their
Gentlemen?
Yep.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Cogburn just too good.
You there, David?
Can you hear me, gentlemen?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, what do we say? Cogburn, but yep, Cogburn totally dominant. And yeah, I'm sure some people in this contest went totally all in on this horse, and it makes sense, but that's not usually my style. So got one more race to go, and so it was a good day of racing. A lot of fun. And the 8 did run second. So the Ravelli could not get a second. I think he might have finished 3rd and 4th. Yeah. Noble's made a run, but it kind of flattened out.
All right, folks, that is going to do us for today.
Right.
We'll be back on next Saturday, which we will have Belmont at Aqueduct, or Aqueduct at Belmont, or Aqueduct, whatever the hell the meet's called. They won't let us show the races. New York racing will be back. There will be no Del Mar. It'll be kind of a little bit light, so we'll probably go on a little bit later next week because we got 3 weeks of racing.
So it's not light next week. I'm going to remind you that next week, I believe, is there's something every week. The next few weeks, so we went through the schedule. It's it may be the Pennsylvania Derby next week, and that's followed by the Woodbine Mile, I believe, or it's the other way around. It's one or the other.
Yeah, I think the PA Derby is the 3rd week, and I think next week might be the Woodbine. Yeah, I think the Woodbine Mile is the 14th. Yeah. So it's Woodbine, big day, and then Pennsylvania Derby, big day, and then we take
I
it from there.
guarantee you, nobody is setting their watch, their clock, or anything else for Parks next week. So it's the Pennsylvania Derby, great. There's the Ohio Derby. There's all kinds of derbies, but and the Parks turf course sucks ass. They're getting it ready.
Closed. Parks turf course is closed for the season.
No, they're going to run on it on Pennsylvania.
Oh, when they do run, yeah. I never played, yeah. And Parks is a quirky track also. So,
but I think
my
next
Parks
week
handle will be
by mile.
My Parks handle will be a giant circle.
Gotcha.
It's been that
way. All right,
way.
Mike Saletta. Hey, good. Thanks for joining everybody. I had a blast doing the show, and thanks for all the comments. It's just great. It's just so much fun. So, all right, gentlemen, Oldy, Chris, we'll see you next week, and don't forget anybody next Friday, Road to the NHC. Tune in at about 11:30 or 12 o'clock if you'd like.
Yes,
so, all right. Should be. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and may the horse be with everybody. Good night.
May the horse be with you.
And there's no Singapore tonight, so Greg, we won't be on. Have a good one, folks.
Talk to you.